Gu Linyuan, awakened profession, Beast Tamer, initial aptitude, S level. Sanling Base City, Awakening Square, tens of thousands of teachers and students gathered here. When the tester's announcement was heard, everyone turned their eyes to a black-clad boy on the awakening platform. The boy had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, with a deep gaze, showing maturity beyond his age. In the crowd, murmurs rose one after another. Oh my god, what bad luck for Gu Linyuan. A good S-level aptitude, but his profession is Beast Tamer. Sigh, this profession is notorious for not caring about talent, only paying attention to money. An S-level aptitude just adds a few pet slots. Without money, it's nothing. Gu Linyuan heard the discussions and felt somewhat heavy-hearted. He knew they were telling the truth. The Beast Tamer profession wasn't suitable for him. Why did it have to be Beast Tamer? Even if I had a lower-level melee profession, I could return to the fallen area and kill all those monsters. A strong unwillingness flashed in Gu Linyuan's eyes. Every time he remembered the scene of his friends and family being torn apart and devoured by monsters, his anger boiled, and murderous intent filled his heart. That year, over 1 million people in the entire base city, less than 1% survived. Gu Linyuan's parents, as the city's guardians, led soldiers to hold the rear, and eventually died in the monster tide. 100 years ago, countless statues of gods descended upon the world, and mist enveloped the globe. Wherever the statues stood, independent map blocks formed, with monsters being born in them every moment. Human gathering places were gradually divided and consumed, like isolated islands in the ocean. Only by awakening various professions could one resist monsters and fight for a slim chance of survival. There were various types of professions, including combat professions, support professions, and life professions. Their quality ranged from low to high, divided into 9 ranks: F level, E level, D level, C level, B level, A level, S level, SS level, and SSS level. Gu Linyuan's aptitude was S level, making him a rare genius in any combat profession. After all, professions of higher quality would add one more talent entry, and the level of that entry would also be higher. An S-level profession had 7 talent entries, giving a huge starting advantage. However, the Beast Tamer profession, no matter how high its quality, only added one more pet slot. As for the talent entries, they could only be obtained after cultivating pets and getting synchronous feedback. To cultivate pets, especially high-quality ones, required a vast amount of resources. Even for families from noble backgrounds, it was very difficult to raise 1 or 2 high-quality pets. Therefore, for most Beast Tamer practitioners, 2 or 3 pet slots were enough. Gu Linyuan realized his predicament. Though a bit depressed, he hadn't lost hope. There's always a way when things get tough. One step at a time. I just hope little fish won't be as unlucky as me. I wish for her to awaken a strong, high-quality profession. Before Gu Linyuan's thoughts could even settle, a shout came from another awakening platform. Then, a tester almost screamed in excitement, Yi Xianyu, awakened profession, elemental ruler, initial aptitude, SSS level. In an instant, the entire awakening square erupted in cheers. Everyone turned to a single awakening platform, where a tall and slender girl stood gracefully. The girl wore a blue dress, with a graceful and unparalleled appearance, a beauty that could overthrow cities. It's Yi Xianyu. Oh my god, she actually awakened the rarest SSS level aptitude, and one of the strongest professions. Her future is incredibly bright. Wah, Goddess Yi is so amazing. If I could be like her, I'd be willing to live in a mansion and drive a luxury car. Most people genuinely felt happy for Yi Xianyu. After all, in the base city where they lived, there was such a genius. In the future, when clearing monsters in the wilderness, things would be much easier, and the safety of the base city would be guaranteed. But Yi Xianyu ignored the noisy discussions around her. With her hands behind her back and her long legs crossing lightly, she walked gracefully toward Gu Linyuan on the other side. Seeing this scene, some onlookers couldn't help but say, I heard Goddess Yi and Gu Linyuan are childhood sweethearts, that they escaped from the fallen zone together. Now one has a bright future, and the other's future is dim. Could it be that the classic scene in novels, awakening and breaking up, is about to happen? Hey, don't say that, but really, don't say that. The first sword after coming ashore is always to cut off one's beloved. It's nothing new. Didn't a young master named Xiao Yan from the next base city get dumped by his fiancée last year, and they made a 3-year promise? Many people looked at Yi Xianyu walking toward Gu Linyuan, their eyes full of gossiping anticipation. However, the scene they expected did not happen. Yi Xianyu's eyes, when looking at Gu Linyuan, held no strangeness. Instead, she spoke in a gentle tone. Brother Yuan, don't worry. I will spare no cost to help you solve the problem with your pet. Gu Linyuan nodded. Before he could answer, a discordant voice came from the side. Gu Linyuan, Xianyu is kind and doesn't want to draw a line between you. But you are a man. At least have some backbone. Don't shamelessly cling to her and drag her down at a time like this. The one speaking was a girl. She had phoenix eyes, raised brows, and her face carried an undisguised arrogance. The girl's name was Lu Xinyao. She was Yi Xianyu's cousin. The Lu family was a powerful clan in Sangling Base City. Back when Gu Linyuan and Yi Xianyu fled to this place, she had been living with the Lu family ever since. Hearing Lu Xinyao's words, Gu Linyuan frowned slightly. He had never gotten along well with Lu Xinyao. Just as he was about to refute her, Yi Xianyu spoke first. Cousin, please respect my decision, and treat Brother Yuan with a better attitude. Yi Xianyu's tone was calm. After all, the Lu family had helped her before. For the sake of those elders, she tolerated Lu Xinyao more than most would. However, Lu Xinyao shook her head and said, Cousin, you're inexperienced. You don't understand how dark people's hearts can be. I can see through the mind of this freeloader at a glance. He's still clinging to you now, probably just to make our Lu family invest in him. You know the nature of a beast master's profession. Our Lu family is too small to raise such a big Buddha. Yi Xianyu couldn't listen anymore. Her delicate brows furrowed tightly, and a faint red light appeared in her eyes. Her once gentle voice turned cold in an instant. Enough. If you keep talking like this, don't blame me for being rude. Brother Yuan doesn't need anyone's help. I can support him myself. As Yi Xianyu spoke, her originally blue dress slowly took on a shade of crimson, and an invisible killing intent spread around her. The crowd was instantly stunned by the scene. The once talkative Lu Xinyao fell silent at once, her body trembling uncontrollably. She knew there was something strange about her cousin. Whenever Yi Xianyu's emotions fluctuated violently, she became like a different person. One second she was the gentle girl next door, and the next she was a cold-faced demon walking out from hell. This phenomenon seemed even more obvious after her awakening. After all, before, Yi Xianyu would only change her expression, but now, she could even change color. Could it be because of her class as an elemental ruler? Seeing Yi Xianyu on the verge of losing control, Lu Xinyao dared not say another word. At that moment, Gu Linyuan reached out his hand and gently patted Yi Xianyu's head. Little fish, don't be angry. Don't worry, I can take care of myself. Gu Linyuan's touch seemed to hold some kind of magic. The red hue in Yi Xianyu's eyes rapidly faded, returning to the gentle, watery look it usually had. Brother Yuan, don't push yourself. It was always you protecting and taking care of me. Now, it's my turn to take care of you. Yi Xianyu's beautiful eyes sparkled, as bright as the stars. She looked at Gu Linyuan with tenderness in her gaze. Gu Linyuan's lips curled into a slight smile as he softly spoke. Don't worry. When have I ever lied to you? Just wait and see. Alright, I have some things to take care of, so I'll leave now. You should focus on leveling up these next few days, and we'll meet at the peak in the future. He turned around, one hand in his pocket, the other waving behind him, leaving a carefree figure. Lu Xinyao saw this and snorted coldly, murmuring to herself. Looks like this guy isn't as useless as I thought. He actually listened to my words. I might have underestimated him. In Lu Xinyao's eyes, Gu Linyuan must have realized the reality and decided not to drag Yi Xianyu down anymore. However, what she didn't know was that, during the brief moment just now, Gu Linyuan had gained an enormous opportunity. After leaving the awakening square, Gu Linyuan arrived at a quiet street corner, silently chanting in his heart. Beast Master Space. The next moment, a vast white space appeared in Gu Linyuan's vision. In this space, numerous gray pet eggs floated around. As time passed, more and more pet eggs appeared. With a casual motion, Gu Linyuan summoned a pet egg into his palm. As the real sensation reached him, he trembled with excitement. This is not an illusion. Just moments ago, a grand voice had appeared in Gu Linyuan's mind. Detected that the host has awakened the Beastmaster profession. The infinite Beastmaster space has been unlocked. The Genesis level talent has awakened. Talent 1, in normal conditions, 1 universal pet egg will be obtained every second. In abnormal conditions, the speed of acquiring pet eggs will increase exponentially depending on the environment. Talent 2, for every 10 low-level pet eggs, they can be fused into a higher-level pet egg. Similarly, pets hatched from these eggs can also be fused, with the fusion probability varying based on the pet type difference. Current number of pet eggs, 13-14, and increasing. Note, pet eggs are bound to the host. Losses will harm the origin. Chapter 2, The Blade Mantis. Gu Linyuan took some time to calm down his emotions, then immediately began to study his golden finger. This universal pet egg seems to be a special item that only drops from challenges against the statues of gods. It is said that by merging the blood orb of a monster after death into it, there is a high chance of cultivating the same pet. Each universal pet egg is incredibly precious, and those with higher quality are worth an enormous amount. I can actually obtain one every second. That means, if I can buy a high-quality blood orb, I could hatch a powerful pet. Gu Linyuan's eyes sparkled, but after a moment, he realized something. Wait, according to my 2 talents, the most suitable pets for me right now should be the ones that are the most abundant and easiest to obtain. Because I can fuse them infinitely. As long as there are enough basic samples, no matter how low the pet's bloodline, it can still have endless possibilities. So, the first pet I should cultivate should be an insect beast. Monsters in the wilderness are diverse, but in terms of quantity, insect beasts are by far the most common. Insect beast blood orbs are also the cheapest and easiest to obtain. Thinking of this, Gu Linyuan wasted no time and headed straight for the nearest professional shop. The place was bustling with people, many newly awakened students selecting weapons and equipment, making the atmosphere lively. Gu Linyuan arrived at the entrance of a shop selling pets and mounts. A female salesperson in a professional skirt suit immediately walked up enthusiastically. "Student, what kind of pet are you looking for? We've just received a batch of elite-level cubs, defensive, offensive, explosive, you name it. The classification of monsters and pets is the same, mainly divided into 9 levels: servant, soldier, elite, leader, general, overlord, king, emperor, and mythic." The salesperson chattered on, while Gu Linyuan glanced at the price tags on the shelves. Elite-level Gale Wolf Cub, priced at 990,000. Elite-level Ironclad Rhino, priced at 1,080,000. Gu Linyuan looked at the information on his bank card, his 6-digit password protecting his 4-digit balance. As a refugee who had escaped from a base city, without the monthly government-issued living subsidy, he could barely survive, let alone afford anything. But just at that moment, his communicator on his wrist buzzed, and 2 bank card notifications popped up one after the other. Gu Linyuan, it has been detected that you have reached adulthood. Your parents' martyr compensation has been credited, totaling 2 million. Please accept it, and may you live in peace. Gu Linyuan, it has been detected that you have awakened an S-level profession. Your talent subsidy has been credited, totaling 700,000. Please accept it, and wish you a bright future. Gu Linyuan looked at these 2 messages, his heart involuntarily trembling. Both messages were from the official government of Longxia Nation. These sums might not seem much to those born into wealthy families, but to Gu Linyuan, they were definitely a lifesaver. The salesperson beside him must have noticed the content of the messages, and her eyes involuntarily showed a hint of sympathy. She approached Gu Linyuan and deliberately lowered her voice. "Little brother, if you're buying a pet, I can give you the lowest price. I won't take a commission." Gu Linyuan smiled upon hearing this. "Thank you, sister, but I'm not buying a pet. I'm here for blood essence pearls." "Oh? Are you buying blood essence pearls to feed a pet? What type of blood essence pearls do you want?" "I want blood essence pearls from insect beasts." "Which type of insect beast blood essence pearls do you have the most of?" The salesperson thought for a moment. Recently, adventurers have opened a new map. It's almost full of mantis monsters, and the most abundant blood essence pearls right now are from those mantis monsters. These are cheap. A servant-level blood essence pearl only costs a few dozen, and a soldier-level one costs over 1,000. "How many do you need?" Gu Linyuan thought for a moment and agreed that they were indeed cheap. Other types of monster blood essence pearls would cost at least 10 times more. Mantis monsters? That type of insect beast is quite common, and if the bloodline quality is high enough, it has strong battle potential. My first pet could use this as a base. Gu Linyuan thought about it and immediately told the salesperson. "I want as many mantis monster blood essence pearls as you have, all at servant level. Also, give me one of each other type of insect beast blood essence pearl." Hearing this, the salesperson showed a look of surprise. "Little brother, you should think carefully. This isn't a small amount. We have at least 10,000 mantis monster blood essence pearls here." Gu Linyuan nodded and didn't explain further. The salesperson didn't waste time either. She quickly went to the shop's warehouse and brought back a space ring. "Little brother, check and see if this is enough." Gu Linyuan took the space ring, and using his slight mental power, he scanned it. Immediately, he saw rows of blood-red pearls, each containing a miniature mantis monster. "No problem." Gu Linyuan nodded, then with a flick of his mind, his mental power swept through, transferring the blood essence pearls from the space ring into his beast control space. "Alright, I'll give you an 80% discount. The total is 450,000. Okay." Gu Linyuan scanned the payment code and left without any hesitation. He returned to the resettlement area where he was staying, closed the door, and immediately began experimenting. Gu Linyuan immersed his consciousness into the beast control space. With his mental power, he drove 10 blood essence beads and merged them into 10 pet eggs. The pet eggs, which had originally been dull and gray, began to shine, and patterns appeared on their surface, as the breath of life grew rapidly inside them. At the same time, a voice echoed in Gu Linyuan's mind. Pet, Mantis Monster, Bloodline, Servant Level, Talent Attribute, Agility, F grade, Talent Skill, Dual Blade / F grade. To release the pet from the beast control space, a contract must be made. Current available contract slots, 7, signing the contract and then breaking it will cause backlash. Please proceed with caution. Gu Linyuan hesitated for a moment but chose a Mantis monster that seemed pleasant to the eye and made the contract. You have contracted a servant-level Mantis monster. Performing career feedback. Your speed has slightly increased, your strength has slightly increased. You have gained the talent attribute, Swordsmanship Basics, F grade, and the talent skill, Sword Draw / F grade. Gu Linyuan felt the changes within himself and narrowed his eyes. Why does it feel like my career feedback is a bit unusual? Normally, a beast master contracting a servant-level pet shouldn't directly get a feedback with a talent attribute and skill, right? Even if it's only F grade, it's still quite good. Gu Linyuan had some doubts in his heart, but he didn't dwell on it. He focused his mental power on the 10 pet eggs. You have locked onto 10 servant-level Mantis monsters. The estimated fusion success rate is 100%. Would you like to proceed with fusion? Fusion. With Gu Linyuan's command, the 10 pet eggs started to collide with each other, and a strange force rippled out. Then, the 9 pet eggs containing the Mantis monsters fused together with the contracted Mantis monster at the core. After a few dozen seconds, a new pet egg appeared in front of him, and the light on its surface grew much stronger, no longer dull but bright white. Gu Linyuan also received the feedback. Your servant-level Mantis monster has evolved into a soldier-level Blade Mantis. Comprehensive feedback in progress? Your agility has slightly improved, and your strength has slightly improved. Your talent attribute Swordsmanship Basics, F grade, has been upgraded to Swordsmanship Intermediate, E grade, and your skill attribute Sword Draw / F grade, has been upgraded to Sword Draw / E grade. As expected, the feedback for my pet is indeed significant. Gu Linyuan narrowed his eyes. He then checked the changes in the Mantis monster and couldn't help but widen his eyes, more shocked in his heart. Name, Blade Mantis. Level, 0. Bloodline, Soldier Level. Talent Attribute, Agility, E grade, Jump, E grade. Skill Attribute, Dual Blade / E grade. Something's wrong, something's very wrong. Gu Linyuan swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Normally, a servant-level pet's bloodline evolving into a soldier-level pet would only add an E-grade talent attribute, and the original talent attribute would still be F-grade. Did I just get lucky, or is this a coincidence? Let's try again. Thinking this, Gu Linyuan activated the blood essence beads again, continuously merging them into the pet eggs. Life began to develop inside the pet eggs, which were previously lifeless. Eggs, come! Gu Linyuan mentally shouted, and 90 servant-level pet eggs flew to him, all circling around his pet, the Blade Mantis, like stars revolving around the moon, constantly colliding and fusing together. Soon after, a voice sounded. Your soldier-level Blade Mantis has evolved into an elite-level Sharp Blade Mantis. Comprehensive feedback in progress. Your physical attributes have been greatly enhanced. Your talent attribute Swordsmanship Intermediate, E grade, has been upgraded to Swordsmanship Lesser Mastery, D grade, and your skill attribute Sword Draw / E grade, has been upgraded to Sword Draw / D grade. Gu Linyuan shuddered, feeling an indescribable sense of comfort rushing through his body. Feels amazing. With my current physical condition, even if I'm only at level 0, I could probably match up against a 3 or 4 level average warrior class. The world's boundaries are very simple, divided from level 0 to 99. From level 0 to 9 is a small boundary. Every time you increase a level, your attributes, based on your profession type and quality, will improve in various ways. Although Gu Linyuan is an S-class beast master, in terms of personal combat strength, it is generally said that in the early stages and at the same level, he might not even be a match for some F-class melee professionals. But now, after receiving 2 feedbacks from his pet's bloodline evolution, even though his level hasn't increased, he can clearly feel how powerful he has become. At this point, not to mention an F-class professional, even a D-class professional probably wouldn't be his match. Gu Linyuan glanced at his pet's changes, a smile appearing in his eyes. Name, Sharp Blade Mantis. Level, 0. Bloodline, Elite. Talent traits, Agility, D-class, Jump, D-class, Sharpness, D-class. Skill traits, Dual Blade / D-class, Jump / D-class. As expected, my pet is indeed different. All its talents and skills evolve along with the bloodline evolution. Does this mean that if I elevate its bloodline to SSS level, it will have SSS level talents and skills? That's terrifying. Gu Linyuan knew very well that even SSS level professionals usually only have one SSS level talent and skill, while other talents and skills will drop in quality, and it's impossible to have all high-level abilities. However, both his pet and himself might be able to have a full set of ultimate moves. After thinking for a moment, Gu Linyuan came to a conclusion. Perhaps my pet didn't evolve normally. Instead, it fused directly with similar type pets, gathering their strengths, which is why such changes occurred. This logic is simple. Ordinary pet evolution is about continuously using resources to improve the pet's attributes. It's like a water bucket pieced together with wooden boards, there will always be a weakness. But Linyuan's pet dismantled countless wooden buckets, compressed their boards, and reassembled them. This way, every board is strong, and the overall structure is much sturdier. This makes the capacity of the board and the strength under the same capacity far more powerful. After understanding the general principle, Linyuan stopped worrying and prepared to push his pet to its limits. The next moment, in the Beast Master space, beads of essence blood continuously flowed into the pet egg, finally merging with his pet. This was a massive project. After Linyuan used up over 10,000 essence blood beads in his hand, half a day had already passed. He looked around and realized that there were still thousands of pet eggs left in the Beast Master space. He wouldn't be able to use them all, not even close. Linyuan looked at his pet. Although it was still in its eggshell and hadn't hatched, he could already feel its power from the egg, which had grown to over 2 meters tall, and the mysterious pattern swirling on its shell. Name, Blade Mantis. Level, 0. Bloodline, Marshal level. Talent traits, Agility, B class, Jump, B class, Sharpness, B class, Endurance, B class, Stealth, B class. Skill traits, Dual Blade / B class, Jump / B class, Combo / B class. With so many B-class talents and B-class skills, even if I encounter an A-class professional of the same level, my pet wouldn't fall behind. Given my current state, I can protect myself in the wilderness nearby, I can go out and level up now. With this in mind, Linyuan glanced at his communicator. He had just spent all his remaining money to buy a set of D-class equipment on a shopping site. It must be said, these equipments were really expensive. A full set of D-class gear cost him over 2 million. But for safety's sake, these investments were worth it. Just as Linyuan was waiting, the delivery man called him. Mr. Gu, I've been restricted from entering your community, can you please come out personally to sign for the goods? Linyuan frowned when he heard the words. His place wasn't some high-end neighborhood, it was mostly populated by refugees resettled by the government, with no real security. The old security guard at the entrance was just a decoration, too weak to protect himself, let alone stop a young and strong delivery man. Since that's the case, who stopped the delivery man? Linyuan didn't agree to the other party's request. Instead, he spoke in a deep voice. I bought online because I didn't want to go out. If you want me to go downstairs to get it, what's the point of buying online? Since I've paid, as the delivery man, it's your duty to bring it to my door. If not, I won't accept the delivery. If it's late, I'll cancel the order and demand compensation. After saying this, Linyuan directly hung up the phone, walked to the window, picked up a monocular, and looked toward the entrance of the resettlement area. As expected, a delivery man in uniform was talking to a group of people. Brother Ma, there's no way. The guy's too lazy. I had no choice but to deliver the goods. A man named Brother Ma nodded and then spoke to a scout-type person. You mark these items, that guy must be leaving the city with such good gear, we'll catch up with him later. Got it. The scout activated his talent, leaving traces of aura on the items. Boss, it's done. Ma Hang nodded and told the delivery man. Go, we'll give you a cut once the job's done. All right. The delivery man nodded, carrying the box and walking away confidently. In this age, with so many professionals around, delivery men like him, who worked in the lifestyle industry, didn't earn much, only about 3,000 to 5,000 a month. But if he worked with those special people, leaked delivery info, and let them rob the goods after the delivery, he could earn tens of thousands in one go. This kind of thing happened all the time, and he had done it countless times. The delivery man arrived at the door, and Linyuan opened it. After checking the package, he didn't say much, simply signed for it. The delivery man watched the door close, sneering inwardly. This fool. If he stays in the city, he'll lose a bit of money if robbed, but once he's out of the city. Heh, he's got no way out. Chapter 4, Leaving the City, Killing Monsters. Linyuan checked the gear he had bought. A black tang saber, an ironbone helmet, a gilded mask, and a set of black armor with metal plates, which had a strong ancient style. These were forged by special professionals and provided various enhancements to different aspects. Linyuan put on the gear, instantly gaining an air of mystery. This Nightstalker set looks really cool. Not only does it look great, but the enhancements are pretty solid. This helmet weakens mental attacks, and the mask can reduce poison gas and other attacks. I have to say, spending over 2 million was worth it. Linyuan thought to himself, then checked his beast taming space. The pet egg inside had already started to crack. It wouldn't be long before it hatched. Let's go, leave the city, and kill monsters. Linyuan hailed a taxi and headed toward the outskirts of the city. The driver had a professional enhancement, so the car moved quickly, speeding toward the city gates. Even though it was dark, there were still many professionals coming and going. At night, while more dangerous than daytime, it was also full of opportunities. There were many special monsters and rare resources that only appeared at night. Even after killing monsters, the life energy obtained was higher than usual. Outside the city was a temporary market. Before Linyuan even stepped out, he heard a wave of voices coming toward him. South Mountain Forest is bringing in newcomers, not 90,000, not 88,000, only 66,000. One turn, level up 5 levels. The Blackstone mine is hiring miners, priority given to miners, daily wage 3,000. If monsters appear, the job is guaranteed, but no guarantee on life. Linyuan ignored these chaotic voices and walked straight in one direction. Before leaving, he had already set his target route. Not far behind him, several figures closely followed. Brother Ma, there's no map suitable for leveling on this route. This guy wouldn't be heading to that newly appeared map, right? That place has just been opened, the statue hasn't been cleared, and not to mention the monsters are fiercer and more numerous. There's also a high chance of encountering first and second turn monsters. Ma Hang frowned deeply, thought for a moment, then shook his head. This guy is one of the new awakeners from the resettlement area. How could he dare go to that kind of wild map? He's probably just looking for some low-level monsters to fight in nearby wilderness areas. You're right. But just to be safe, once we reach a more secluded place, let's just take him out. Ma Hang led the group, relentlessly chasing, and soon they left the base city. The light gradually dimmed. Even though they were all level 9 professionals, their field of vision quickly shrank. This forced them to keep closing the distance between themselves and Linyuan. After a short while, the figure, which had been moving swiftly, suddenly stopped and sharply turned around, looking in their direction. You've been following me for so long, it's time to show yourselves. Ma Hang and the others were startled, then stopped hiding, quickly revealing themselves and surrounding Linyuan. Little brother, we only want your money, not your life. Hand over your equipment, and we'll let you go. You want my D-grade equipment? With your professional quality, you're probably only E-level, right? Linyuan spoke to himself, and Ma Hang, who was leading the group, was stunned. Linyuan was right. Among these people, Ma Hang's profession was the highest, exactly E-level, while the others were F-level. Although all were combat professions, they were at the very bottom of the combat profession hierarchy. If they worked hard every day fighting monsters, after various expenses, they'd barely make 1 or 2,000, and there was always the risk of dying. In comparison, killing people and stealing treasure was much easier. Linyuan looked at the approaching figures without any panic in his eyes, still muttering to himself. I'm curious, aren't you afraid of hitting a steel plate? Or rather, aren't you afraid of drawing the officials' attention? Ma Hang furrowed his brow, feeling that something was off. He immediately retreated behind a few of his teammates, positioning them in front of him to protect everyone. However, his teammates didn't notice his small movement. One of them, hearing Linyuan's words, sneered. Hit a steel plate? Ha, you're talking about yourself, right? How ridiculous, if you were a steel plate, would you still be living in the resettlement area? If you had any talent, even just a D-level talent, a big guild would have recruited you as soon as you awakened. Another person laughed. That's right. Do you think we're scared? Still trying to act mysterious. We know all about you guys from the resettlement area. You're just a bunch of refugees, surviving only because of government subsidies and compensation. If you stayed in the base city quietly, we might have spared your life. But if you insist on coming out to die, don't blame us. Someone like you who overestimates themselves dies every day in the wilderness. The officials won't care. Hearing their words, Linyuan nodded. Thanks for clearing up my doubts. As a reward, I'll make sure you die a little quicker. Before the words even finished, Linyuan looked at the enemies who were already within 2 meters of him, and his Tang Dao suddenly unsheathed. Swish! A blazing white sword light burst forth in the darkness, directly slashing across the necks of several enemies. The blood surged wildly like a fountain. Several people stared with wide eyes, clutching their throats tightly, their gazes toward Linyuan filled with disbelief. Wasn't this guy just awakened? By rights, he should only be at level 0. Why does he possess such terrifying combat power? Linyuan did not answer their doubts. The moment he swung his knife, his steps moved quickly, chasing after the fleeing Ma Hang. At this moment, Ma Hang's face was filled with fear, wishing his parents had given him 2 more legs. A B-level professional. This kid is at least a B-level professional, otherwise, it's impossible for him to have such strong combat power at level 0. That skill's power is too terrifying. Ma Hang was very clear about the strength of his few teammates. Although they were only F-level professionals, they were all at level 9, and their attributes were far beyond those of newly awakened professionals. Yet, Gu Linyuan only used one strike to kill them all. Such combat power, even D-level and C-level professionals could not achieve. Only B-level professionals could possibly do so. For them, these E-level and F-level low-ranking professionals, C-level and D-level were already unattainable existences, let alone B-level. Such a level of existence, in the large guilds of Sangling City, were pillars of strength. If nothing unexpected happens, they would definitely grow to the 5th transformation level in the future. How could they provoke such a person? Damn, why would such a talent be left in the settlement area? Are those big guild people blind? Why didn't they recruit him? Ah. Answer me. At this moment, Ma Hang cursed the HR departments of those guilds in his mind. If it weren't for their mistake in missing such a talent, he wouldn't be facing such a desperate situation right now. He had always been cautious in his life, but who would have thought he would flip over in a gutter? Just as Ma Hang was filled with sorrow, a figure blocked his way. The gaze under the metallic mask revealed a trace of coldness. Since you're here, then stay calm. Since you've come, you should rest well. Before the words finished, the knife light flashed. Ma Hang couldn't avoid it at all and was instantly decapitated. The gap in strength between the two was too large. He had no chance to fight back. Gu Linyuan looked at the corpses on the ground. Although he had already mentally prepared, he still felt somewhat unaccustomed. His body trembled slightly, his head felt dizzy, and his stomach was churning, wanting to vomit. At this moment, a warm energy came from the hat on his head, soothing his discomfort. After a while, Gu Linyuan regained his calm and heavily exhaled. He shook the tang knife in his hand, and the blood on it slid off. Then, Gu Linyuan began to clean up the battlefield, muttering to himself. Since I've chosen to fight, killing is inevitable. Killing, perhaps I'll get used to it eventually. After cleaning up the battlefield, Gu Linyuan collected all the loot into his beast taming space. The space of ordinary beast tamers is not large, just enough for pets to live in. But Gu Linyuan's beast taming space is vast, with no visible boundaries. This is a huge convenience for him, at least saving him money on buying high-level spatial rings. The loot from the few people was not very good. The equipment quality was all below D level, but the quantity was enough, and together it should be worth over 1 million. As expected, killing people and setting fires is the golden belt of wealth. This money is easier to make than hunting monsters. But I can't be like these guys, killing the innocent recklessly. If people don't harm me, I won't harm them. If people harm me, I'll definitely kill them. With this thought, Gu Linyuan continued towards his destination. Soon after, a place covered in fog appeared in front of his eyes. This was the latest wasteland map that appeared in Sangling City Blade Edge Plain. Chapter 5, Level Up. After Gu Linyuan finished cleaning up the loot, he also stored the bodies into his beast taming space. After leaving the crime scene far behind, he casually tossed them to a few passing wild monsters. In the darkness, a few wild creatures, upon smelling the scent of blood, became incredibly excited and began tearing at the corpses. Before long, they had devoured the flesh, skin, and bones completely. Not long after, a group of people passed by near the scene. The leader, a man, immediately furrowed his brow. Someone's blood scent. A scout from the team immediately used his skills and began to scan the surrounding darkness in all directions. Captain, it looks like someone died here. There are signs of a struggle. Based on the blood and footprints, the number of dead is about 8, and their opponent seems to be just one person. It's uncertain whether they're human. Let's go and take a look. Captain Lu Feng led the team closer and casually glanced at the scene. There was still quite a bit of blood residue. A team member spoke up. Those guys really were useless. The monsters in this area are only about level 4 or 5 at best. How could they die? They didn't even leave any bodies behind, just bones and scraps. Do you think it's possible that they were killed for their treasures, and then the bodies were destroyed? Ha! No way. If it was about treasure, why bother destroying the bodies? They would have been eaten by the wild creatures soon enough. Why go to the trouble? Maybe they were rookies. When I killed someone for the first time, I was so nervous that I not only destroyed the body but also cleaned up the entire scene. Later, after gaining experience, I realized most people die out in the wilderness and no one cares. Seeing the team discussing so heatedly, Captain Lu Feng patted a young boy beside him on the shoulder and said, "Xiao Hao, what do you think?" The boy, named Su Hao, had just awakened as a newbie this year and was one of the few A-level professionals in Sangling City. He wasn't interested in discussing the issue and impatiently replied, "Uncle Lu, let's hurry up and get back to leveling. If we don't complete the statue on Blade Edge Plains in 3 days, the contract for this wasteland will be handed over to another mercenary guild." Seeing Su Hao's attitude, Lu Feng stopped beating around the bush and spoke in a low voice. The leveling can wait, don't you realize? These people were killed by a swordsman? You're a sword-type professional too. If you sense carefully, you should be able to detect a trace of sword intent still lingering here. Upon hearing this, Su Hao, who had initially shown no interest, furrowed his brow and began to sense carefully. His eyes immediately widened. You're right, there's indeed a trace of sword intent, but it's not pure. At most, it's at the B level. Sword intent, formerly known as the Sword Realm, is typically divided into 5 stages: entry, mastery, minor completion, major completion, and perfection. Only by reaching the perfection stage, at the B level, can one begin to truly control it. Sword techniques are the main skills of sword-type professionals, generally matching the professional's grade. This means that the swordsman who killed these people was likely a B-level swordsman or wielded a sword with B-level traits. Su Hao, as an A-level wind swordsman, had already reached the A-level transcendent realm and sword techniques, far beyond B-level, so he didn't pay much attention to it. Lu Feng nodded. This person's professional level should be below yours, and based on the residual aura from the sword marks, their cultivation is most likely below the first transition. They're probably a newly awakened rookie. But having a B-level swordsman come here at this time is definitely not a good thing. I think this guy is likely someone sent by another guild to cause trouble, or perhaps to fight you for the Blade God source. After all, it's unlikely that they're a lone wanderer just hunting monsters, right? A genius like this must have some power backing them. Hearing this, Su Hao snorted coldly. A mere B-level professional thinks they can fight me for the power of the statue? If that person dares to show his face, I will make him see what a real swordsman is. Lu Feng nodded and spoke to a team member. You send a message to the guild, tell them to send more people to search for that swordsman's trail, and find out his origins and intentions. He should have already entered the Blade Edge Plain. The team member's profession was a messenger, and in this wilderness area where signals were disrupted, this role was crucial, as it allowed for long-distance communication. The team member activated his skill, and a half-virtual, half-solid pigeon appeared in his palm, flapping its wings toward a specific direction. Let's go. Let the others handle this, we'll continue with our own mission. Lu Feng and the others said no more and continued heading toward the Blade Edge Plain. On the other side, Linyuan had just stepped into the mist of the Blade Edge Plain when he felt something was off. It seemed as if some invisible yet tangible force was invading his body. So this is the power of idle contamination? Even a professional can't stay here for long. After a certain period, they have to leave and spend money to purify the contamination. If the contamination builds up too much, a professional can either drop levels or die outright. I wonder how long I can stay here. As Linyuan was pondering, he suddenly heard a voice from the Beast Master space. You have entered an A-level danger zone, Talent 1 is now active, increasing 60 pet eggs per second, contamination is being automatically purified. Linyuan felt the divine contamination invading his body being constantly purified, or more accurately, it was being rapidly absorbed by the Beast Master space. Does this mean I don't need to worry about contamination and can stay here to grind monsters and level up? Linyuan's eyes lit up. For him, this not only saved the cost of purification but also saved the time of going back and forth. After the joy, Linyuan didn't waste any more time and immediately started searching for monster traces. This was an uncharted wilderness, and the monsters spawned quickly. In the lush fields, each blade of grass was several meters wide enough to race horses and cars. Through the swirling mist, mantis-like monsters, about half a human height, appeared everywhere. Their glassy eyes spun, locking onto Linyuan's figure. Judging by their size, most of these mantis monsters were of the servant bloodline, with levels around 2 or 3. However, as time passed, their size increased at a visible speed, and their levels grew steadily. As expected of a wilderness area, the growth rate of these monsters is terrifying. If left unchecked for too long, it would undoubtedly lead to a catastrophe. Linyuan thought of his hometown, Anjing City, which had been overrun by a monster horde due to failure to deal with the wilderness, and eventually fell. Even now, that area still hadn't been recaptured, and it had gradually become a forbidden zone for humans. It's no wonder that the professionals in Anjing City couldn't handle it, because the wilderness there was SSS level. Even among all of Longsha Kingdom, only a handful of people could have dealt with it. Later, when the wilderness area completely lost control, even those SSS-level professionals were helpless, and could only seal off the region to stop the wilderness from spreading further. Thinking of this, images of countless friends and family being torn apart and devoured by monsters flashed in Linyuan's mind, and a wave of killing intent surged in his heart. Without hesitation, he charged toward the pile of monsters ahead, and his tang knife suddenly unsheathed. In an instant, the blade light spread, cutting through the darkness. Several mantis monsters were beheaded, their thick green blood spraying out, and a foul smell filled the air. At the same time, tiny particles of life energy floated out and merged into Linyuan's body. You killed a level 2 mantis monster, servant. Life energy +2. You killed a level 3 mantis monster, servant, life energy +3. You killed a level 5 Mantis monster, soldier, life energy plus 50. In this world, for most professionals, leveling up is not an easy thing. They must slay monsters of the same level or higher than themselves to gain life energy that can promote leveling up. If they kill servant class monsters of the same level, they need at least hundreds of them to level up once. Of course, if the monster is one level higher than themselves, the number needed will decrease accordingly. If the monster's bloodline grade is higher, the number needed will decrease by several times. Of course, for ordinary professionals, fighting monsters with higher levels or bloodlines is really too hard. But for high-grade professionals, leveling up in the early stage is as easy as eating and drinking. Linyuan killed these low-level servant monsters without any effort. After only a few dozen seconds, a message came into his mind. You have reached level 1, your body attributes have slightly improved. Chapter 6, First Turn. Linyuan felt the changes in his body, maybe because his bloodline had evolved several times before, and he had received many feedbacks. This time, the changes brought by leveling up were not very obvious to him. But for Linyuan, he didn't come here mainly to level up. He came here to collect materials to help his pet's bloodline evolve faster. So, Linyuan, with one person and one blade, roamed freely among the small group of monsters. The blade light crossed back and forth, bodies were split apart. One after another, low-level Mantis monsters died, and Linyuan's level kept rising. You have reached level 2, your body attributes have slightly improved. You have reached level 3, your body attributes have slightly improved. You have reached level 5, your body attributes have slightly improved. After more than 10 minutes, Linyuan had killed hundreds of Mantis monsters in front of him, most of them servant class, only a few soldier class. In the nearby mist, insect eggs were hatching every moment, giving birth to new Mantis monsters. The newborn Mantis monsters were neither dangerous nor valuable. Even when Linyuan killed those lower-level monsters, the life energy he gained had no effect and could only be passed to the pet in the beast space, which greatly slowed his leveling speed. Although my main goal is to collect materials, I can't delay leveling up. This area has no more meaning for me. Linyuan thought for a moment, decided to clean up the battlefield first, and then move deeper into the blade plane. He walked to a Mantis monster's corpse and cut open its body with his blade. With his spiritual power wrapping around, several thumb-sized blood essence beads floated out. This was the condensed bloodline essence inside the monster. Generally, the higher the level and purer the bloodline, the more blood essence beads would be produced. Linyuan finally obtained more than 1,000 blood essence beads from over 100 Mantis monster corpses, which could be worth tens of thousands in money. This earning speed was actually quite good. Linyuan looked at the Mantis monster corpses on the ground and didn't waste them, putting all of them into the beast space. Although the value of these bodies was lower than that of blood essence beads, even a mosquito's leg is still meat. When the quantity piles up, the income is still considerable. Linyuan first focused his mind and merged the newly harvested blood essence beads into those gray pet eggs, then looked at his contracted pet. An ordinary servant-class pet egg was only palm-sized, but this one was as tall as 3 meters, with blue lines flowing on the eggshell surface, and a strong life aura flowing from within. Linyuan could feel that, as long as he wished, he could let the pet inside the eggshell be born at any time. But he didn't do that, because he had tested it before. If he tried to fuse pets after they hatched, the difficulty was far greater than fusing them inside the pet egg. Anyway, I don't need a pet as a helper for now, and if I release it, the powerful blood aura will definitely scare the monsters away. That would make it hard for me to gather them. After thinking for a short moment, Linyuan fused the newly nurtured pet egg into his contracted pet, then continued moving forward. Not long after he left, a group of people arrived at the place. The leader looked around the surroundings. On those huge grass blades, there were many marks left by a blade. The monsters here have been cleared, and it was done by a blade-type profession. It must be the person Captain Lu Feng mentioned. Where's the scout? Hurry up and track him, find that man. I, Wang Peng, really want to see which guild dares to send someone into the Iron Blood Guild's territory to cause trouble. The man named Wang Peng carried a warhammer over 2 meters tall, with a trace of disdain in his eyes. Although he was only a C-rank profession, and the other side was most likely B-rank, he had already completed his second-class change. To deal with a newly awakened B-rank rookie was no problem at all. The scout in the team immediately used his skill, carefully examined the area, and showed a helpless expression. Brother Wang, the fog here heavily suppresses my skill. I can only roughly tell that the target went in that direction. Useless. You can't even handle such a small thing. Move. Keep chasing. We can't let that bastard ruin the big plan from above. As Wang Peng spoke, he led the team deeper into the fog. Linyuan rushed forward at full speed, killing as he moved. Everywhere he passed, Mantis monsters fell one after another. As he went deeper into the fog's center, the monsters' levels and bloodlines kept getting stronger. Soon, Linyuan encountered a group of monsters led by a first-turn elite monster. The Mantis leader was over 2 meters tall, its arm blades shining with a chilling light. Beside the elite monster stood more than 300 servant monsters and over 20 soldier monsters guarding it. Linyuan's level had already reached 7. Even with his strong stats, he did not dare to be careless. After all, he wasn't a true melee profession, and he only had 2 B-rank traits on his body. One was the B-rank talent Perfect Blade Technique, and the other was the B-rank skill Draw Blade Slash. Compared to a true B-rank blade master, his only advantage was the physical stats gained from 5 consecutive bloodline evolutions. But for Linyuan, that was enough to handle the current situation. I've been in here for quite a while, but I've never gone all out with Draw Blade Slash. Let's see its real edge today, with you all as my test. Linyuan looked around calmly as Mantis monsters surrounded him from all sides, yet he didn't panic at all. He held the scabbard with one hand and gripped the hilt with the other. When the Mantis monsters were less than 3 meters away, Linyuan suddenly drew his blade, twisting his waist and spinning as the edge traced a shining arc. With a sharp metallic sound, a blinding blade light burst forth. Slash, slash. The blade light tore through the bodies of dozens of Mantis monsters before finally shattering into countless tiny blade gleams. They scattered like fireflies in the night, slowly fading away. But in that instant, within dozens of meters around Linyuan, the ground was covered with corpses. The next moment, a vast wave of life energy surged toward him. You have reached level 8. Your body stats have slightly increased. You have reached level 9. Your body stats have slightly increased. You have reached your realm limit. You must complete class change conditions to breakthrough. Breakthrough condition: absorb the life energy of 10 soldier level monsters not lower than your own level. The conditions have been met, you have successfully broken through the barrier, advancing to level 10, and your physical attributes have been greatly enhanced. The prompt continued to ring in Linyuan's mind, and the state of his body, which had been somewhat exhausted from using the blade draw technique with full force, was instantly replenished to its peak. The next moment, he gripped his blade and stepped forward, charging directly toward the elite-level Mantis monster. At the same time, the Mantis monster suddenly leaped, swinging its 2 arm blades and swiftly slashing down at him. This time, the opponent launched 2 attacks in quick succession. One was a jumping slash, and the other was a dual blade slash. Meanwhile, several of the opponent's talent traits, such as agility, sharpness, and jumping, were also activated. If it were an ordinary D-level first-turn adventurer, they would have been immediately killed, not daring to face the attack head-on. But Linyuan took the blow head-on. He swung his Tang Dao, clashing with the 2 arm blades, sparks flying everywhere. The elite Mantis monster was actually forced back, and before it could react, Linyuan followed up with another slash, cutting it in half from bottom to top. Even though he only had 1 talent trait, it was a B-level trait, and with continuous activation, it allowed him to seize the perfect timing for his strike. Seeing their leader being killed, even the Mantis monsters, who were not very intelligent, knew that this person before them was unbeatable and immediately began retreating in all directions. Linyuan, seeing this, couldn't help but smile faintly. Very good. If you had continued attacking together, I would have been worried about running out of stamina. But now that you're running away, you can only be at my mercy. He immediately stepped forward, his long blade constantly cutting through, crazily reaping their lives. The reason he chose to kill the elite monster first was because he feared being ambushed by other Mantis monsters when surrounded. After all, this was not a game, but the real world. Even though the elite monster's combat power was far below that of Linyuan, as long as it was given a chance, it could still deal a fatal blow. So, when fighting against a monster horde, the most important tactic was to kill the leader. This not only eliminates potential threats but also boosts the morale of the monsters. A few minutes later, Linyuan had killed over 200 Mantis monsters, most of which were high-level with strong bloodlines, making the harvest quite rich. He spent more than 10 minutes cleaning the battlefield and ultimately collected over 10,000 blood essence beads. The vast majority were servant level, but there were also hundreds of soldier level and dozens of elite level. Linyuan fused these blood essence beads into his pet eggs and allowed the eggs to gradually merge into his contracted pets. Then, he sheathed his blade and sat down on a large grass leaf to rest. With so many blood essence beads fused this time, it should bring my pet's bloodlines closer to the ruler level, right? While resting and observing his beast control space, Linyuan noticed a group of people arriving. The leader of the group saw Linyuan's figure and immediately fixed his eyes on the Tang Dao at his waist, letting out a surprised cry. Well, finally, I caught you. Linyuan noticed the incoming threat and immediately stood up, gripping the hilt of his knife tightly, his gaze cold as he scanned the group. These people can't be the accomplices of those bandits, come here to avenge them, can they? No, those bandits were all just idle members of society, they are nothing compared to these people. These individuals should at least be D-level adventurers. Moreover, their equipment is neatly standardized, at least D-level quality, and it seems like they are members of a proper guild. Linyuan's mind raced as he thought about their intentions, and he quickly became confused. Not wanting to waste any more time thinking, he directly asked them. Who are you? The team leader Wang Peng sneered upon hearing these words. What are you pretending to be, kid? You come to our Iron Blood Guild's territory and still ask who we are? Iron Blood Guild? Gu Linyuan frowned deeply. He had checked the information about this wasteland before coming and knew it was contracted by the Iron Blood Guild. However, this did not conflict with his purpose of grinding monsters for experience. I remember that according to the national law, even if a wasteland is contracted by a guild, individuals can come and go freely to train. I'm just here to kill some monsters, it won't affect your guild's farming, right? Wang Peng burst out laughing upon hearing Gu Linyuan's response. Kid, what a joke. You say you're an individual? He pointed to the blood of the monsters scattered around. A lot of monsters just died here, right? How does a single individual have such strength? Alright, stop making your brother Peng laugh. I don't care which guild you came from, I'll only warn you once. If you're smart, you should quickly roll out of the blade edge plane. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Wang Peng waved his long-handled warhammer, creating a whooshing sound that showcased his might. Gu Linyuan frowned. He surely couldn't leave, as it would greatly reduce his pet's evolution speed. Since you won't listen to my explanation, then bring it on. But I will warn you all once, whoever attacks me will definitely not be shown mercy. You all have families, friends, if you don't want your loved ones to be sad, it's better to retreat quickly. Gu Linyuan's tone was very sincere, and his attitude was quite gentle. After all, I'm here to kill monsters, not to kill people. It would be a pity if you all died here due to a misunderstanding. The team members beside Wang Peng looked at each other, feeling somewhat moved by his words. One person said to Wang Peng, Captain, I feel something is off about this guy. He's too calm and seems very confident. Should we just withdraw? Wang Peng slapped the back of that younger brother's head. Withdraw? Hell no. It's not easy to catch this kid. If he gets scared away by a few words, how am I supposed to keep my position in the guild? His confidence comes from his profession's quality. I've seen plenty of arrogant kids like him thinking quality is everything. Little do they know, in the face of level overpowering, profession quality counts for nothing. If he were a rank, I might be wary, but he's just B rank. With so many of us, why should we be scared? 7 against 1, the advantage is mine. Wang Peng swung his hand confidently, commanding the other team members. You all go first, and I will protect you from behind. The team members twitched their mouths, and one straightforward member complained. Captain, are you sending us to take a hit? Wang Peng chuckled dismissively. What else? Who hasn't gone through this? Back when I was a team member, I was always the first to face danger. Now I'm the captain, if there's danger, I still go first, otherwise what's the point of me being captain? The team members felt helpless and could only accept this reality. A melee fighter shouted. Captain, if I die, please take care of my third cousin's daughter. As he spoke, he charged forward, wielding a large sword towards Gu Linyuan. The other team members followed closely behind. 2 ranged fighters waved their staffs, and 2 beams of light rushed towards Gu Linyuan. From those 2 beams of light, Gu Linyuan sensed a dangerous aura. These should be control skills or debuff skills. I must not get hit, otherwise, I will definitely be at a disadvantage. With a thought, Gu Linyuan immediately drew his sword and activated the B rank skill, Blade Draw. In the next moment, a blazing blade light tore through the mist. Directly shattered those 2 long-range skills, then charged straight towards several melee fighters. The 2 ranged fighters were stunned when they saw this scene. He can actually slice our skills apart with one knife, this guy's sword skills are terrifying, he's truly a B-class profession. However, what surprised the 2 was more than this, the sword light still had lingering power, directly sending several melee fighters flying, leaving hideous blade marks on their clothes. The few melee fighters were also left shaken, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Damn, if the power of that blow wasn't reduced, it could have killed us on the spot. This guy is a B-class professional, but his realm seems to have just entered the first transformation. Why is his sword skill so powerful? Meanwhile, Wang Peng, who had been observing from the back, suddenly narrowed his eyes and marveled. No wonder you're so arrogant, it turns out you have such confidence, but this must be your strongest move, right? Since you've used it now, there's only one path left for you, death. Wang Peng said while charging towards Gu Linyuan with a large hammer. He did not underestimate his opponent, the hammer radiated light, preparing his strongest C-class skill, Stone Smash. Clearly, Wang Peng had murderous intentions, inwardly muttering. Rather than leave you alive and offend a future strong one, it's better to let you die here completely. After all, you're a competitor from another guild, killing you counts as a big achievement for me. Hee, this will be my first time killing a B-class professional, I'm a little excited. For Wang Peng, he used to have to bow and scrape to those B-class leaders in the guild, always maintaining a very humble attitude. Now, being able to personally kill such a level of existence was a tremendous honor for him. Wang Peng looked at the increasingly close face of the young boy as if he were staring at an expensive porcelain artifact. With just one smash, the other would be turned into meat paste. Die! Wang Peng's attack was fully charged. With this smash, not to mention a mere first transformation B-class professional, even an A-class one would find it hard to withstand. Boom! The hammer fell, creating a loud explosion, with countless energy ripples surging. However, this hammer did not land on Gu Linyuan but struck the surface of something like a huge stone. No, this isn't a giant rock, it's an huge egg. Wang Peng's eyes widened as he looked at the object blocking his attack. It was a giant egg over 3 meters tall, swirling with rich energy. The eggshell had already formed many cracks, vaguely allowing the feeling of a terrible aura hidden inside. As Wang Peng's hammer fell, the cracks on the eggshell swiftly expanded, and then it shattered piece by piece, revealing a figure curled inside slowly unfolding. Its body was still coated with some slime, but beneath the slime, the body shimmered with a metallic sheen, as if forged from steel. Wang Peng locked eyes with the giant creature's crimson eyes, and suddenly his heart trembled. He saw its arms slowly extending like blades, with a strong sense of danger rushing towards him. Wang Peng swallowed hard. Although he didn't understand why all this was happening, his mind was still in a state of confusion, but he knew the most important thing now was to escape. However, before he could form the thought, a voice emerged from behind the beast. Kill them all. Wang Peng's breath caught in his throat, and he silently thought. Boheo. Chapter 8, Mantis 3 Burials, Evolution. The giant mantis monster swung its dual blades and directly slashed at Wang Peng in front of him. The speed of those dual blades was incredibly fast. In a panic, Wang Peng could only barely raise his arm, trying to block the blade aimed at his head. At the same time, his D-class defensive skill activated, and a black energy-formed arm shield appeared. The equipment's arm range effect also activated. The defense of this arm shield is greatly enhanced. Crack! The dual swords and the arm shield merely touched, and the latter shattered like glass, unable to withstand even a bit. How is this possible? Wang Peng's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. He never expected that his defense would be so weak against a single attack. What kind of monster is this? Its bloodline is definitely not B-level, but a level. Isn't this guy a swordsman? How can he control a monster of this level? A-level bloodline means being a dominator. Monsters of this level, once they grow, can annihilate a small mercenary guild. Even though the opponent's realm is lower than his, a whole big level and over a dozen small levels apart, they can still easily fight beyond their rank. At this moment, Wang Peng felt a strong sense of regret in his heart, and he immediately opened his mouth to plead for mercy. Little brother, I am the squad leader of the Iron Blood Guild, please spare me. If I die here, the Iron Blood Guild will definitely seek revenge for me, you better think carefully. Taking advantage of the brief moment when the arm shield blocked the mantis monster, Wang Peng quickly spat out 2 sentences like beans exploding. However, what he got in response was Gu Linyuan's cold reply. I warned you, but you didn't listen. If the situation reverses, will you spare me? Those who wish to kill will be killed. So you might as well go and die with some dignity. Before Gu Linyuan's words finished, the mantis monster swung its arm blade and directly severed Wang Peng's head. Blood sprayed like a pillar, splattering on the nearby grass leaves, staining them a deep red. Wang Peng's few teammates were already so scared that their guts felt like they were shattering, fleeing in panic while begging for mercy. Little brother, we are also just following orders. If you kill the captain, you can't kill us. Yes, don't worry, we won't tell anyone. Let's just say the captain died at the hands of a monster. Gu Linyuan looked at the terrified figures of the few people fleeing and could not help but sigh. Sorry, during an avalanche, no snowflake is innocent. Everyone is an adult and must pay the price for their choices. As the words echoed, the mantis monster had already come to the side of the few people. Its figure flickered, leaving behind shadows, and the dual blades pierced the night sky, severing heads in an instant. Gu Linyuan's pet was endowed with 5 B-level talent traits. In terms of attributes at the same level, even A-level bloodline monsters could not match it. After all, even A-level bloodline monsters typically have only 1 A-level talent trait and 1 B-level talent trait, the rest usually decrease in level. Gu Linyuan assessed his pet, which exuded a cold aura, resembling a merciless executioner. He and his pet were in sync, needing only a thought for the latter to resolutely execute commands. Since you have already come into the world, I will give you a name. Gu Linyuan thought for a moment, and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Since you are a mantis monster, your name will be Mantis 3 Burials. With the dual blades drawn, bury the heavens, bury the earth, bury all beings. A slight smile crept upon Gu Linyuan's lips, and he had even thought of the types of pets to come next, preparing to form a quartet of master and apprentices. Mantis 3 Burials sensed Gu Linyuan's thoughts and showed no significant reaction, as if the name meant nothing to it. After all, as an insect beast, it still lacks the humanity of mammals, but that's fine. Gu Linyuan had no special quirks, unlike some beast masters who cultivated their pets to high levels only to transform them into wives. For him, pets were merely fighting companions, needed only to fight alongside him. As for partners, it was better to find a soft and fragrant girl. Thinking of this, the image of Yi Xianyu appeared in Gu Linyuan's mind. I wonder how little fish is doing. With her talent and the Lu family's power, she should be leveling up quickly. Forget it, no need to think too much. I should focus on leveling up and raise the bloodline of Tang Sanzang to the Dominator level. Gu Linyuan first cleaned the battlefield, scavenging equipment worth millions from Longpang and others. If it weren't for the damage to these pieces of equipment, their value might have exceeded 10 million. Then Gu Linyuan continued deep into the Blade Edge Plain, showing no intent to leave this place. Although Gu Linyuan knew very well that once this matter was exposed, he would become the enemy of the Iron Blood Guild. Because of this, he wanted to seize every opportunity to grow stronger as quickly as possible. If I can break through to the third transition level and upgrade the bloodline of Tang Sanzang to S grade, even if I face the Iron Blood Guild, I will have some self-defense ability. Gu Linyuan understood the strength of the Iron Blood Guild, whose strongest member was a 6 transition A grade practitioner, with many 5 transition B grade practitioners in the core higher-ups. If the mask were really torn off, he had to prepare to fight against an entire guild alone. Thinking of this, Gu Linyuan's heart suddenly felt an immense pressure. With my and Tang Sanzang's current strength, even facing a group of second transition monsters, I can ensure my own safety. In that case, let's go straight into the core area of the Blade Edge Plain and maximize efficiency. Gu Linyuan checked beforehand that this type of wild map has various restrictions. The restriction of the Blade Edge Plain is that only beings below the third transition are allowed to enter. If beings at the third transition or above step in, they would be suppressed by the leveling elevation. That's why the Iron Blood Guild sent only second transition teams to deal with Gu Linyuan. Without this restriction, they might have directly sent third transition experts. Gu Linyuan steadily pushed forward, not specifically searching for monster groups, but if he passed by and saw one, he would work with Tang Sanzang to eliminate it completely. One person and one pet's levels kept rising, 13, 14, 15. Quickly advancing toward the peak of the first transition. As time passed, on the Iron Blood Guild side, the practitioner in charge of contacting Wang Pang and others noticed something was off. Wang Pang and the others haven't reported back for 2 hours. Could something have happened? They just went to deal with a newly awakened practitioner. Even if the other party has B-grade qualifications, that's like a toothless tiger. Wang Pang and their team are all second transition veterans, dealing with them should be easy. That's true. As long as the information from Captain Lu Feng is accurate, it shouldn't be a difficult task. The information must be reliable. We must believe in Captain Lu Feng's judgment. Besides, that person can only be a B-grade practitioner. After all, this year in Sangling City, only a few A-grade practitioners awakened, and there's only one sword-type practitioner among them, who has already been recruited by our Iron Blood Guild. Looking at it this way, it should be that the wild map has fog interference, making it hard to find people. They probably haven't encountered that guy. The practitioners in charge of this matter started to chat casually. Hey, I heard that at this year's awakening ceremony, besides giving birth to an SSS grade, wasn't there also an S grade? Which family did this genius belong to? Just an S-grade beastmaster, what's so special about it? Such people rely on their high profession quality, they are the ones who hold on to their pride and would never lower their worth to join a guild. It's better to find a few C-grade or D-grade beastmasters to train instead, after all, 3 or 4 pet slots are enough. Hey, that's really a good point. Gu Linyuan didn't know the situation outside, he was busy cooperating with Tang Sanzang to hunt monsters, with levels skyrocketing. You have leveled up to level 19, and your physical attributes have received a significant boost. You have reached the limit of your realm, you must complete the promotion conditions to break the boundary. Promotion conditions: accumulate the life energy of 10 elite monsters not lower than your level. Conditions met, you have successfully broken the boundary, leveling up to 20, greatly enhancing your physical attributes. Gu Linyuan not only reached the second transfer level himself, but his pet also broke through, keeping pace without falling behind. During this time, Gu Linyuan continuously infused the newly acquired blood beads into the pet egg, fusing them during breaks. The bloodline of the Mantis 3 burials was also gradually evolving towards the Overlord level. Finally, around the 3rd hour of entering the Blade Edge Plain, Mantis 3 burials took the final step. You have upgraded the bloodline of the pet Mantis 3 burials from Marshal level to Overlord level, comprehensive feedback is being processed. Chapter 9, Yi Xianyu heads to the Blade Edge Plain. A stream of information constantly surfaced in Gu Linyuan's mind, at the same time, a powerful force surged through his whole body, flowing through his limbs and bones. Your overall attributes have received an enormous boost. Your B-level talent entry sword technique perfection has been upgraded to A-level entry sword technique transcendence. Your B-level skill entry draw slash has been upgraded to A-level draw rapid slash. Gu Linyuan felt that, after so many feedbacks from pet evolutions, his current basic physical attributes were already comparable to A-level melee professions. For a beast master who relies on pets in battle, this is definitely something against common sense. However, Gu Linyuan also knew well that this was only a temporary lead. As levels increased, other professions would catch up with their special bonuses. To maintain an advantage, Gu Linyuan had to keep moving forward, continuously evolving the pet's bloodlines till higher levels. Or he could raise more pets to obtain more feedback. Thinking of this, Gu Linyuan glanced at the changes in his pet, Mantis 3 Burials. Name, Mantis 3 Burials. Type, Iceblade Mantis. Bloodline, Overlord level, A level. Talent entries, Agility, A level, Jump, A level, Sharpness, A level, Stamina, A level, Stealth, A level, Ice, A level. Skill entries, Double Blade / A level, Jump Blade / A level, Continuous / A level, Frost Attachment, A level. Indeed, as a beast master, I still need to rely on my pets. After all, I can only gain one main talent entry and skill entry from it, but this guy is loaded with maxed entries. It's terrifying. Gu Linyuan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. With Mantis 3 Burial Strength, even if it encounters other A-level professionals without equipment bonuses, they would surely be taken down in one slash. Sending enemies to their graves with a blade, the name truly fits. His eyes flickered as thoughts raced through his mind. But since I killed members of the Iron Blood Guild before, they definitely won't let it slide if they find out. To be safe, I should level up fully to the peak of the second transfer here and also see if I can raise Mantis 3 Burial's bloodline to S level. The next evolution requires about 900,000 blood beads. That's not an easy task. Thinking too much is meaningless, it's better to kill. Gu Linyuan exhaled heavily, casually storing Mantis 3 Burials back into the Beast Master space, then continued deeper into the Blade Edge plane. Next, Gu Linyuan continued as before, hunting Mantis monsters, wildly acquiring blood beads. As time passed, the Iron Blood Guild side was also beginning to panic. Wang Peng and the others have been in the Blade Edge plane for nearly 10 hours, given their strength, they should have emerged to eliminate the divine power pollution. Since they haven't returned yet, something must have gone wrong. After all, they are our elite squad from the Iron Blood Guild. Normally, as long as they don't mess with the statue guardians in the core area, they should be fine. There will definitely be no danger to life. So it seems, if they are dead, they can only die at the hands of that mysterious swordsman. A few people quickly analyzed the situation based on the information they had, and a surge of anger rose in their hearts. That damn guy dared to kill our Iron Blood Guild members. Which rival guild has the guts to do this? Do they want us to go to war? Even though the major guilds in Sangling City often had friction, they rarely fought to the death. After all, the martial world was not just about killing, but also about human relationships. If someone really died, it would definitely invite retaliation from the other side, and in the end, it would be killing 1,000 enemies while harming 800 of oneself, benefiting no one. They immediately reported the matter to the high-ranking officials of the guild. Upon hearing the news, the high-ranking professionals of the Iron Blood Guild were both angry and puzzled. A burly man immediately opened the communicator and contacted several guilds that were the prime suspects, questioning them one by one, but naturally, no one admitted to it. Damn it, these bastards dare to do bad things but won't take responsibility. The burly man slammed the table in anger, and the marble tabletop instantly shattered. Of course. If they dared to admit it, they wouldn't be sneaking around like this. A man with a sinister expression chuckled and continued. However, their denial may not be a bad thing for us. That kid took the risk to sneak into our Iron Blood Guild's contracted area, definitely not to level up by killing monsters, but to vie for the power of that statue. In that case, let's send more people to lie in wait and crush him here. As he spoke, a cruel smile emerged at the corner of his mouth. After all, it's not us who's losing by exchanging one B-level professional for an elite team, huh? Once this was said, the burly man nodded, rubbing his hands together. Then I'll lead the team. If I catch that guy, he'll definitely suffer. No. The sinister man shook his head. If you go alone, you'll just be serving yourself up. What? You think I, an old-school B-level professional, can't deal with a newly awakened B-level? The burly man was a bit dissatisfied. The sinister man sneered. That guy dares to take such risks, even daring to kill our people. If it comes to this, and he still wants to seize the power of the statue, he must be extremely confident. After all, you have to understand that Lu Feng leading the challenge against the statue is B-level, while Suha is A-level. That person dares to rob food from the tiger's mouth, definitely has his reasons. I deduce that person must have A-level equipment, or even S-level equipment, otherwise, his actions can't be explained. Once this was said, the B-level high ranks of the Iron Blood Guild were immediately shocked. Even they, as veteran B-level professionals, couldn't gather a full set of A-level equipment. As for S-level equipment, that was even more unattainable. It's estimated that only those professional families in Sangling City had a few pieces of S-level equipment as family heirlooms, right? Could it be that this matter is related to those powerful families? Thinking about this, everyone felt a bit uneasy. After all, even though they were veteran B-level with peak 4 transfer cultivation, if they stepped into the area covered by the statue, all their level boosts would be suppressed. If they encountered that mysterious swordsman again, they really might not be able to handle it. Seeing everyone silent, the sinister man spoke directly. So in this situation, we can't approach it like the Calabash brothers saving Grandpa, one at a time. Let's go all in and surround that guy. It'd be best to invite the guild leader as well. Once this was said, everyone was stunned. Such an arrangement could only be for a life and death battle with another guild, right? Now, is it worth making such a big fuss over a mysterious newcomer? After the sinister man finished speaking, he even laughed to himself. But if we invite the guild leader too? It's really a bit overkill, and since he's busy breaking the 5-turn shackles, there's no need to disturb him for such matters. How about this, the 5 of us join forces, and bring along some people, we should be able to easily kill that guy. The others thought about it and found no problems with it. As the saying goes, even a lion uses all its strength to catch a rabbit. I see no issue. Me too. Then let's go. We should set off now. If that guy gets the news and escapes, it would be a wasted trip. A few B-level experts quickly mobilized, bringing along a group of C-level members from the Ironblood Guild, and hurried toward the Blade Edge Plain. Of course, this matter did not remain hidden from the spies planted by other factions, and soon the news spread throughout the upper echelons of the professional circles in Sangling City. Especially those other guilds that had been questioned by the Ironblood Guild's higher-ups, they were the first to learn that an unknown B-level newcomer had killed a member of the Ironblood Guild, and it was clear that they were out for revenge. This was a great time to watch the show. In an instant, the news spread like wildfire, and many people were passionately discussing in communication groups, forums, and various places. They were debating which guild was up against the Ironblood Guild, and how this friction would eventually resolve itself, and so on. Meanwhile, outside Sangling City, on a cultivated piece of land. There was no mist around here, and the frequency of monster births was correspondingly low, remaining within a controllable range. Because this kind of cultivated land was rich in spiritual energy, even if one just stayed here doing nothing, they could still gain life energy and level up every moment, therefore it was called a spirit map, or spirit land. In addition, many life industry professionals, such as farmers, plant cultivators, etc., could cultivate spiritual flowers, grasses, and medicines here. Afterwards, these materials could be processed by other professions like alchemists or pharmacists, providing plenty of life energy. So for those powerful factions, many times leveling up doesn't require grinding monsters hard. As long as they raised some monsters to complete the job change tasks, they could reach max level with one click after breaking the shackles. In a manner on this spirit land, Lucinia looked at the messages on her communicator and let out a sneer. These guys are really laughable, actually doubting that our Lu family would attack the Ironblood Guild just for their little divine source? Ha ha ha. Xianyu, do you think those people are foolish? Although A-grade divine sources are indeed precious, what do they take our Lu family for? With so many A-grade spirit lands, we produce plenty of divine sources every year. Would we covet their A-grade divine sources? Moreover, the divine sources of Blade Edge Plane are likely related to blade systems, and our Lu family doesn't have any noteworthy blade system professions. Is it worth making such a hassle? Hearing Lu Xinyao's words, Yi Xianyu glanced at the content popping up on the communicator and didn't show much interest. However, she seemed to remember something and asked. Cousin, I heard that if someone successfully challenges the statue, there's a chance to obtain a universal pet egg, and even cultivate a pet of equal quality to the statue, or even of a higher grade. Is this true? Lu Xinyao nodded. There is indeed such a thing. Why? Cousin, do you want a mount? In the future, we can slowly cultivate one for you. It's nothing, I was just asking. Yi Xianyu narrowed her eyes, replied lightly, and then turned her back, with a smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. If that's the case, I have to go to this Blade Edge Plane for a visit, must quickly get a grade A pet for Brother Gu. Sigh, he must be struggling a lot right now, can't delay any longer. Thinking about Gu Linyuan, who had no power and no influence, as a beast master, it was definitely tough to start. Yi Xianyu felt a rush of anxiety in her heart. Today, Yi Xianyu had been digesting the resources provided by the Lu family, and now she had the capital to venture into the wild map. So she found an excuse to enter seclusion and quietly left this spiritual land, heading towards the direction of the Blade Edge Plane. On the other side, as Gu Linyuan delved deeper into the Blade Edge Plane, he faced new challenges. In front of him was an army of nearly 10,000 monsters, with the leading Mantis monster having reached the rank of Marshal. Chapter 10, Third Transition. With Gu Linyuan's current combat strength, even without relying on pets, he could easily handle Marshal-level monsters in one-on-one situations. Even though the Mantis monster was at level 29 and he was only level 25, he felt no pressure whatsoever. But the problem was that the Mantis Marshal was not alone, it commanded an army of nearly 10,000 monsters. Although most of them were servants and many of them were below the first transition, there was a risk of being overwhelmed by sheer numbers. Gu Linyuan observed from a distance and chose not to avoid the confrontation. If I can wipe out this wave of monsters, I could probably gain at least 500,000 essence blood beads. However, I'm just one person, and it's impossible to eliminate them all. I can only adopt a decapitation strategy to take out the higher bloodline Mantis monsters. The value of that Mantis Marshal is at least 50,000 essence blood beads. After pondering for a moment, Linyuan made a simple plan. He directly summoned his pet Mantis Sanzang and ordered it to activate the A-grade talent trait of stealth. This trait was also very useful for Mantis monsters. However, most of the Mantis monsters awaken low-level stealth traits that only allowed them to conceal their aura and blend in with the colors of plants. But Mantis Sanzang's A-grade stealth trait was different. Once activated, it quickly vanished from Linyuan's sight, seemingly melting into the environment. This trait is truly a top-notch assassination talent. Very well, your mission now is to kill that Mantis Marshal. Linyuan silently commanded, and upon understanding his master's intention, Mantis Sanzang locked onto the Mantis Marshal lying on a large leaf, eyes filled with intense killing intent. Although this killing intent was hidden by the stealth talent, it seemed that by some instinct, the Mantis Marshal suddenly jolted and looked around nervously, its sharp arms spreading out. However, the surrounding environment was very calm, and the mist-shrouded area remained dark. The Mantis monster's mandibles rubbed together, easing its tension slightly, but still it issued orders to the nearby surrounding monsters to stay alert. As a Marshal-level bloodline monster, it had begun to show intelligence. The other Mantis monsters received the order, swiftly passing it along, with their subordinates constantly patrolling around the area where the Mantis Marshal was located. One Mantis commander was leading several hundred Mantis monsters through a shadowy area. The next moment, a brilliant flash of blade light sliced through an area of several meters. Wherever the blade light passed, massive leaves were shredded, and Mantis monsters were severed in half, with thick green blood splattering and a foul odor wafting through the air. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Seeing this, the Mantis commander flapped its hidden wings behind it, expressing its fury. Then, the Mantis commander leapt into the air, leading dozens of elite Mantis monsters to surround Linyuan. The Mantis monsters waved their dual blades, emitting a shrill whistle that tore through the air. However, at that moment, an even more brilliant flash of blade light slashed again, instantly killing the Mantis commander along with dozens of elite Mantises. This time, the blade light did not dissipate. In the next moment, another flash of blade light struck out. It continued until 9 slashes of blade light had been unleashed, before finally stopping. This was Linyuan's A-level skill, Blade Draw Slash. It can be said that once this skill reached the A-level, combined with the A-level sword technique, and Linyuan's extraordinary physical attributes, it boosted his combat power several levels higher. With this blade draw, he could unleash 9 consecutive slashes, nearly annihilating the 100-strong monster leader team before him. Linyuan was also heavily breathing, taking several seconds to gradually regain his composure. It was obvious that this consecutive slashing had cost him a tremendous amount of energy. During this time, the surrounding Mantis monsters sensed the commotion and immediately rallied, like a tide, sweeping toward him. Linyuan dared not linger, immediately darting among the grass blades, occasionally wielding his sword to cut down the blocking Mantis monsters one by one. Linyuan's speed was incredibly fast, no Mantis monster could compare to him. This scene caught the attention of the Mantis Marshal, who promptly issued orders for more Mantis monsters to attack, forming lines of interception. Faced with these interception lines, Linyuan could only strike through, thus slowing his speed continuously. If this continued, he would eventually be trapped in the encirclement of the monster army and slowly worn down to death. However, to achieve this goal, there had to be enough monsters in number. The Mantis Marshal had to sacrifice its own safety, ordering more monsters to attack, leaving only a small handful of monsters around it. If there were smarter monsters here, they would surely shout, "Be careful of the tactic of feigning one side while attacking the other." But here, there were only a bunch of low-intelligence insect beasts, who only knew how to form an encirclement. Anything beyond that was their limit. Therefore, at the moment when the Mantis Marshal's defenses were weak, a figure lurking in the darkness sprang into action. It moved as if in an unguarded land, bypassing the few Mantis monsters and heading straight for the Mantis Marshal's vicinity. The Mantis Marshal did not realize an enemy was approaching, but seemingly due to some instinct, it sensed something was off and immediately brandished its dual blades, entering a state of alert. However, it was too late. A figure leaped forth, swinging a blade with unstoppable force directly toward the Mantis Marshal. In its final moments, the Mantis Marshal saw the true form of that figure. It was also a Mantis monster, but unlike the ordinary greenish ones, this one was adorned with many white frosts. In the Mantis Marshal's perception, while the opponent's level aura was beneath its own, in terms of size, the opponent was indeed larger. The Mantis Marshal knew what this meant. It meant the opponent's bloodline was above its own. A surge of fear and despair spread in the Mantis Marshal's heart. It knew that no matter what, it could not block the oncoming attack. Sure enough, the opponent's dual arm blades fell as if mountains were crashing down, directly driving the Mantis Marshal's arm blades back into its body, tearing its flesh into several large pieces. Until this moment, the ordinary Mantis monsters surrounding it had not reacted. They stared wide-eyed, full of confusion. It seemed they wondered why this Mantis monster was killing their chieftain. Did it want to replace it and become the new leader? However, before these Mantis monsters' thoughts could settle, they saw that frosty figure flash by, followed by a sweep of its arm blades, causing them to lose all awareness of the world and perish on the spot. Then, Sang San charged straight into the monsters surrounding Gu Linyuan, like a tiger descending into a flock of sheep. Start the crazy slaughter. A wave of life energy continuously surged into Gu Linyuan and Tang Sanzang's bodies, both of their levels rapidly soared. You have reached level 26, your physical attributes have greatly improved. You have reached level 27, your physical attributes have greatly improved. You have reached level 29, your physical attributes have greatly improved. You have reached the realm limit, you must fulfill the job transfer conditions before you can break through. Breakthrough condition, absorb the life energy of 10 monsters at or above your level. Conditions met, you have successfully broken through, reaching level 30, your physical attributes have received a massive enhancement. Due to being in a special area, your physical attributes are being suppressed. Gu Linyuan constantly received notifications in his mind, coming from his profession. He hadn't even had time to savor his changes when another voice echoed from the Beast Master space. Detected that the host is under special suppression, the suppression you are experiencing is weakening. Hearing this voice, Gu Linyuan was stunned, a great shock flooding through his heart. Chapter 11 The Second Pet. What kind of ability have I awakened? Not only can I ignore divine power pollution, but I can also lift the suppression of the divine statue on my level attributes? This is too much, isn't it? Gu Linyuan did not know how to express his inner astonishment. After all, he had never heard of such a thing. Wasn't it said that the divine statue suppression on professionals was unsolvable? Even if one were a level 9 professional, as long as they entered the area ruled by the divine statue, they would have to obey its rules. But now, Gu Linyuan had broken that rule. He clearly felt that his physical attributes inside were almost not suppressed at all, which meant he could use the attributes enhanced by the third transition. If he encountered an enemy, he would hold a level advantage. If others knew, they would definitely curse him, "You ungrateful." Luckily, it is me who has the cheat, so it's all good. Gu Linyuan's lips curved slightly as he collected his thoughts and continued to slaughter the surrounding Mantis monsters. Since the Mantis Marshal had already died, the morale of this group of nearly 10,000 monsters shattered without their commander, and they only knew to flee, having no intention to fight back. This greatly lessened Gu Linyuan's pressure, and with the cooperation of his pet Tang Sanzang, the two flanked them, causing the Mantis monsters to die one after another. A stream of life energy floated toward Gu Linyuan, but since his level had surpassed these monsters, absorbing their life energy had little effect, only the higher quality bloodlines had some effect. I can't waste this, let's directly contract a pet and raise its level. Gu Linyuan already had a plan for his next pet choice, and he had bought many different types of blood essence beads in the shop before. Thus, for him, contracting other pets was possible at any time. It was just due to a lack of materials that he couldn't upgrade the pet's bloodline. You have contracted a servant-level cricket monster, conducting job feedback. Your physical attributes have increased slightly. You have gained F-level talent battle stance, you have gained F-level skill giantization. Gu Linyuan poured all the life energy into this second pet, and its level began to soar. When Gu Linyuan and Tang Sanzang finished battling, this cricket monster's level climbed unhindered to the third transition level. However, unfortunately, this cricket monster's bloodline level was too low. In terms of fighting power, it might not even compare to some second transition commander monsters. Therefore, Gu Linyuan did not summon it, fearing that inadvertently, this thing might die out there. If that happened, Gu Linyuan would also suffer a backlash. It's simply not worth it. Gu Linyuan quickly cleaned up the battlefield, and in the end, when converted into servant-level blood orbs, he had nearly harvested 300,000. Gu Linyuan let Tang Sanzang return to the Beast Master space, then began to infuse these blood orbs into pet eggs, and then merge each pet egg into Tang Sanzang's body. Tang Sanzang was very cooperative. It opened its mind and crazily absorbed the special energy contained in these pet eggs. This was a long process, although with Gu Linyuan's level increasing, the speed of merging these pet eggs would greatly accelerate. But there were tens of thousands of pet eggs to merge this time, so it would take at least 10 to 20 minutes to complete, no matter what. Gu Linyuan was not in a hurry, he just took this time to rest well. Gu Linyuan left this battlefield, but shortly after he left, several figures arrived here. From these people's clothing, it could be seen that they all belonged to the Iron Blood Guild. From the signs of the battle, it matches very well with the person we are looking for. Captain, should we chase? After a team member inspected the environment, he asked their captain. Chase? What for? Just report the direction that guy might have gone. The captain curled his lips. Don't you see how intense this battle was? From my experience, that guy likely wiped out a group of monsters led by a martial-level being. Even if we catch up, it would be a death sentence. Do you all want to live too long? Just complete the scout mission honestly and go home to enjoy your warm family life. Let the higher-ups worry about other things, this mission only pays a few 10,000, what are we risking our lives for? The team members chuckled awkwardly upon hearing this and immediately began to relay the message to the other teams as per the captain's orders. In this fog-covered area, the abilities of ordinary messenger professionals were hard to perform over long distances. However, this time the Iron Blood Guild activated many sea-level messenger professionals to encircle that mysterious swordsman. Even with the fog blocking them, their message transmission distance could be greatly enhanced. Moreover, there were many messengers this time, and each person left behind messenger marks with one another, acting like walking signal base stations. As soon as one person received a message, it could be passed on like a relay baton, continuously transmitting information. So within a few minutes, the top executives of the Iron Blood Guild in the core area had also received the latest update. That gloomy man spoke, as expected, that guy really is approaching the core area, without a doubt, his target is the divine statue's power. Hearing this, others looked in a certain direction, where there was a tall Mantis statue, guarded by more than 10 Mantis monsters. From their size, these Mantis monsters' bloodlines had all reached the Overlord level. They had been standing guard near the statue, almost not stepping away. Once someone stepped into that area, they would be attacked by more than 10 Mantis Overlords, and the number of Mantis Overlords would increase with the number of intruders. Therefore, everyone present did not act recklessly, only a young man holding a long knife continuously attempted to figure out the details of those Mantis Overlords. The young man was donned in A-level armor, wielding an A-level weapon, and had reached the peak of the second transition in cultivation. In terms of current combat power, he already far surpassed everyone present. Suhao's challenge against the divine statue has entered a critical period, it cannot be interrupted. Rather than waiting for that guy to come to us and be on the defense, we should take the initiative. The gloomy man spoke, and the other high-ranking members of the Iron Blood Guild nodded in agreement. Lu Feng, responsible for the task of challenging the divine statue, also agreed. You guys go ahead, I will be responsible for guarding here. A few B-level professionals spoke no nonsense and immediately led their teams in one direction. Among the ranks of the Iron Blood Guild's high-level team, there were professionals skilled in stealth, so they could search almost recklessly without fear of being discovered by their target. After numerous searches, a figure finally appeared in their line of sight. This person held a long knife, effortlessly slicing through a monster that blocked the way, and then sheathed the knife, seemingly unaware of being watched. The cold-eyed man saw this and a fierce look flashed in his eyes as he lowered his voice. It really is true that no effort is wasted in finding what you seek. After searching for so long, we finally stumbled upon this guy. A burly man in the team then spoke. Let me go up and talk to him, I'll see where he comes from. The cold-eyed man sneered at this. Why make things complicated? The enemy is in the light while we are in the dark, why not just strike to kill him directly? That guy probably has a backup plan, we absolutely must not give him that chance. Hearing the cold-eyed man's words, the others found it reasonable. Several people began to prepare their skills, ready to join forces for a fatal strike against Linyuan. At that moment, a cool female voice suddenly came from nowhere. You guys have so many people to deal with just one person and still want a sneak attack, isn't that a bit too much? You're all high-ranking members of an established guild, can't you show some decency? Upon hearing this sudden voice, everyone present was startled, a wave of inexplicable horror washing over them, making their scalp tingle. Who was this person, and how could she appear next to them without a sound? Even after she spoke, they couldn't detect her exact position. If she directly attacked them, wouldn't they be helpless? Chapter 12, Call Me Your Queen. In that moment, a few high-ranking members of the Iron Blood Guild tensed up, entering battle mode, standing back to back, their eyes scanning the surroundings warily. There! A mental-type mage in the team waved his staff, a beam of light covering the area, revealing a graceful figure amid the dark shadows. It was a slender woman wearing a lace mask, dressed in a black long gown, her long black hair flowing, exuding an inexplicable noble aura. This woman has such a strong sense of oppression, her professional quality is likely above ours. The cold-eyed man spoke solemnly. Without him saying more, the others understood her strength. If she was also a B-level professional, there was no way she could silently appear nearby. Don't be nervous, I'm just passing by and have no intention of interfering in your matters. I just happened to overhear you planning to sneak attack someone, and it seemed a little unfair, so I spoke up to stop it. Now that the matter no longer concerns me, you are free to do as you wish. Hearing the mysterious woman's words, the high-ranking members of the Iron Blood Guild let out a sigh of relief. They felt the woman was not lying, otherwise, she could have directly attacked them. The cold-eyed man immediately clasped his hands in thanks, speaking in a somewhat friendly tone. Thank you for your understanding. The reason we plan to ambush that person is that he killed our Iron Blood Guild member first. I don't think we need to talk about martial ethics when dealing with enemies. But since you believe we should resolve this face-to-face, we will do just that. As the cold-eyed man spoke, he and several others moved towards the direction where Linyuan was located. Linyuan had already entered a state of alert the moment the woman spoke, he had also heard everything they said. To be honest, if it weren't for that woman's reminder, Linyuan might have really fallen victim to the ambush by the Iron Blood Guild members. So he sincerely spoke his thanks. "Thank you, my lord." The mysterious woman was about to leave, but upon hearing this voice, her body suddenly paused. She quickly turned back and looked at the figure holding the hilt, who was also wearing a mask. Such a familiar voice, could it be Big Brother Yuan? Although the person's voice was intentionally lowered and altered, Yi Xianyu was very familiar with that tone. She had taught Linyuan the skill of voice alteration, but he didn't master it as deeply as she did. Now as the master, Yi Xianyu instantly recognized the true identity of this unworthy disciple, but he seemed oblivious. Yi Xianyu carefully studied the figure wearing a conical hat, dressed in black tight clothing, gradually matching with the impression in her mind. It really seems to be Big Brother Yuan. How could he come here? And dress like a swordsman, if he hadn't spoken, I wouldn't have recognized him. Yi Xianyu felt a bit confused, but now was not the time to dwell on this. At this moment, Linyuan was surrounded by several B-rank experts, and if things continued to develop, her big brother Yuan would definitely end up in a bad situation. After all, Linyuan was just a beast master who relied on his pet. Now he was alone and didn't seem to have a pet at all. Thinking of Linyuan being all alone in this dangerous wasteland, Yi Xianyu felt a wave of heartache. Meanwhile, Linyuan was preparing to draw his sword and slash in quick succession, always ready to summon the evolved Mantis 3 for a deadly strike. These guys are well equipped, to wipe them all out at once is not an easy task. Looks like I have to use myself as bait, first attracting their attention, and then let Mantis 3 finish it all. Linyuan had already formulated his battle plan in his mind, observing every move of the enemy, ready to strike at any moment. The higher-ups of the Iron Blood Guild were also not careless. Even though they had lost the chance for a sneak attack, they had the numbers and plenty of battle experience, and dealing with an A-rank professional was not too difficult for them. Just as both sides were in a tense standoff, a cold female voice suddenly rang out. "Hey, I changed my mind, I'm going to take care of this, so you all should leave." Upon hearing this, the members of the Iron Blood Guild were immediately stunned, looking at each other in confusion. One person spoke up to ask. "My lady, what do you mean?" Yi Xianyu snorted coldly. "I said to get lost, can you not understand?" Yi Xianyu originally had no feelings toward these Iron Blood Guild members, as there were no grievances between them. But upon realizing the person they were hunting was Linyuan, anger began to rise in her heart. However, she only wanted to protect Linyuan first and did not want to engage in meaningless combat with these people. After all, it would not be good if, during the fight with these people, she accidentally harmed Linyuan. Nevertheless, when several members of the Iron Blood Guild heard this, they displayed displeasure on their faces. A burly man in the group directly shouted in anger. "We have been polite to you, and you really think you are someone important, don't you? You come to our Iron Blood Guild's territory, and we didn't even hold it against you, yet you dare to point fingers at us. Humph, what a piece of work. Even if you are an A-rank professional, what does it matter? Here, you can only exert strength below the third transition, what can you do to us?" Hearing the burly man's words, the expression of the sinister man in the group changed. He wanted to curse at this fool, but before he could speak, a thick darkness began to envelop them. As the darkness surged, shadow soldiers began to coalesce, charging towards the group. Boo-how! The members of the Iron Blood Guild sensed a wave of danger approaching, and they didn't dare to be careless, immediately beginning to fight back. The B-level mage in the group waved his staff, casting skills like crazy. The archers also knocked their arrows, shooting out a flurry of energy arrows. The melee fighters tightly gripped their weapons, welcoming the attacks from the shadow soldiers. A group of people used various tactics, but most attacks on the shadow soldiers had little effect. Even when they teamed up to kill one shadow soldier, a new one would reappear the next moment. Damn it, what level skill is this? It's definitely not just A level. How could there be such a person in Sangling City? Who exactly are you? Among the members of the Iron Blood Guild, someone shouted in horror. Their voices were blocked by darkness, unable to be transmitted. The gloomy man seemed to realize something and immediately shouted in a deep voice. "Stop fighting, quickly, retreat. She is most likely that SSS level Elemental Ruler. Her level can't be high, as long as we escape this area, there might still be a glimmer of hope." Hearing this, a few people belatedly remembered that, theoretically, the Elemental Ruler class seemed to have the ability to control dark elements. However, most elemental rulers had low-class quality, at most controlling 2 or 3 elements, typically common 5 elemental types, while dark elements were indeed rare. After realizing this, they knew they were no match and could only start fleeing desperately. However, from the darkness came a cold female voice. "I told you to leave, but you insist on staying to seek death. Why won't you listen? Since you're here, then none of you can leave." Upon hearing this, the group was greatly shocked, and the gloomy man immediately pleaded for mercy. No, little girl, we have no grievances with you, there's no need for a massacre. This guy just insulted you, you can kill him, and it has nothing to do with us. The gloomy man kicked the burly man out of the group. Caught off guard, he was surrounded by several shadow soldiers, sustaining multiple wounds. Damn, you coward. The burly man grit his teeth and yelled, glaring at the gloomy man. But he also knew this was his impulsive action, so he directly spoke. I'll take the blame myself, you kill me, and let them go. Good, you have courage. In the darkness, the woman's voice came again, still as cold as before. But I want to kill you not for that reason, but because you dared to attack him. If you dare touch him, you must die. As soon as her voice fell, dark waves surged, and shadow lightning flowed, directly engulfing several people. The lightning flowed like liquid, penetrating everywhere, leaving the group's bodies in a paralyzed state, unable to move at all. Who is this him you speak of? We don't know. No, I don't want to die. I just became the captain, and I haven't had the chance to enjoy it yet. After we die, the guild leader will definitely not let it go, wait for the guild leader to take revenge on you. The voices of the group rose and fell. The next moment, several shadow soldiers wielded spears, piercing through their heads directly. Several high-ranking members of the Iron Blood Guild died instantly, without any power to resist. In the next moment, the darkness gradually retreated, revealing a graceful figure, her eyes glistening as she looked at the boy on the other side. The atmosphere became a bit silent for a moment. After a while, the woman spoke first, her voice still icy, adopting a high and aloof demeanor. Hey, kid, I saved you, and you're just staring blankly. Shouldn't you show some gratitude? Gu Linyuan was taken aback for a moment, then nodded and said. Thank you for your help. Don't call me that, call me queen. Alright, your majesty. Gu Linyuan appeared very cooperative. After a pause, he spoke. I do not know how the queen wishes me to express my gratitude. May I offer myself in service? Upon hearing this, Yi Xianyu was taken aback for a moment, then said angrily. You lecher. I saved you, and you still want to take advantage of me? How beautiful of you to think that. Hurry up and tell me your name, where you live, and how many people are in your family. Gu Linyuan smiled upon hearing this. My surname is Gu, my name is Linyuan. I am from Anjing City, and I am the only one in my family now, except for a little girl I have a betrothal with. I do not know if she counts as family. You dare to tease me after being betrothed to someone else? You have such courage. The girl was furious, her little fists clenched tight. Gu Linyuan, however, shrugged it off and said. Hey, she's just a little girl, how can she be compared to your majesty the queen? Upon hearing this, Yi Xianyu bit her red lips tightly, nearly drawing blood. She was about to explode. Then she saw Gu Linyuan come straight towards her, teasingly saying. What do you say, little fish? Chapter 13, The taste of soft rice is truly good. Bah! What little fish, big fish? I am the queen who rules the darkness. You have mistaken the person. The girl stood with her hands on her hips, refusing to admit it. Gu Linyuan helplessly shrugged and nodded, saying, All right, you are a noble queen. I recognized the wrong person. He knew Yi Xianyu's personality well, this little girl was quite charming and a bit stubborn when in her normal state. If he insisted on exposing her, she would surely get angry and end up crying in frustration. In fact, Gu Linyuan had not recognized Yi Xianyu at first, it was only after her sudden change in attitude that he had some clues. After all, Yi Xianyu had no intention of helping him at first, but only acted after he spoke. Even a fool could guess the unusual nature of the situation. Gu Linyuan did not think he was a beloved charming demon, through simple deduction, he quickly guessed Yi Xianyu's identity. After all, in this world, there were probably very few people willing to do such things for him, and Yi Xianyu was one of them. And when Yi Xianyu saw Gu Linyuan compromise, she raised her fair neck and proudly snorted. Since you are somewhat sensible, I shall forgive you. Thank you, your majesty, for your magnanimity. Gu Linyuan clasped his fists in a salute, choosing to play dumb to match her performance. After all, she was family, such affection must be shown. Gu Linyuan examined Yi Xianyu's attire, genuinely complimenting. This outfit looks great. It must not only be beautiful but probably also possesses special bonuses as A-level equipment, right? It's okay, I guess. Yi Xianyu nodded proudly, then lifted a necklace around her neck, like a little girl showing off her treasures, she said. Look. This piece is S-level, isn't it powerful? Gu Linyuan nodded as well, having to admit that the Lu family treated Yi Xianyu quite well, even giving her the family heirloom S-level equipment. But that made sense, as Yi Xianyu was a rare SSS-level profession, and even if the entire Lu family were bound to her, it would never be a loss as an investment. From how easily Yi Xianyu had just wiped out a group of veteran B-level professionals, it was clear that her current combat power far surpassed Gu Linyuan's. Thinking of this, Gu Linyuan unreservedly opened his mouth and said, "Your Majesty, the Queen is so powerful, could you help me with something? Can you gather some materials for me?" Upon hearing this, Yi Xianyu's beautiful eyes instantly lit up as she seemed quite pleased that Gu Linyuan needed her help. But Yi Xianyu still put on a high and mighty act. "Humph. You have such a thick skin. You haven't even repaid me for saving you yet. I can't believe you still want me to help. Hey, didn't I say I would dedicate myself to you? Isn't that enough?" Gu Linyuan shrugged, expressing confusion, and teased gently with a soft voice. "You said I'm yours, so isn't it only natural for you to help me? If the Queen is not satisfied and insists on having me serve her now, that's actually not impossible." Facing Gu Linyuan's boldness, Yi Xianyu found it hard to respond, her cheeks reddening instantly as she lightly spat. "Pa, shameless." Even though Yi Xianyu was wearing a mask, Gu Linyuan could imagine how her flushed cheeks looked. He used to love teasing her, this girl was the least resistant to being teased. Every time he made Yi Xianyu's little face turn beet red, Gu Linyuan felt a surge of joy within. Perhaps it was as they said, a girl's blush surpasses all romantic words. After a moment of blushing, Yi Xianyu suddenly remembered her identity as the Dark Queen and decided to maintain her cool demeanor. So she stomped her foot and forced herself to act calm. "Humph, this queen has a generous heart, so I won't hold this against you. Since you say you are mine, then from now on, be my guard." Yi Xianyu originally wanted to say to make Gu Linyuan her servant, but then felt that would embarrass him, so she changed her words. Gu Linyuan nodded. "All right, my queen, I will work hard to grow stronger, working not just for leaving work, but to protect the queen's safety." "Humph, all talk. Are you planning to take the graduate entrance exam?" Yi Xianyu put her hands on her hips, pointed toward the depths of the mist, and declared with fighting spirit. "Come, this queen will take you to conquer the world and claim a vast territory." Although Gu Linyuan felt a bit awkward, he straightened his back and responded grandly. "At your command, my queen." Thus, a man and a woman ventured deep into the mist, encountering several waves of martial-level monster hordes, all easily defeated by Yi Xianyu. With a wave of her hand, dark elements enveloped the wilderness, shadow soldiers gathered and marched forward. She alone was like an army, and ordinary monster groups fell apart before her, powerless to resist. Is this the power of an SSS class profession? It's terrifying. And Xiao Yuer clearly only displayed a fraction of her strength. If she used her full power, it would be unimaginable. Gu Linyuan, like a decoration, barely drew his sword, focusing solely on cleaning up after the battle, feeling deeply shocked. As tens of thousands of blood crystals flowed into his account, the bloodline of Mantis Sang began to evolve rapidly in the beast control space. As long as he absorbed the gains from this battle, he could easily step into the S level, which is the king-level bloodline. Seeing this scene, Gu Linyuan was filled with delight. This soft meal tastes really good. However, amidst his happiness, Gu Linyuan understood a principle. A man can enjoy soft meals, but he should not only depend on them. He also needed to quickly grow stronger to catch up with Yi Xianyu, or even surpass her. Otherwise, if one day Xiao Yuer encountered danger and he was helpless to do anything, just watching, it would be too sad. "I don't want to be an incompetent husband," Gu Linyuan silently vowed in his heart. Then he turned to the girl beside him and complimented her. "My queen is truly amazing, I have the utmost admiration for you." Yi Xianyu proudly raised her neck, enjoying Gu Linyuan's flattering words, but she still feigned calmness. "Then why don't you tell me just how much you admire this queen?" Gu Linyuan didn't think twice and blurted out. "My admiration for you is like the endless rivers, unstoppable like the flooding Yellow River." Yi Xianyu couldn't hold back the corners of her mouth at this praise, hugging her soft chest, and hummed softly. "Your little mouth is so good at talking, you won't treat other girls like this, right? Hey, how can other girls compare to His Majesty the Queen? I have only said these words to Her Majesty and will say them to you alone." "Humph, you are quite sensible." Yi Xianyu was very satisfied, then spoke. "Since you have made this queen happy, I grant you a chance. Come, I will take you to challenge the statue here." Chapter 14, Bloodline Evolution to King Level. Gu Linyuan didn't have time to respond before Yi Xianyu grabbed his arm and rushed toward the core area of the Blade Edge Plane. In fact, the two had already gone deeper into the materials area, and they were not far from there. So within minutes, they could see the guardian statue of the Blade Edge Plane from afar. It was a majestic statue over 100 meters tall. The statue looked like a praying mantis, but unlike ordinary mantises, this mantis statue had two pairs of arm blades. One pair of arm blades looked extremely sharp, while the other pair was surrounded by chilling cold air. Below the statue, nearly 10 dominant-level mantis monsters were attacking a young swordsman. The boy was clad in golden armor, holding a golden long knife, and he looked quite handsome. Every move he made was accompanied by a whirling wind, and the knife he wielded unleashed not ordinary blade energy, but rather streams of wind blades. The boy was Su Hao, his profession was wind swordsman, and each move he made could summon deadly hurricane winds. With his A-grade equipment, his combat power was extraordinary. Even when facing 10 A-grade bloodline Mantis overlords, he handled it easily. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before Su Hao could slay all the Mantis overlords guarding the statue and successfully challenge it. Outside the challenge area, Lu Feng was on alert with a C-grade team, looking pensive as he contemplated. Based on the time, they should have found that mysterious swordsman and dealt with him, right? Even if they haven't resolved him, they should have been able to drive him out. They should have returned by now, right? Lu Feng felt anxious, sensing something bad might happen. While he was lost in thought, two figures came into view. The next moment, a cold female voice rang out. "You all, quickly leave this place. This area is contracted by this queen." The girl's tone was very overbearing, as if a true queen had descended, carrying an undeniable air. The team members beside Lu Feng all had unsightly expressions upon hearing this. Someone was about to scold her angrily, but Lu Feng waved his hand to interrupt. "May I ask who you are? This is our Iron Blood Guild's contracted wasteland. It's a bit against the rules for you to come and snatch it away, isn't it? Hee, this queen is a loose person. According to the rules, I can challenge any statue in a wasteland. Are you going to stop me?" Yi Xianyu's voice was very indifferent. Although her strength could easily kill everyone present, she had her own bottom line. These people posed no threat to her. If they weren't seeking death, she would choose to let them go. Lu Feng felt the newcomer meant trouble, so he spoke directly. "I think you should leave this place. Our B-grade members from the Iron Blood Guild are nearby. If they return, it will surely lead to unnecessary friction. It wouldn't be good if we hurt feelings." Hearing this, Yi Xianyu only replied indifferently. "Those people you mentioned should already be dead, yes, killed by me. According to reason, I should be ruthless and directly kill you to silence you, but there's no need for that. If your Iron Blood Guild seeks revenge, just come look for me. But if you don't leave soon, it might be too late if this queen changes her mind." When Lu Feng and the others heard Yi Xianyu's frank words, in their hearts, confusion and doubt arose instantly. They did not know if what the other was saying was true or false. Lu Feng pondered for a moment and then spoke up. "All right, let's leave right now." He then immediately turned toward the challenge zone and called out, "Su Hao, hurry up and stop the challenge." Inside the challenge zone, Su Hao gripped his long knife, moving through a crowd of monsters. Upon hearing this, his brow furrowed, and he replied, somewhat dissatisfied. "I was about to succeed in my challenge. Why should I leave?" Lu Feng had planned to explain, but a glance at Yi Xianyu nearby made him shout sternly, "Get back quickly, this is an order." Su Hao bit his teeth tightly upon hearing this, feeling frustrated, but still chose to obey the command and retreated from the challenge zone. Not long after he left, the battle-scarred praying Mantis overlords began to rapidly recover from their injuries, transforming into vibrant, energetic forms. Even the several that Su Hao had slain came back to life, reuniting as the most loyal guards and surrounding the statue tightly. Su Hao coldly looked at Lu Feng, gritting his teeth as he said, "Uncle Lu, if you don't give me a good reason, I will inform the president of this matter." Lu Feng nodded and directly pulled Su Hao away. On the way, he explained everything that had happened. Upon hearing this, Su Hao erupted in anger. "Uncle Lu, don't tell me you were scared off just by someone's words? Didn't you see I was about to successfully challenge the statue and gain the divine source?" Lu Feng coldly snorted. "Do you really think that woman was lying?" "No, she had no reason to tell a lie." "I know you definitely don't believe it, but don't worry, you'll find out soon." Saying this, Lu Feng led a few of them in a circle and arrived at a small hill where they could observe the statue's condition. If that woman can easily handle those statue guardians, it means she was telling the truth. If she can't, then it won't be too late for us to step in. Su Hao was somewhat indignant, gritting his teeth and saying, "I just don't believe she really has that capability." While the group was observing, Yi Xianyu was conversing with Linyuan. "Are you sure you really want to challenge the statue by yourself? Do you not need my help?" Yi Xianyu asked repeatedly, still feeling uneasy. Linyuan felt a bit helpless. "Trust me, when have I ever lied to you?" You really haven't lied to me, but..." Yi Xianyu gradually realized. Hey, what are you talking about? You are my protector, not Brother Yuan." Linyuan rolled his eyes, no longer wanting to play along, and said directly, "All right, little fish, stop playing. I am serious, just don't worry about me." You saw through me, humph." Yi Xianyu sighed, her pretended aloof demeanor instantly shattered, feeling somewhat helpless. "Damn, I clearly disguised myself so well, there was not even a flaw. How did you figure it out, Brother Yuan? Silly girl, don't you know that worrying leads to chaos? You care so much about me that even a bystander could see something was off. If I couldn't recognize you, what would I do with my brain? Gu Linyuan felt somewhat helpless. Yi Xianyu crossed her arms in dissatisfaction. I'm not silly, most of the time, I'm quite clever. Gu Linyuan nodded, knowing that if he kept teasing, the little girl really would get hurt, so he smiled. Yes, our little fish is the smartest. Of course. Yi Xianyu proudly lifted her neck, like a confident white swan. Gu Linyuan sensed the changes in the beast master space. The time has come, let's set out. He no longer wasted words, rubbed Yi Xianyu's little head, then stepped into the challenge zone with his knife in hand. At that moment, in the beast master space, a voice came. You have upgraded the bloodline of your pet, Mantis 3 burials, from Overlord level to King level. Comprehensive feedback is in progress. Chapter 15, The Resurrection of the Statue Intensifies. Gu Linyuan had the confidence to challenge the statue alone, of course, because his pet, Mantis 3 burials, had completed its bloodline evolution. Evolving from Overlord level to King level is a difficult process. In terms of servant level blood beads, it requires at least 900,000. If Gu Linyuan relied solely on himself, this achievement would not be possible in just a day or two. Fortunately, Yi Xianyu appeared here, allowing Gu Linyuan to benefit without effort. The moment Mantis 3 burials successfully evolved, the feedback for the Beast Tamer profession arrived one after another. Your body attributes have received a tremendous boost. Your A-level talent skill, sword technique, has been upgraded to S-level sword technique of entry into the sacred. Your A-level skill, draw and slash, has been upgraded to S-level draw and bury. Gu Linyuan felt a shiver throughout his body, an indescribable pleasure flooding every pore, and his spirit rose to new heights. He looked at the more than 10 Overlord-level mantises with total confidence in his eyes. In his current state, he could slice down not only A-level bloodline enemies but even S-level ones at the same level. Although he was slightly inferior in the number of talent and skill entries compared to S-level enemies. But now, aside from the attribute boosts from his level, he had received substantial feedback from his pet's bloodline evolution. During this period, he could completely make up for his shortcomings in the number of entries. After all, entries can be seen as percentage boosts, and for the most part, the higher the level, the better the effect. However, Gu Linyuan's feedback was a genuine numerical enhancement. Under certain conditions, as long as the numbers are sufficient, one could easily crush the mechanism. No matter how many skills you have, no matter how flashy you are, I can simply slice through them. This was Gu Linyuan's current state, and when he stepped into the challenge area, Su Hao and others, watching from a nearby hill, were instantly stunned. Uncle Lu, I told you were deceived. That woman doesn't even dare to challenge the statue. Only by relying on herself can she gain the most benefit. If she had that strength, why let someone else do it? Hearing Su Hao's words, Lu Feng frowned deeply, saying without much confidence. No matter what, we should still be careful. Let's observe for now. If that kid's strength is average, or similar to yours, we can just turn back and deal with those two later. After all, I was unclear about that woman's background at that time. Being cautious isn't a bad thing. Otherwise, if a fight breaks out when you're busy challenging the statue, and those two enter the challenge area to cause trouble, it will definitely worsen the statue's revival for us, which is completely harmful. Su Hao calmed down considerably at this moment. He gradually understood that Lu Feng's actions weren't problematic, so he nodded. Yeah, I get it. Uncle Lu, you're not wrong, but the situation has changed. After they get consumed by the statue's guardians, we will strike to intercept. I see that kid's strength is mediocre. He must be that B-level swordsman from before, not a threat at all. As soon as Su Hao finished speaking, in the challenge area, the statue's guardians all locked onto Gu Linyuan, rushing towards him like mad. Gu Linyuan gripped the hilt of his sword, judging the distance to the enemies. The statue's guardians were tall, each stood over 3 meters high, and as they swung their arm blades, the air produced a ripping sound. They surrounded Gu Linyuan from all directions, not giving him a chance to escape. But Gu Linyuan remained motionless from start to end, just gripping the knife handle tightly, his cold gaze fixed on those Mantis overlords. Seeing this scene, Su Hao, who was observing from the other side, sneered. What a fool, actually letting himself fall into such an unfavorable situation. Doesn't he know to use the kite-flying method to take down those statue guards one by one? If he's attacked like this, he'll probably die in one strike. Before Su Hao's words fell, the statue guards had already approached within 5 meters of Gu Linyuan. At this moment, Gu Linyuan finally moved. He fiercely drew his knife, and a series of fiery knife lights burst forth, slashing in all directions. How is this possible? Just drawing the knife once, how can he unleash so many knife lights? What kind of skill is this? As an A-level knife profession, Su Peng felt a bit suspicious of life, while Lu Feng beside him lightened his eyes, his face full of disbelief. However, the next scene shocked them even more. Those knife lights not only had great numbers, each knife light also possessed tremendous power. The Mantis overlords that came to attack were slightly touched, and their powerful bodies were torn apart, dark green blood spraying out. Several Mantis overlords were even cut in half, their mangled bodies struggling on the ground. It was only because those Mantis overlords were skilled in jumping and agility that they managed to dodge this disaster. In just one move, he killed a third of the Mantis overlords. This guy is too terrifying. No, he's only a B-level profession, it's impossible for him to have this strength. It must be the long knife in his hand, maybe it's an S-level weapon. Su Hao analyzed in his mind. After all, in Sangling City, the highest awakened knife profession was only A-level. It was impossible for an S-level swordsman to suddenly appear, right? This was exactly Su Hao's best judgment based on his understanding. With a skill like this, he should only be able to use it once, after all. Before Su Hao's thoughts finished, Linyuan, who had just drawn his knife and unleashed countless knife lights, continued to strike, repeatedly slashing at the nearest Mantis overlord. That previous move was just the initial action of the S-level skill, Knife Drawing Funeral. This skill has a long duration, and the duration can be enhanced based on knife technique talent and personal attributes. Just as the skill's name suggests, Knife Drawing Funeral. Once the knife is drawn, it must successfully send the enemy to the grave, otherwise, it will not easily stop. The target Linyuan had just locked onto were all the statue guards present, thus, until he exhausted his stamina, he would not relent. Swish, 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 swish. The knife lights continued without interruption, one after another, directly rushing towards several Mantis overlords who had just escaped from a disaster. The Mantis overlords waved their armed knives to defend, their strength was also formidable, and they too unleashed slashes of knife energy. Unfortunately, under Linyuan's absolute suppression, they ultimately felt like little mantises trying to block a car, overwhelmed and crushed by the surging knife lights, severing their last hope. Linyuan cut through a pile of more than a dozen massive monster corpses, breathing heavily, his D-grade long knife already blunted, with several cracks appearing, on the verge of breaking. There was no way, it was just a D-grade weapon, hardly able to endure the power of an S-level skill for a long time. This harvest isn't bad, after this battle, I should be able to exchange for better equipment. Linyuan thought this way, then looked at the massive 100-meter statue. I wonder what this legendary divine source actually is. Since I've succeeded in the challenge, it should be given to me, right? However, before his thoughts finished. At that moment, the originally lifeless statue began to tremble slightly, and several cracks opened up on its surface, releasing a terrifying aura. Linyuan, witnessing this scene, immediately furrowed his brows. This doesn't seem like a response to the divine source, it feels more like what the strategy mentioned, the statue's revival is intensifying. No, this statue is not playing fair. I clearly succeeded in the challenge, yet it's still acting up. Linyuan was seething with anger inside. However, the next moment, the statue guardian he had just slain unexpectedly came back to life, and its original peak level suddenly broke through the limits, stepping into the third realm. Chapter 16, Monarch-level Mantises Unleashed. Near the challenge area, Yixianyu saw this scene, and her beautiful eyes filled with intense worry. She immediately spoke to Linyuan. Brother Yuan, hurry up and withdraw from that area. Linyuan did not turn around but kept his eyes fixed on the reviving statues while replying to Yixianyu. Don't worry, I can still hold on. Yixianyu felt helpless but chose to trust Linyuan, not making any rash moves. I didn't expect that after driving those people away, the statue's revival would still intensify. The reason Yixianyu chose to let Su Hao and others go was partly because there was no direct conflict, and she did not want to destroy them completely. More importantly, she was afraid they would become desperate and all rush into the challenge area, further escalating the statue's revival. If this A-level ruined map statue completely revived, it could summon statue guardians of up to 6 levels, which would mean danger not just for the area but for the whole of Sangling City. However, it was not easy for the statue to completely revive, yet, if Su Hao and his team acted without caution, they could stimulate the statue more than half, summoning guardians of levels 4 or 5. That would also be a huge problem. So, considering everything, Yixianyu decided to give them a chance to live. Fortunately, these statues now reached the 3rd level, with my current strength, dealing with them shouldn't be hard. If Brother Yuan fails in the challenge, I can still step in to save him. Yixianyu was confident in her strength, after all, she was an SSS-level profession, and this ruined map was only A-level. In equal ranks, or even with close level differences, she could tackle an A-level ruined map as easily as eating or drinking. Even without wearing equipment, she could handle it effortlessly. Moreover, she was now fully equipped with A-level gear, including some top-grade S-level pieces. But despite this, Yixianyu still focused intently on the challenge area, not wanting to miss any details. After all, she was unsure of Linyuan's strength and how long he could hold out. On a nearby hill, Su Hao and his companions were also watching closely. At first, when they saw Linyuan succeed in challenging the statue, they felt uneasy and were about to leave, but then the sudden change made them rejoice. Su Hao said excitedly, "Awesome, now that the statue's revival is intensifying, it will surely take care of that guy." I don't believe his previous moves can keep being used, just look at him, he must be burned out. If that woman also gets pulled in, once they exhaust themselves trying to tackle the statue, we might have the chance to grab the divine source and avenge our other guild members. Beside him, Lu Feng frowned, feeling that something was off. I'm a bit uneasy, maybe we should retreat quickly. After all, we don't know anything about that woman, she might still have some trump cards up her sleeve. Su Hao gritted his teeth and replied, Uncle Lu, that woman has killed so many of our members. We are still the core members of the guild, if we just leave like this, how can we explain it to the president when we go back? Your true realm is at the peak of the fourth transition. If those two really succeed in their challenge, the pressure from the statue will definitely weaken gradually, and you can also unlock the attribute boosts from your level. At that time, killing them will be as easy as pie, right? Lu Feng looked at Su Hao's passionate gaze and sighed helplessly. Alright, then let's wait and see. If the timing is right, we will take action. Su Hao breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. If Lu Feng didn't help, he really wouldn't dare to act against those two. His gaze turned towards the challenge area, silently thinking. I don't care where you come from, the divine source of the Blade Edge Plains can only belong to me, Su Hao. Meanwhile, on the other side, Gu Linyuan took a fighting stance, gripping the handle of his knife tightly, his eyes fixed on the resurrected statue guardians. After the statue guardians were revived, their levels began to rise rapidly. They did not immediately attack Gu Linyuan but waited until their conditions reached their peak. Gu Linyuan originally wanted to attack during this time, but his knife light did not reach those statue guardians and was easily erased by an invisible force. This seemed to be a kind of power beyond Gu Linyuan's current level. He could only choose to obey and take the opportunity to recover his state. Time passed quickly, and the levels of those statue guardians had already reached the peak of the third transition, which is level 39. Gu Linyuan was only level 32, 7 levels lower than them. After the third transition, the attribute gap between levels is not small. Especially since these statue guardians are A-grade bloodlines, supported by 6 talent buffs, which are enough to unleash even greater effects. Gu Linyuan had already sensed the terrifying pressure emanating from those Mantis overlords. With his current state, facing just one was already quite strenuous, let alone more than 10. It is not an exaggeration to say that in front of these statue guardians, Gu Linyuan could last at most 2.5 minutes before being chopped into bits. Whoosh 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 whoosh. A group of Mantis overlords at the peak of the third transition charged with the sound of the wind. This time, they wanted to wash away the humiliation from before and let Gu Linyuan experience the sharpness of their blade arms. Swish 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 swish. Gu Linyuan once again unleashed the Blade Draw Funeral, a skill that could previously kill any Mantis overlord in seconds, but this time it was scarcely effective. The arcs of knife light were either shattered by the Mantis overlords or fell on them without even cutting through their flesh. Seeing this, Gu Linyuan couldn't help but sigh and silently think. I'm still not strong enough, I need to keep working harder. Mantis 3 burials, come out and finish the job. Before his thought could settle, a tall figure appeared in front of him. At this moment, Mantis 3 burials was vastly different from ordinary Mantis monsters. Its entire body was pure white, exuding a chilling aura. A unique pattern flowed in the center of its forehead, resembling a crown, revealing a sense of majesty. Name, Mantis 3 burials. Type, Extreme Ice Jade Mantis. Bloodline, Monarch level. Talent buffs, Agility, S-level, Jump, S-level, Sharp, S-level, Stamina, S-level, Stealth, S-level, Ice, S-level, Freeze, S-level. Skill buffs, Dual Blade Slash, S-level, Jumping Blade Slash, S-level, Continuous Slash, S-level, Frost Attachment, S-level, Extreme Cold Domain, S-level. This glamorous panel of S-level talents and skills even shocked Gu Linyuan, the owner himself. As soon as Mantis 3 burials appeared, the pressure it brought to those Mantis overlords was beyond words. The foes that had rushed towards Gu Linyuan with great intensity instantly halted and were rooted to the spot. In their bulging eyes, the figure of Mantis 3 burials was reflected. In his heart, there is a fear stemming from bloodline. One by one, the Mantis overlords were so frightened that they involuntarily took a step back. For the statue guardians, this was truly unbelievable. Logically speaking, even if they faced enemies of a higher bloodline, they should not react this way. But perhaps it was because Mantis Sanzang's bloodline was the same as theirs that they had such an instinctive fear. Gu Linyuan did not care about the Mantis overlord's reactions, his thoughts moved, giving Mantis Sanzang an action order. Smash them! Mantis Sanzang, like the most loyal executioner, drew its 2 blades as Gu Linyuan commanded, transforming into a streak of white light, charging towards those Mantis overlords. Swish, 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 swish. The Mantis overlords had no power to fight back, as they were crazily slaughtered by Mantis Sanzang like cutting vegetables. Seeing this scene, Yi Xianyu, nearby watching the battle, covered her mouth in shock, her eyes filled with disbelief, which then turned into admiration and pride. As expected of Brother Yuan. Even if he awakened a relatively weaker Beastmaster profession, he can still quickly grow strong. She remembered how Gu Linyuan once helped her escape from the fallen area when they were both very young. They had no power to resist against the terrifying monsters. Many fleeing companions died one after another in monster mouths out of fear, but Gu Linyuan relied on courage and calmness to help her evade the monster attacks time and time again, giving young Yi Xianyu a deep sense of safety. Back then, Gu Linyuan was like he was now, always standing in front of her. Yi Xianyu looked at Gu Linyuan's back. Although she was happy, she couldn't help but complain. Damn brother Yuan, saying that this time I should protect you. But don't worry, with my current strength, I can protect you for a while. Before you completely surpass me, let me clear all the obstacles for you. As she thought of this, Yi Xianyu's gaze turned towards a certain direction in the mist. Meanwhile, Su Hao and others who were secretly watching from afar, upon seeing Gu Linyuan summon Mantis Sanzong for chaos, were all dumbfounded, their minds completely muddled. Wasn't that guy a swordsman? Why did he suddenly summon such a fierce insect beast? What exactly was his profession? Chapter 17, Successful Wilderness Clearing. At this moment, Su Hao finally realized how great the gap was between him and Gu Linyuan. A strong sense of unwillingness suddenly surged in his heart. Why? Why can he, a beastmaster, also stand shoulder to shoulder with me, a legitimate sword system professional, in using a sword? This is unfair. Su Hao wasn't stupid. In his delayed realization, he had already guessed Gu Linyuan's true profession. After all, only a beastmaster could quickly tame a pet with a very high bloodline in such a short time, and other professions needed to suppress the opponent themselves to obtain a high-quality mount. But a beastmaster was different. As long as the resources were sufficient, they could surely quickly raise a powerful pet. However, the required consumption was enormous. The resources needed for a king-level pet were calculated in millions, and there were not many forces in Sangling City that could bear that. Wouldn't it be better to use that money to train other professions? They could train several more high-level experts. Lu Feng, seeing Su Hao so unwilling, also sighed and spoke to comfort him. There's nothing you can do. This is the inherent characteristic of a beastmaster. Once enough resources are mastered, they can have a huge advantage in the early stages. But you don't need to be discouraged. If that guy can't continuously cultivate more and stronger bloodline pets in the future, then the advantage he had initially will gradually weaken as realms rise, ultimately becoming indistinguishable from the crowd. So as long as you keep pushing forward, your future may not necessarily be beneath that person. Su Hao nodded, his gaze fixed on the figure in the challenge area, a fierce light flickering in his eyes. Uncle Lu, you're right. As long as that kid is dead now, my future will always be above him. He will soon succeed in clearing the wilderness. As soon as the statue's suppression is lifted, you must go and kill him. Hearing this, Lu Feng's brows furrowed tightly. I think I can guess the identities of those two. The man is an S-rank beastmaster, and the woman is most likely the newly awakened SSS-level Elemental Ruler. They should both be from the Lu family. If they die here, it could be a huge problem. Su Hao nodded, not surprised by Lu Feng's speculation. He had also more or less anticipated it. After all, Su Hao was also an A-rank professional, and if such an opponent could shake him, their professional quality must be above A rank. In Sangling City, the only candidates that matched the criteria were those two. Su Hao gritted his teeth and spoke coldly. If our speculation is correct, wouldn't that be even better? As members of the Lu family, they intruded into our contracted wilderness area and killed so many of us. Even if they die here, what can the Lu family say? If we do nothing, and this matter spreads, will the Iron Blood Guild have any foothold left in Sunling City? Moreover, most of the high-ranking members of our Iron Blood Guild have already died, and it has long been a mere shell of itself. Why not kill those two, seize their equipment, and then move to another base city to start over? Upon hearing Su Hao's words, Lu Feng's brows tightened even more. This time the Lu family dispatching SSS-level professionals here is to forcibly take our divine source, indicating that they never intended to spare us. Even if we endure now, we will still find it hard to move in Sunling City in the future. It's better to fight back with all our might. If we kill those two, the Lu family now has only a few more A-rank professionals than us. Once I grow stronger, along with the guild leader, why should we fear the Lu family? Lu Feng hesitated for a moment, and finally gritted his teeth and said to Su Hao. You retreat first. I will stay here to fight for a chance. After you go back, tell the guild leader what happened here, and then take our families out of Sangling City. As Lu Feng said this, he began to prepare for action. At this moment, a cold female voice suddenly came from the side. That's quite a good decision. I must say, I admire your courage. Hearing this voice, everyone felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave, looking around in panic, realizing that thick darkness had already spread in all directions, surging like a tide. When did you arrive? How come I had no perception at all? Su Hao was alarmed and his body trembled involuntarily. The moment she guessed Yi Xianyu's true identity, he felt a hint of fear towards this woman. After all, she was an SSS level professional, and the gap between her and his A rank was several levels apart, a difference as vast as sky and earth, unimaginable. Ha, you are just an A rank professional. If my movements made you sense me, wouldn't that be a bit ridiculous? Yi Xianyu spoke indifferently, the surrounding darkness becoming denser, completely encircling everyone. At this moment, Gu Linyuan's challenge with the statue had not yet finished, so Yi Xianyu still held absolute suppression. Everyone felt that intense pressure, and some could not help but cry out for mercy. Please spare us. We beg you, please let us go. Lu Feng looked at the guild's C-rank members, feeling compassion, and immediately spoke. Miss Yi, could you spare them? Just take my and Su Hao's lives as a sacrifice to you. After all, the others leaving wouldn't pose any threat to you, there's no need to kill everyone. Yi Xianyu shook her head upon hearing this. I'm sorry, everyone. I have already given you a chance. You do not cherish yourselves. Moreover, I do not kill you because you pose a threat to me. Even if I let you all go, there would be no threat to me. You simply seek your own death. You have seen that which you should not have seen, and I cannot allow any hint of danger to him to arise. As Yi Xianyu spoke, shadows began to gather in the darkness, each a soldier of the shadows. At the same time, dark thunder filled the air, and a fierce energy pervaded, making this place feel like her realm. She possessed the ability to control all life and death. Everyone, rest in peace. Before Yi Xianyu's words fell, the shadow soldiers began to charge wildly, and members of the Iron Blood Guild were quickly slaughtered. No, I don't want to die. I am an A-grade professional, I still have a brighter future. Su Hao let out a tragic wail, but in the end, he was swallowed by the dark thunder and beheaded by the shadow soldiers, dying completely here. After a long time, the place regained its silence, as if nothing had ever happened. Yi Xianyu simply tidied up the battlefield and collected Su Hao's entire set of A-grade equipment. This equipment sparkled with golden light, looking incredibly stunning, full of the air of a nouveau riche. The bonus from this equipment is pretty good, but it's not suitable for Brother Yuan. I can sell these things at the black market later and get Brother Yuan a suitable A-grade set. As Yi Xianyu thought this, Gu Linyuan was nearing the end of the process of challenging the statue. The arm knife of the Mantis 3 burial slowly retracted, and the last statue guardian also died. The statue, which had been cracking continuously, finally stopped moving at this moment. In its eyes, there seemed to be a hint of anger and unwillingness. However, with the death of the last statue guardian, that hint of emotion gradually faded. The surrounding mist began to dissipate, returning bit by bit into the statue, while at the same time, a massive stone tablet slowly rose from the ground near the challenge area, beginning to contend for the mist with the statue. At the same time, mysterious runes appeared along the edge of the stone tablet, looking unfathomable, as if containing some powerful force. Gu Linyuan had not yet adapted to the changes before him when a grand voice came from his beast taming space. Detected that you are leaving the A-grade danger zone, the rate of increase for the pet egg is gradually decreasing. Detected that you have entered the A-grade special area, accelerating absorption of divine source. Chapter 18, Love-Eating Fish. Gu Linyuan looked at the massive stone tablet before him, which was as large as the statue. It was like the opponent of the statue, winning in the contest and fiercely claiming the spoils. And the statue was struggling desperately, not allowing the stone tablet to take its power, both sides still locked in their game. But at this moment, Gu Linyuan, as a disruptor, suddenly entered the board of both sides, also scrambling for that mysterious power. Now, whether it was the statue or the stone tablet, both trembled slightly, seemingly oblivious to what was happening. After realizing it, the stone tablet did not show much oddity, but the statue let out a roar of anger. This roar was in a language unknown to Gu Linyuan, ringing in his ears as if it were painfully sharp, making his head buzz and feeling dizzy enough to almost vomit. Yet even though Gu Linyuan could not understand that language, for some reason, he could grasp the meaning it represented, as if the sound conveyed the message directly through mental force. What that voice said roughly meant this. Damn human race, how dare you steal my divine source, you must be punished. After the roar gradually calmed down, the statue, which had been cracking slowly, actually accelerated its cracking, and in a moment, it turned into dust scattering everywhere. Seeing this scene, Gu Linyuan was taken aback. I remember that even after successfully developing the land, this statue would last for several years or even decades, right? It's only been a short while, yet it has been destroyed directly? In surprise, Gu Linyuan looked inward at his profession panel, noticing a new line of information. Divine Source Quantity, 888 points, A-Level Blade Divine Source 55%, A-Level Frost Divine Source 45%. Note, using Divine Source can open divine veins, with a chance to merge and strengthen attributes. Seeing the number of divine sources, Gu Linyuan was momentarily speechless. This amount of divine source is a bit too much, isn't it? It is said that even in A-level spiritual lands, the annual output of A-level divine sources won't exceed 10 points. This is equivalent to decades of production. Gu Linyuan glanced at the spot where the statue had disappeared, then looked at the nearby monument. The full name of this monument should be the Heavenly Path Monument. This monument is the core of the spirit land. As long as you succeed in challenging the statue, you can leave your code on the Heavenly Path monument and receive the gifts of the Heavenly Path. Furthermore, those who leave their code will become the owner of this spiritual land, gaining numerous benefits and occupying both time and place advantages. In a sense, once someone successfully develops the land, it's equivalent to obtaining a new territory, directly creating a lord. According to the laws of the Longsha Kingdom, those who succeed in developing the land can enjoy all the benefits of that spiritual land for 10 years. And after 10 years, they can still enjoy a certain percentage of the output benefits, earning a steady income without doing anything. Even without actively managing, an A-level spiritual land can yield an annual income of over 100 million, that is not a small amount. Therefore, the value of an A-level spiritual land is extremely high for any force. No wonder the Iron Blood Guild was so alarmed after discovering Gu Linyuan, treating him as a hidden hand sent by a rival guild and continuously sending people to eliminate him. Such huge benefits are indeed enough to tempt others to covet. The shattering of the statue won't affect the output of the divine sources here, right? Gu Linyuan studied the Heavenly Path monument and muttered to himself. Of course not, the divine sources come from the Heavenly Path monument and have nothing to do with that statue. At that moment, Yi Xianyu's voice came from behind, her eyes filled with joy. Brother Yuan, the shattering of the statue is a good thing. This means that no monsters will be born here, making it very safe for ordinary professionals. They can carry out various deep developments without worrying about being harmed by monsters. The value is much higher than ordinary A-level spiritual lands. Yi Xianyu had always lived with the Lu family, and through her exposure, she knew more than Gu Linyuan, easily judging that the current situation was favorable. Brother Yuan, quickly think of a code and leave a mark on that Heavenly Path monument. That way, you can gain a huge boost in this area, and ordinary enemies won't dare to step into this place. Gu Linyuan shook his head upon hearing this. No, this spiritual land is something we earn together, how can it only belong to me? It must be joint property. Yi Xianyu pouted. I don't need that boost. Even without these boosts, ordinary professionals can't harm me. Instead, it's you, Brother Yuan, who needs protection now. Moreover, it was you who successfully challenged the statue, so only by writing your name can you maximize your benefits. Alright, just do it quickly. If necessary later, we can get another spiritual land, and you can give me another one. Gu Linyuan thought for a moment and saw that Yi Xianyu was indeed stronger than him now, so he didn't need to worry. Gu Linyuan wasn't one to be coy. After nodding, he reached out with his palm to touch the Heavenly Path monument, a name slowly appearing on it, Night Owl. At the same time, a magnificent and vast voice echoed in Gu Linyuan's mind. Profession Night Owl, you have received the gift of the Heavenly Path, Life Energy plus 1 million, S-level Universal Pet Egg plus 1, S-level Equipment Enhancement Stone plus 1. Gu Linyuan was suddenly startled upon seeing these gifts from the Heavenly Path. I just conquered an A-level wild map, and I unexpectedly received 2 S-level rewards. Isn't that a bit too generous? While he was surprised, Yi Xianyu frowned slightly and softly spoke up. Night Owl? Yuan brother, why did you choose such a codename? It's not cool at all. Yi Xianyu looked at the name on the Heavenly Path stone tablet, a bit confused. What a waste of a name, I could think of a better one for you. Gu Linyuan chuckled upon hearing this, teasingly saying. What do you know, my codename has deep meaning. What kind of deep meaning? Yi Xianyu blinked her big eyes, a little curious. Because cats love to eat fish. Cats love to eat fish? What's the deep meaning in that? Wait, no. Yi Xianyu seemed to realize something, her face instantly flushing red. Gu Linyuan called her little fish, and now saying that cats love to eat fish, didn't that mean Gu Linyuan liked her? Or perhaps wanted to eat her? Looking at Yi Xianyu's blushing face, Gu Linyuan couldn't help but laugh heartily. What's wrong, little fish? Do you think cats can't love to eat fish? Or that fish can't be given to cats? Yuan brother, you're so naughty. I won't talk to you anymore. Yi Xianyu turned her head with her hands on her hips, acting like a little girl. Only in front of Gu Linyuan could she show this side of herself. Gu Linyuan patted her small head, softly saying, just kidding. I chose this name to remind myself of the blood feud of the past, urging myself to become stronger and reclaim lost territory. Upon hearing this, Yi Xianyu was instantly stunned, suddenly recalling something. Years ago, the Anjing base city fell to the invasion of the Cat Demon clan, becoming an SSS-level forbidden area for humans. Remembering this, Yi Xianyu said solemnly, don't worry, Yuan brother, one day I'll flatten that area and kill all those monsters. Gu Linyuan nodded. I believe in you, but this isn't something you can handle alone. When the time comes, I hope to fight alongside you. Yi Xianyu turned back, their eyes meeting, showing the determination in each other's gaze. She gently parted her red lips and spoke a word. Okay. Chapter 19, Rage. The two stood beside the Heavenly Path stone tablet, and without the interference of the fog's power, they saw the faint light of dawn in the distance, a ray of sunlight tearing through the darkness, illuminating the land. Everything felt so beautiful. Gu Linyuan paused, directly taking out an S-level universal pet egg and handing it to Yi Xianyu. This is the gift of the Heavenly Path I just received. This thing is useless to me, you take it. With the strength of the Lu family, they should be able to raise you an S-level mount. Yi Xianyu thought for a moment and did not refuse. She wasn't foolish, she could tell that Gu Linyuan definitely had secrets. Otherwise, it would be impossible to raise a monarch-level pet solely by himself. Yi Xianyu also didn't ask more about Gu Linyuan's secrets. Although they were close, everyone had their own privacy. Just as she hadn't told Gu Linyuan about the changes she experienced after awakening. Yuan brother, it's not safe to stay here too long. Let's leave this place first and deal with the spirit land management issue later. After all, this spirit land was taken from the Iron Blood Guild. Although we have no issues under the laws of Longsha country, that Iron Blood Guild's leader might not be willing to let it go and may seek revenge. That guy is a fifth-turn professional, and my current strength isn't enough to suppress him. Let's avoid the limelight for now. Gu Linyuan nodded and then, together with Yi Xianyu, prepared to leave this place. The two moved quickly, ordinary professionals couldn't even catch a glimpse of their shadows. They walked and talked. Brother Yuan, let's go to the black market. I want to buy some things. Sure, I also need to deal with some monster remains. I'll buy some materials on the way. Great. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the Blade Edge Plain, ordinary members of the Iron Blood Guild were thrilled to see the mist dissipate. Wonderful, the mist is gone. It means the exploration was successful. Our Iron Blood Guild has gained more territory, and it's an A-level spiritual land. Haha, I told you joining the Iron Blood Guild was a good choice. Just joined and I'm already enjoying the benefits of a successful exploration, it's amazing. Those foolish solo players just now actually wanted to go in and take risks, saying that according to the laws of Longsha Kingdom, solo players can enter wild maps freely. How ridiculous. Don't they know the wilderness is a lawless land? What does the law matter? What right do they have to come to our Iron Blood Guild's territory and take advantage? These people were chatting animatedly, but they also sent a message back to the Iron Blood Guild headquarters to share the good news. However, they didn't see that two figures had silently slipped past them. These were all lower-ranked and lower-quality external members of the Iron Blood Guild. With their strength, they couldn't even see any actions before Gu Linyuan leveled up, let alone now. Once the news reached the Iron Blood Guild side, the remaining members immediately began to relay the news to the reclusive president, waiting for him to come out to learn the good news at the first moment. Yet after a period of time, the remaining members of the Iron Blood Guild suddenly felt something was off. Because after the exploration was successful, the higher-ups of the Iron Blood Guild hadn't even contacted them. Worried, the ordinary members of the Iron Blood Guild began to explore the inside of the Blade Edge Plain. With the success of the exploration, the monsters inside had lost the conditions for rapid reproduction and leveling up, but there were still quite a few remaining Mantis monsters. For these ordinary professionals, it was a huge challenge. However, they ultimately arrived at the core area of the Blade Edge Plain and saw the Taoist stone tablet, which did not have the name of the Iron Blood Guild, but an unfamiliar code. They also did not see the higher-ups of the Iron Blood Guild. Those powerful B-level professionals seemed to have evaporated. The ordinary members immediately relayed this urgent news back, even using backup methods to forcibly break the president's seclusion. At the Iron Blood Guild headquarters, a practice room's door slowly opened, and a tall figure walked out, his brows furrowed, containing a fierce aura. Why did you interrupt my seclusion? Didn't I say that unless it was the guild's destruction, you shouldn't disturb me? Zhao Yan coldly stared at those guild members. As his gaze swept over, they were so frightened that they prostrated on the ground. The pressure of a fifth-tier master was simply too powerful, ordinary professionals could not withstand it at all. President, the reason we disturbed you is because... A member trembled and stammered, informing Zhao Yan about the strange happenings in the guild. After listening, Zhao Yan's brow furrowed tightly, and he murmured. So many people disappeared overnight, this is impossible, absolutely impossible. Even if other forces surrounded them, it wouldn't be so silent. You must tell me all the major events that have happened recently in the base city. Zhao Yan had been in seclusion for a while and was not very clear about what was happening outside. The members of the Iron Blood Guild explained everything for a while, and Zhao Yan had a preliminary understanding of the situation outside. I didn't expect that while I was in seclusion, Lu Feng and the others were able to recruit an A-level professional. That's quite impressive. In that case... So, it is even less possible that they were surrounded and killed by someone. After all, to kill an A-level practitioner amidst the chaos of the wasteland map, it is not that simple. No, wait. Zhao Yan suddenly remembered something his subordinate had just said, that is, a SSS-level practitioner was born in Sangling City. He had never come into contact with that level of practitioner and could not imagine how powerful they were. If that girl acts, it may really be possible to silently kill everyone. But with the background of the Lu family, they shouldn't bother to tear their faces with my Iron Blood Guild for an A-level wasteland map. The most important thing right now is to determine whether those people are alive or dead. If they are indeed dead, then this matter will be difficult. Zhao Yan clenched his fists, and he set off directly to a certain place in Sangling City to find a practitioner. This person's profession was a spirit medium, who could use the belongings of the deceased to summon the spirits of the dead. This spirit did not have the complete memories from their life, it only retained the last memories left when they touched the belongings, so it could not be used to determine the murderer, making this profession a bit useless. Usually, they could only summon the lingering spirits of deceased relatives to comfort the living's feelings of missing them. Of course, the spirit medium also had a special function, which was to determine whether a person was alive or dead. Because a spirit medium could only activate their abilities to summon lingering spirits from belongings after a person's death. Although it was unclear what the specific principle was, it was indeed like that. Zhao Yan casually threw out several daily items of the high-ranking members of the Iron Blood Guild, and the spirit medium wasted no time and directly activated their skill. In the next moment, wisps of blue smoke floated out from several items, condensing into several soul shadows. Upon seeing Zhao Yan, the soul shadows all showed happy expressions and greeted him. "President, you are out? Did you break through to the 6th transformation?" One by one, the soul shadows chattered about all sorts of things, not realizing that they had already died. Zhao Yan clenched his fists tightly. He did not answer the questions from the soul shadows but let out a heavy breath, anger flickering in his eyes. "I didn't expect that all of you had actually died." These members of the Iron Blood Guild were almost all recruited by Zhao Yan, and they could be said to be the foundation of the entire guild. Now, with all of them wiped out, it almost means that the Iron Blood Guild has become a mere name. Zhao Yan had become a commander without troops, and he didn't know how much effort it would take to rebuild everything. Admitting that he felt no hatred was false, his gaze turned towards the Lu family in Sangling City, a trace of ferocity appearing in his eyes. "If this matter was really done by you, then I, Zhao Yan, will let you know how terrifying a 5th transformation practitioner can be when they act recklessly." Zhao Yan did not go to the Lu family to confront them but instead began gathering information in his own way. He did not need overwhelming evidence, he just needed some information to corroborate his judgment. Zhao Yan left the Sangling Bay City and came to a certain spiritual ground in the wilderness where there was an underground black market. Here, if one was willing to pay a sufficient price, they could obtain all kinds of desired information. Chapter 20, Selling Goods. Is this the black market? It looks very legitimate. Gu Linyuan surveyed the bustling market before him, not finding it to be the dark underground place he had imagined, but a brightly lit area situated on spiritual grounds. Hearing Gu Linyuan's confusion, Yi Xianyu immediately smiled and patiently explained. "Brother Yuan, the reason the underground black market is called the underground black market is not because it is located underground, but because it cannot be put on the table. Generally speaking, it operates without an official business license issued by the government. Those who do not pay taxes can be called the black market, and here is the largest black market outside of Sangling City. Let me secretly tell you one thing, actually, the prominent guilds or families in Sangling City are basically involved in the transactions behind the black market. After all, they can save a lot on taxes here. This black market is spread all over Longsha country, and it is said that there are mysterious forces backing it, allowing it to carve out a piece of meat right under the official's nose. Because there is a certain level of safety, over time, it has also become one of the places for selling stolen goods, where many professionals bring their spoils after killing each other." As Yi Xianyu spoke, he led Gu Linyuan to the entrance of the black market, tossing out a few elite-level blood beads as tickets before directly entering it. Gu Linyuan looked at the bustling crowd, almost all wearing masks and helmets, which truly matched his stereotypical image of the black market. Both Gu Linyuan and Yi Xianyu wore masks, so there was no need for additional disguise of their identities. "Brother Yuan, I'll go deal with some things first, let's meet back here later," Yi Xianyu whispered to Gu Linyuan. Gu Linyuan nodded, not saying much. "Okay, just be a little careful yourself." Yi Xianyu's current strength was above Gu Linyuan's, so he didn't have to worry about her safety. The two parted ways, with Yi Xianyu heading towards a place for trading equipment, while Gu Linyuan went to the monster materials trading point. This was a simple processing factory, surrounded by a concealment formation set up by profession mages, like a high wall enclosing it, blocking both sight and some skills detection, ensuring privacy. Gu Linyuan stood at the entrance of the processing factory looking inside, where he saw a spacious square filled with piles of monster corpses everywhere. Many living professionals were constantly using their skills to break down various useful materials from the monster bodies, such as skins, bones, flesh, and so on, everything one could imagine. Also, several professionals were trading with buyers, taking out some monster corpses from their spatial equipment once the prices were agreed upon, placing them in the square. Gu Linyuan approached a buyer and got straight to the point. "Boss, do you accept insect monster corpses?" The buyer didn't even glance at Gu Linyuan, merely focused on his communication device's screen, reviewing various account information, then casually replied. This thing is too cheap, basically only a dozen or so each, and if there aren't many, it's not worth processing. How many do you have? If it's just servant or soldier level, I don't want them under 1,000. Gu Linyuan calculated the Mantis monster corpses he had and didn't keep it a secret, directly stating. About 40 to 50,000 heads, in terms of bloodlines and levels, there's a mix of everything. Upon hearing this, the originally indifferent buyer suddenly froze, immediately looking up at Gu Linyuan, sizing him up from top to bottom. Are you joking with me? How can you have so many monster corpses? Even if they're insect monsters, that's impossible. Do you think you are a big guild here? Besides, if you are a guild member, you could internally digest them, so you wouldn't bring them here to sell. Alright, just show me how many you have, I'll buy them at standard price, consider it a drink on me to make a friend. The slightly overweight buyer didn't believe Gu Linyuan but didn't insult him either. After all, doing business values good relations for making money. Even if the other party was trying to joke with him, it was better not to escalate the conflict, there was no benefit in that. Gu Linyuan didn't expect the buyer to be skeptical and didn't provide further explanations. With a casual wave of his hand, streams of flowing light grew from small to large, revealing their forms in the fluctuating space, and finally piled up into a small mountain in one corner of the square. The buyer looked at the huge pile of insect beast corpses, his eyes widened in disbelief, written all over his face. What the hell, bro, I thought you were joking, but you really have them? Although there aren't tens of thousands, it looks like there are at least 7 or 8,000 heads, that's quite a lot and the quality looks good. The excitement of the buyer was overflowing, even though the insect beast corpses weren't worth as much as other types of monsters, the sheer quantity made up for it. Even if the average price was only a few hundred, that would still be over $1 million. The profit margin in this line of work was very high, a few million in materials could easily earn him half, and this deal was worth more than half a month's performance. After all, his usual purchases were just some ordinary mercenary teams, making a few tens of thousands was already quite good. Gu Linyuan did not pay attention to the buyer's excitement but spoke in a calm tone. Boss, I'm not joking with you, I really have about 40 or 50,000 insect beast corpses here. I just need you to tell me how many you can take, I'll give you as many as you can handle, and I'll find others for the rest. Hearing Gu Linyuan's serious tone, the buyer also grew serious, swallowing hard and speaking in a deep voice. Bro, don't joke, if you really have that many insect beast corpses, I'll take them all. Even if I don't have enough money on hand, I can borrow from the black market, one way or another, I'll get you the money. The buyer's eyes were resolute, even though he knew the black market loan interest was high, if this business could actually happen, his profits would only be greater. Gu Linyuan nodded and added. Alright, but I don't want a cash transfer, I need to trade using blood essence beads or red gold stones. That's a bit troublesome, but it's fine. Blood essence beads and red gold stones are hard currencies in the trade between professionals, much more stable than cash. After all, whether it's making equipment, crafting potions, feeding mounts, nurturing pets, or even cultivating equipment and training for certain professions, consuming these limited materials is necessary. Money, on the other hand, is something most professionals do not keep too much of. Once they have money, they prefer to exchange it for useful items like equipment and potions, which they can use at any time. Gu Linyuan's request was not excessive. For a buyer, this was easy to resolve. After both sides reached a rough agreement, the buyer closed the door to the enclosed square and stared eagerly at Gu Linyuan. With a casual wave, Gu Linyuan produced another line of corpses, stacking them up like small mountains. In no time, this spacious square was completely filled, and Gu Linyuan and the others had to stand on the thick ground covered with insect beast corpses to talk. The buyer's profession was an appraiser, and he had invested heavily to learn large-scale appraisal skills, allowing him to perform rough appraisals over a wide area. He just unleashed his professional skill to sweep over those monster corpses, instantly discerning their levels and bloodlines while they were alive. After a thorough check, the buyer was immediately left speechless and trembled with excitement. What the hell, bro, you really opened a wasteland map, you actually killed so many high bloodline monsters, my god, there are even Marshal and Overlord levels in here. Damn, even if the level is a bit low, these things are still very valuable. The buyer absurdly swallowed. Even if the insect beast corpses were not worth much, that only applied to those low-level bloodline servant and soldier monsters, the elite and leader monsters were still highly valuable. Gu Linyuan did not say much to the other party but lightly urged. Boss, let's trade goods in hand for cash in hand. The buyer quickly nodded, then took out all kinds of blood beads and red gold stones from his space equipment. Brother, the quality of these insect beasts corpses is quite good. I've estimated the total price to be around 50 million, how does that sound to you? The buyer's tone turned respectful. At this moment, Gu Linyuan appeared before him like a god of wealth ready to hand out money, making him afraid to offend in any way. Gu Linyuan calculated that each insect beast corpse was worth about 1,000, which made sense. After all, Gu Linyuan had already emptied the most valuable blood beads from these insect beasts, leaving many low-tier and soldier-tier corpses only worth a few dozen. It was the high bloodline insect beasts that raised the price. The boss's blood beads and red gold stones were worth only over 10 million, not enough to pay for this deal. After signing a purchase contract with Gu Linyuan, he immediately left this simple processing plant, heading to the loan office in the black market. Gu Linyuan was not worried about any tricks from the other side. He had talked clearly with Yi Xianyu on the way here. In the black market, there are special practitioners who set up defenses, and even a fifth-tier practitioner wouldn't dare to act recklessly. In Sangling City, there were only a handful of fifth-tier practitioners, and they all knew how terrifying the forces behind the black market were, so of course, they would not dare to damage their reputation. Sure enough, the buyer soon returned to hand over all the remaining blood beads to Gu Linyuan. "Brother, do you want to stay and rest for a bit? If you have time, I'll invite you to drink, there are exciting shows there." Gu Linyuan shook his head. "Boss, you should handle your business first, I'll be leaving." He didn't bother with small talk and left straight away. The buyer watched Gu Linyuan's departing back, a strange look glinting in his eyes. An employee, who was close to him, spoke up. "Uncle, who is that guy? Are these monster materials legit?" "Nonsense, if they were legit, who the hell would come to the black market?" The buyer cast a cold glance at the young man and said in a deep voice. "Why do you care so much? Hurry up and recruit more gatherers in the city, work overtime to process these monster materials." The young man didn't dare to say much more and had to follow orders. Gu Linyuan then went to other places in the black market, purchasing some food and medicine, and was then preparing to buy a fitting set of equipment when he unexpectedly ran into Yi Xianyu. The latter seemed to guess Gu Linyuan's intentions and leaned close to his ear, whispering, "Brother Yuan, I've already bought you some equipment, guess what grade it is?" Chapter 21 Intelligence. Gu Linyuan was taken aback, barely hesitating before saying, "It wouldn't be an A-grade set that made you so serious, would it?" Yi Xianyu didn't expect Gu Linyuan to hit the nail on the head, and her beautiful eyes sparkled with even more delight as she snapped her fair fingers. "Bingo! You got it right." Gu Linyuan immediately furrowed his brow. A-grade suits are always priceless, every major force's blacksmith would treasure each one they make and never sell them on the market. "How did you manage to get one?" "Of course, I got it from the Lu family." Yi Xianyu did not hide it and spoke directly. "But don't worry, I didn't get it for free, I traded it for another A-grade set. The Lu family just happened to have a bladesman set that was gathering dust, and I thought it suited you well, so I had them rush it over." Upon hearing that Yi Xianyu traded an A-grade set for it, Gu Linyuan suddenly understood and leaned closer to whisper to her. "When did you kill that A-level assassin from the Iron Blood Guild?" "Hee, it was right when you challenged the statue. Those guys probably thought they could stick around and cause some trouble. I just happened to take care of it." "What's wrong, brother Yuan? You don't really think I'm cruel, do you?" Yi Xianyu blinked, and Gu Linyuan smiled helplessly. "Why would I blame you? Anyway, my conflict with the Iron Blood Guild has long been irreconcilable. You did give those few a chance, they can't blame anyone but themselves for being useless. Let's go. It's not safe to stay here. We should leave first." Gu Linyuan pulled Yi Xianyu toward the exit of the black market, quietly reminding her as they walked. "With the ability of that Iron Blood Guild leader, it won't be long before he discovers our identities. During this time, you should stay obediently on the Lu family's territory and not come out. I'll go practice in those wild areas for a bit. The wilderness is so vast. The Iron Blood Guild probably lacks manpower and won't find me anytime soon. It shouldn't be too long before I can reach the 5th transfer level, and then I won't have to worry about him." Yi Xianyu initially didn't want Gu Linyuan to take risks outside, but she had to accept reality. She couldn't let Gu Linyuan go back to the Lu family and let them invest in him, could she? Although Gu Linyuan had already shown some strength, his role as a beastmaster meant that no force would be willing to invest in him. And Gu Linyuan had also told Yi Xianyu that there was no need to do that. Yi Xianyu felt a bit sorrowful and could only silently think, "I must get stronger quickly, I can't let brother Yuan be in danger." The two headed toward the entrance of the black market, and at that moment, a figure brushed past them and entered the black market. This figure was Zhao Yan, the leader of the Iron Blood Guild. He went straight to the information dealer in the black market, starting to use his resources to buy the information he wanted. Soon, an information dealer spoke to Zhao Yan. "Hello, sir. Based on your needs, we have investigated and confirmed that someone is selling the corpses of insect beasts from the Blade Edge Plains in the black market, and there are quite a few of them. The image information of that person is as follows." An image appeared before Zhao Yan's eyes. It was the silhouette of someone with a sword at their waist, looking dashing and heroic. An assassin? Zhao Yan remembered what his subordinates had told him. Those high-ranking members of the Iron Blood Guild had gone to the Blade Edge Plains to surround a mysterious assassin. This must be the one. According to the information from our spies, there is another person who entered the black market together with this individual. The informant waved his hand again, and another image appeared before Zhao Yan. It was a woman dressed in a black dress, walking alongside the sword-wielding youth. This woman went straight to a certain shop as soon as she entered the black market. That shop is a property of the Lu family. Hearing this, Zhao Yan couldn't help but smile. As expected, it hasn't been long since they directly came to sell stolen goods. They aren't even pretending, they completely look down on me, Zhao Yan. However, these two figures seem somewhat familiar. Zhao Yan narrowed his eyes, suddenly remembering something, and his body trembled. He vaguely recalled that just as he had stepped into the black market, two figures had brushed past him. It seemed to be these two. Damn it! Zhao Yan felt a bit frustrated. He hadn't expected to pass by his enemies. If he had known their identities earlier, he could have saved a lot of effort. Then he shook his head and made a new request to the informant. I need all the information on that girl who recently awakened the SSS level profession. The informant's eyes flickered, nodded, and said nothing more, directly starting to search for the information. Soon, a report appeared before Zhao Yan. After Zhao Yan read it, he let out a long sigh of relief. If I'm not mistaken, the swordsman is not a true sword profession, but is actually Yi Xianyu's childhood friend, an S-rank beast master. The reason he uses a sword is certainly because his pet provides him with sword-related abilities. He went to the Blade Edge Plains because he has his eyes set on that A-rank sword source. The more Zhao Yan thought, the clearer his mind became. He had nearly guessed the whole story. It seems that the Lu family thinks that cultivating one SSS rank professional is not enough. They actually dare to dream of cultivating another S-rank beast master. The cost of training an ordinary beast master is enormous, let alone an S-rank beast master, and the Lu family doesn't have enough resources, so they plan to target my Iron Blood Guild. I understand now, I completely understand. Zhao Yan clenched his fists, the killing intent in his eyes surged. Seizing the Blade Edge Plains is only the first step. Next, the Lu family will undoubtedly gradually devour the industries of my Iron Blood Guild, leaving us completely drained. Good, very good. Since that's the case, just wait for my revenge, Zhao Yan. Zhao Yan roared in his heart, then left this place directly. The information broker turned to his subordinates after he left. You contact the Lu family, and say I have important information to sell to them. Chapter 22, The Lu family's decision. After confirming that his guild members were harmed by the Lu family, Zhao Yan prepared to start his revenge action. His plan was simple, to go to the Lu family's spirit lands to cause destruction and directly inflict massive economic losses on them. In the process, he would also kill members of the Lu family to make them understand how terrifying a fifth transition expert can be when enraged. Generally, strong individuals like Zhao Yan wouldn't do this because you could kill their members, and they could retaliate against yours. If everyone fought too fiercely, it would only lead to mutual destruction. However, since the Lu family had taken the first extreme step, Zhao Yan no longer had any worries and would naturally not hold back. After Zhao Yan left the information trading house, the information broker immediately turned to contact the Lu family, selling the news to their high-ups. When Zhao Yan went to the information trading house, he was disguised, so they didn't know his identity, but they deliberately investigated information about Yi Xianyu and revealed some killing intent during this time, which was enough for the broker to deduce something. Someone is going to harm the Lu family's SSS rank genius, and the aura he gives off should be no lower than 4th transition. Just this news was already enough to catch the Lu family's attention. As expected, the Lu family indeed bought this message. Seeing this, the information broker was very happy, directly popping champagne with his subordinates to celebrate another deal. At this time, a subordinate asked in confusion. Boss, won't this ruin our reputation? If that person finds out we sold his information, wouldn't that tarnish our name? Hearing his subordinate's question, the information broker laughed and scolded. Ha, you silly fool, think too much. Our reputation in this line of work does not depend on this but on the accuracy of our information. Even if that person finds out we sold his news, so what? When he needs information in the future, won't he still have to come to our Wind Sound Tower to buy it? Besides, this guy dares to have ideas about the Lu family's genius. Whether he can survive is already a question. Why worry so much? You should go recruit a few more informants and gather more intelligence. On the Lu family side, they had already suspected the current situation when Yi Xianyu appeared in the black market and asked the Lu family to get him an A-rank equipment exchange. After all, in Sangling City, such high-level equipment is quite rare. Upon seeing that golden swordsman outfit, the senior members of the Lu family knew it came from the Iron Blood Guild. Anyone with a brain can tell that the Iron Blood Guild would never give such precious equipment to Yi Xianyu for no reason. The only possibility is that they snatched it. If the Lu family's intelligence agency investigates a bit more, they will know that changes have occurred in the Iron Blood Guild and on the Blade Edge Plain. Now, having received news from the Wind Whisper Tower, they are almost certain of the situation. The senior members of the Lu family gathered together to discuss this matter. Lu Zhanqing, the head of the Lu family, summarized the situation. Based on the current situation, it seems that the kid named Gu Linyuan first had a conflict with the Iron Blood Guild, and then Xianyu went to help him resolve the issue, ultimately taking down the high rankers of the Iron Blood Guild in the wasteland. Upon hearing this, an angry senior member of the Lu family exclaimed. That Gu Linyuan really knows how to cause trouble. If it weren't for Xianyu cleaning up after him, that guy might have already died in that wasteland. Damn it, he's brought us such a huge problem. Someone else chimed in. I must say, Gu Linyuan really knows how to rely on others. Xianyu just switched that set of rogue equipment from the treasury, it's probably for him. Sigh, girls should never be kept. The senior members of the Lu family did not blame Yi Xianyu but instead placed all the blame on Gu Linyuan. One reason is that Yi Xianyu's mother is a direct descendant of the Lu family, which makes her half a Lu, and another reason is that Yi Xianyu's current identity is extraordinary, they are still cherishing her and would never blame her. Hearing the others blame Gu Linyuan, Lu Zhancheng immediately raised his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. Alright, discussing this now is useless. The president of the Iron Blood Guild, Zhao Yan, will definitely not let it go easily, he will retaliate against our Lu family. How to resolve this trouble is what we should discuss. As for Gu Linyuan, let's deal with him after this matter is settled. Upon hearing the family head's words, the others began to discuss countermeasures again. Someone said directly. Zhao Yan is just one person, we can gather our strength and take him down. He may be just one person, but that makes it harder. If he hides and runs, playing guerrilla warfare, disrupting our territory now and then, who could stand that? Then let's find a way to draw him out and eliminate him. Doesn't that guy have friends or family? We could capture his loved ones and use them as bait. His family and friends are all in the base city. Do you dare to cause trouble there? Aren't you afraid the garrison officer will send troops to wipe us out? For these professionals, outside the base city is a lawless area, like a chaotic world, where the person with the bigger fist is right. But in the base city, one must follow the official rules. Even a 5th-tier combat professional would be judged for killing a civilian. Outside the base city, if you kill someone without getting caught on the spot, it's almost impossible to be found guilty due to a lack of evidence. The reason professionals must adhere to official rules in the base city is primarily that the officials control various legions. The professionals within the legions are known as military professionals, their careers have undergone special modifications. Although individual combat strength may not be high, in coordinated military formations, they wield incredible power that can overcome powerful foes. Even an A-grade 5th-tier professional would not dare to confront an army of 10,000 directly. When monsters run rampant in the wasteland, it is the legions who hold the front lines, maintaining the relative stability of the environment. Therefore, even those families and guilds advocating for an elite path do not dare to provoke the military's authority unless they are prepared to abandon everything. After the discussion in the Lu family, the only solution was to first shut down those spiritual real estate transactions, then activate the defensive formations everywhere to temporarily avoid the storm. Of course, a few key spiritual lands were not closed, and instead, 5-turn professionals were dispatched to guard them, acting as bait to lure Zhao Yan into a trap. The Lu family's response was swift. As orders were passed down, when Zhao Yan arrived at a B-level spiritual land of the Lu family, preparing for destruction, they had already activated their defensive formation and closed their doors tight. These formations were crafted by the Lu family's 5-turn formation masters, and even someone like Zhao Yan, a 5-turn expert, would find it challenging to break through. If he stayed here to destroy the Great Formation, during this time, the Lu family's experts would surely come to support, ultimately surrounding him. Zhao Yan understood this principle very well, and he could only curse angrily. Damn! This is how we play it, huh? Then let's see who has more patience. I've got plenty of time and energy to play with you guys. Thinking this way, Zhao Yan began to roam through various territories of the Lu family, looking for opportunities to cause destruction. Time passed slowly. With the Lu family attracting fire, Gu Linyuan was incredibly stable on his end. After parting with Yi Xianyu, he did not return to the base city but went to some wilderness areas for training. The so-called wilderness areas were the original wild regions of this world, while the desolate areas belonged to the other dimensional spaces that descended from the sky, squeezing into this world. After the desolate areas were born, they would continuously invade the wild areas, growing stronger and stronger. Once the desolate areas were conquered, some of the monsters inside would lose their restraints, migrating in all directions to the wild areas, reproducing, and thriving, becoming wild monsters. The monsters in the wild areas were not as densely packed as in the desolate areas, and their bloodline quality was not high, making it quite difficult to level up by grinding wild monsters. Fortunately for Gu Linyuan, leveling up was not his main goal, his primary objectives were to gather materials by killing wild monsters and to cultivate his pets. Therefore, in the following days, although he did not level up much, he successfully cultivated his second pet to the Overlord level after continuously grinding for insect beast materials in various wilderness areas. Chapter 23, Sun Executioner. Gu Linyuan looked into his beast controlling space and glanced at his second pet. It had grown to more than 3 meters long, shimmering with golden light and adorned with some fiery red patterns. The scales covering its body glistened hard like armor, and the 2 antennae on its head were as distinct as iron whips, while its eyes revealed a hint of slaughter and ferocity. Name: Sun Executioner. Type: Phoenix Wing Fighting Cricket. Level: 38. Bloodline: Overlord level, a level. Talent entries: Battle Stance, a level, Copper Skin, a level, Iron Bone, a level, Stony Body, a level, Blood Fire Eyes, a level, Transformative Body, a level. Skill entries: Body Smash Punishment, a level, Heart Piercing Punishment, a level, Skin Peeling Punishment, a level, Body Burning Punishment, a level. This pet of Linyuan was somewhat different from before. It can almost be seen as breaking away from the normal cricket monster category. Those same level cricket marshals absolutely did not look like this. If he released his Mantis 3 burials, maybe everyone could recognize it as a Mantis monster. But if he released Sun Executioner, very few people would be able to determine that it was a cricket monster. Let's rewind to a few days prior. After parting with Yi Xianyu, Linyuan pondered how to fuse his second pet. The reason why Mantis 3 burials could evolve to the king level so quickly is mainly because a new A-level desolate area that matched its race appeared, and the materials were rich enough. But my second pet definitely cannot gather that many blood beads in a short time. Since that's the case, we can't just follow the rules. Linyuan's mind sparked with inspiration as he thought of the details of his fusion talent. This talent is not limited to fusing only similar types of monsters. The closer the type, the higher the fusion probability. In other words, I can use other insect beasts for fusion, but I still need to figure out the specific fusion ratio myself. Fortunately, I have plenty of universal pet eggs now, which can support my attempts. So, Linyuan first collected a batch of insect beast blood pearls, then tried to fuse them using uncontracted pet eggs. You have locked onto a servant-level cricket monster, a servant-level iron skeleton bug, and a servant-level fire poison ant. Estimated fusion probability 23%. Do you want to proceed with the fusion? The probability is too low. Adjust the ratio. You have locked onto 9 servant-level cricket monsters and 1 servant-level iron skeleton bug. Estimated fusion success probability 98%. Do you want to proceed with the fusion? It seems I need to establish a primary fusion with a certain quantity before continuing to try. Linyuan first determined a certain fusion ratio, then based on that ratio proceeded with the fusion and checked the result. Finally, after losing several thousand various blood pearls and pet eggs, he finally found the best ratio in the needed types of insect beasts. That is to say, primarily cricket monsters, with iron skeleton bugs, copper armored bugs, drilling worms, fire poison ants, and shapeshifters as secondary, with specific ratios needing fine adjustments based on bloodline evolution levels. Linyuan looked at the entry panel of this second pet, feeling very satisfied in his heart. However, regarding the bloodline grade of this pet, Linyuan believed there was still great room for development. What a pity! If I could encounter a suitable A-rank wasteland map, that would be great. Not only could it level up quickly, but it would also raise the bloodline of the Sun Executioner to S-rank. Linyuan thought to himself, yet he also understood well that wasteland maps in Sangling City were not scarce, but high-level wasteland maps were relatively rare. A-rank wasteland maps in Sangling City basically only appear once every year or two, and even if they do appear, they might not be focused on insect beast monsters. Forget it, I should just honestly gather materials in the wild maps. Linyuan thought this way and continued to wander in the wild maps. Though the wild maps are very dangerous for most professionals, for Linyuan, the wild maps outside Sangling City hold little threat. As long as he doesn't encounter 5-turn wild monsters, with Linyuan's current strength and his 2 pets, he could handle them easily. To improve the efficiency of gathering materials, Linyuan would occasionally trade in nearby markets, posting bounty tasks to buy suitable insect beast blood pearls. One day, as usual, he arrived at a market among the wilderness. This market is located in the spiritual land of an A-rank guild, with quite a good flow of people, thousands coming and going. As Linyuan walked along the road, he suddenly heard a piece of news that made his eyes light up. Oh wow, have you heard? An S-rank wasteland map has appeared in the neighboring Linyuan base city. The professionals there can't handle it at all, and their guarding officer is seeking our help. I wonder who will get the contracting rights this time. Really? Is it true? That's an S-rank wasteland map. Apparently, it has a qualitative difference from A-rank wasteland maps, and there are several statues inside that must be successfully challenged within a set time to conquer the wasteland. What? Isn't that difficulty too high? We're just a 3rd-tier base city. Can we really solve it without seeking help from higher-tier base cities? If it were the past, we definitely couldn't solve it, but have you forgotten, this time a SSS-rank professional has emerged from Sangling City. Damn, how did I forget about this? It's understandable with an SSS-level professional leading the team, plus so many A-level forces, tackling an S-level map is really not that hard. By the way, should we also join in the fun? That's an S-level wild map, just picking up a few rare treasures would be enough for us to rest for years. Hee hee, with so many A-level forces fighting for the loot, who are we little mercenary teams to covet it? We're just asking for trouble, let's wait until they clear the area and see if we can grab some bounty missions. Upon hearing the discussions of the passers-by, Linyuan could hardly contain his excitement and immediately headed to a shop in the market. This place served as a small signal base station, allowing internet access for information queries, but the connection was not real-time and had some delay. For Linyuan, these conditions were already sufficient. He logged into the Sunling City Professional Forum and, as expected, found many posts debating the topic. After some searching, excitement surged in Linyuan's heart. The reason was simple: the wild map that emerged was called 9 Layers Cave, and besides one S-level statue, there were also 8 A-level statues. Generally, the type of statue represents the type of monster, and among these 9 statues, there were several that met Linyuan's needs. However, even if none of the statues matched Linyuan's requirements, he wouldn't miss out on this S-level wild map. After all, leveling up and making money would be more cost-effective in the wild map. After searching thoroughly, Linyuan didn't hesitate and directly headed to the neighboring Xangyan base city. If guilds wanted to go to other base cities to clear an area, they needed to get permission from the local base city's garrison officer to avoid conflicts with local forces. However, as a lone traveler, Linyuan had no such worries. As long as his strength was enough, he could go wherever he wanted, and no one could stop him. In the vast wilderness, Linyuan, dressed in black tight attire, traversed mountains and waters, making his long journey. Perhaps due to the wild map's emergence affecting the spatial realm of this world, the original wild map space was continuously expanding. Even though Linyuan's physical attributes were extremely strong now, it took him nearly half a day to reach the territory of Xangyan Bay City. It seems the next pet must be fast or good at running. As a beast master, I can't rely entirely on myself. I need a mount, Linyuan mused, his gaze drifting to the distance. There, a fog-covered area loomed, and even from afar, one could sense the vastness within. Linyuan squinted his eyes and quietly thought to himself. 9 Layers Cave, here I come. Chapter 24, Who is challenging the statue? While Linyuan was rushing to the 9 Layers Cave, over at Sangling Base City, the Lu family had finalized the specifics of their collaboration with the garrison officer of Xangyan Base City. This operation to challenge the S-level wild map statue would be led by the Lu family's representative, Yixianyu, with additional A-level elites from Xangyan Base City serving under Yixianyu's command throughout the process. Once they successfully cleared the area, the Lu family would take 30% of the profits from this S-level spirit land, with the remaining 70% belonging to Xangyan Base City. This deal offered considerable benefits for both major base cities, and thus both sides were very friendly. However, the Lu family encountered a problem. Zhao Yan, the president of the Iron Blood Guild, was lurking in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to cause significant losses to the Lu family. As a result, the Lu family had to keep most of their strong personnel guarding their various interests, otherwise, they would surely be raided by that Zhao Yan. Nevertheless, numbers were not the most crucial factor for clearing the area. Otherwise, with the strength of the army, they could easily flatten most wilderness maps. After all, when challenging the statue, the fewer people there are, the better. With more people, it might actually accelerate the resurrection of the statue, thus expanding the encroachment of the wilderness map and harming the surrounding civilians. So, for this matter, Yixianyu really didn't care at all. She only made one request, to bring one person along. The higher-ups of the Lu family didn't need Yixianyu to say much, they had already guessed who the person she wanted to bring was. As expected, the person Yixianyu wanted to bring was Linyuan. Even if the Lu family had objections to this request, they couldn't say much about it. However, even though the Lu family agreed to Yixianyu's request, they couldn't find any trace of Linyuan. In the end, they had no choice but to give up. Yixianyu felt a little down about this and kept silently complaining about Linyuan in her heart. Damn Linyuan, what's he doing wandering around outside? Now it's good, I can't even find him when I want to. Sigh, forget it. I originally wanted to take you to level up, but it looks like I'll have to wait until later. Yixianyu knew very well how great the benefits of an S-level wilderness map were. She had even mentioned during the statue challenge to give Linyuan a chance to obtain more divine power. But unexpectedly, Linyuan had been staying in the wilderness, never returning to the base city, and there was no way to contact him in the short term. Starting the exploration couldn't wait, and Yixianyu couldn't delay because of her personal matters, so she had no choice but to set off. On the way to Xangyan Base City, Lu Xinyao, who was beside Yixianyu, saw her expression and immediately spoke to comfort her. Alright, cousin, I'd say it's that Linyuan's bad luck. You wanted to take him to win easily, but now he can't even catch up. But actually, I think for him, it's not a bad thing that he's not here. After all, the wilderness maps are full of dangers. He's just a beastmaster, and even with pets to help, he definitely lacks self-defense skills. A small mistake could cost him his life. Hearing Lu Xinyao's words, Yixianyu couldn't help but curl her lips. The Lu family didn't know Linyuan's exact strength, and Yixianyu had never told them. Everyone thought that the Blade Plains had been conquered by Yi Xianyu and had no idea how powerful Gu Linyuan's personal combat ability was. Yi Xianyu didn't explain, not because she wanted to steal Gu Linyuan's spotlight, but to protect him. After all, if the president of the Iron Blood Guild, Zhao Yan, knew that Gu Linyuan was the real culprit, he would definitely take action against him. However, with the Lu family's help and her own strength, Yi Xianyu wasn't afraid of Zhao Yan's threats at all. Lu Xinyao didn't notice Yi Xianyu's thoughts and instead said excitedly to herself. Speaking of which, this is my first time going out to explore the wilderness. I wonder what it's like to challenge the statue. But with my strength, I think challenging an A-level statue shouldn't be difficult. Lu Xinyao's profession was an A-level crossbowman. If Yi Xianyu hadn't appeared, she would have been the core trainee of the Lu family's current generation. In a sense, Yi Xianyu had taken away her spotlight, but Lu Xinyao didn't feel any jealousy. Because Yi Xianyu was so incredibly beautiful that even other women couldn't resist her stunning looks. Moreover, when Yi Xianyu's emotions changed drastically, her aura became even more terrifying. When Yi Xianyu had just arrived at the Lu family, Lu Xinyao had been deeply intimidated after having a conflict with her. Since then, she had both loved and feared her cousin. Especially after Yi Xianyu awakened her SSS-level profession, the awe in her heart grew even stronger. If Yi Xianyu were just an A-level profession, Lu Xinyao might have had some ill thoughts, but the fact was, she was an SSS-level profession, 1 in a billion. For Lu Xinyao, she was completely a crushing existence. She wanted to cling to the thigh but had no time for other thoughts. The reason Lu Xinyao targeted Gu Linyuan also came from this mindset. For her, as long as Yi Xianyu hugged the thigh, what did Gu Linyuan deserve? The two took a flight device created by the Lu family's blacksmiths, escorted by a 5-turn master, and safely arrived at Sangyan Base City. The guarding officer of Sangyan Base City, Zhang Jia, warmly welcomed Yi Xianyu and his companion, then took them to meet the local expedition team. Several young men and women had an exceptional demeanor and all looked quite impressive. The guarding officer of Sangyan Base City, Zhang Jia, slowly spoke, briefly introducing the personnel configuration to Yi Xianyu. This is Guo Wei, an A-level berserker. This is Zhang Yu, an A-level healer. These men and women were all A-level professionals who had awakened in recent years in Sangyan Base City. Most of them had reached the peak of the 4th turn and were all formidable individuals. These people were the cream of the crop locally. Every day, each one was proud and looked down on others. But at this moment, upon seeing Yi Xianyu, they all revealed friendly expressions, their tones very gentle and their attitudes incredibly warm. Especially a few of the young men, who were overly enthusiastic, immediately wanted to present some jewelry-type equipment upon meeting. Miss Yi, these are our family's specially made A-level earrings. The effects are very good. If you don't mind, please accept them. They can also enhance your strength and ensure this expedition goes smoothly, right? Yes, our family's bracelets are also great. Miss Xianyu, please accept them too. Jewelry-type equipment is relatively rare. After all, with the same materials, making weapons and armor has much better cost-effectiveness. However, for some female professionals, having a set of high-grade jewelry equipment not only decorates themselves but also increases their combat power, making such things entirely more is better. After all, this is not a game, and there are no restrictions on equipment wearing. Jewelry like this can definitely be worn as much as one has. Seeing those talented youths so respectful towards Yi Xianyu, Lu Xinyao couldn't help feeling a flicker of envy in her eyes. She softly spoke to Yi Xianyu beside her. Cousin, I see everyone has good intentions, you should just accept them. Yi Xianyu frowned slightly, glanced at the few young men, and shook her head, saying, I don't know you well, there's no need for you to give such expensive gifts. You should keep them. A few young men felt a bit awkward after being rejected but didn't get angry. Instead, they thought Yi Xianyu was even more special. Originally, their gesture of giving gifts was at the behest of their elders. They personally didn't have such strong desires. Of course, upon seeing Yi Xianyu for the first time, the elders' intentions became their intentions. After all, for young and hot-blooded men, no one would refuse to form connections with such a beauty. The few thought that by presenting such valuable gifts, even if Yi Xianyu had no feelings for them, she wouldn't refuse. After all, it was a free benefit. Not accepting it felt like a loss. They had seen many women who spoke sweetly for some benefits. These young elites encountered such situations frequently. Even other female geniuses wouldn't refuse their goodwill. Some women even said that accepting their gifts didn't mean accepting their goodwill. Such situations were common for the young elites, but encountering someone like Yi Xianyu, who clearly rejected freely given A-level jewelry and even drew a line, was their first time. Their impression of Yi Xianyu skyrocketed. They thought to themselves that she truly deserved to be an SSS-level professional. Unlike those cheap, superficial people who want everything and yet also act righteous. I really don't know what kind of man can be worthy of such a good girl. A few young talents thought this in their hearts, then simply put away their gifts and did not continue to linger. Although their talents were not as good as Yi Xianyu, they were all well-known figures locally, understanding what it meant to have discretion. Seeing those young talents put away their gifts, Lu Xinyao beside Yi Xianyu suddenly felt a wave of regret and thought to herself. Cousin is still too innocent. If it were me, I would have accepted those men's gifts. After all, they gave them willingly, not because cousin asked for them. What's the harm in taking them? Do they think that taking their gifts means she has to become their girlfriend? These men might be decent, but how can they be worthy of my cousin? Just her accepting their gifts is already their good fortune. Yi Xianyu did not understand Lu Xinyao's thoughts. She simply exchanged a few words with those young men and women, discussing the matter of opening up land. Once everyone became slightly familiar with each other, Yi Xianyu did not waste time and directly led them towards the ninefold cave. However, as soon as Yi Xianyu and her group stepped into the mist, they noticed something was amiss. Before everyone was a massive cave stretching for unknown miles, with a height exceeding 1,000 meters. The cave's rock walls were embedded with all kinds of glowing stones, and all around, strange glowing plants grew, making the light here slightly dim, but not completely shrouded in darkness. However, the air nearby was filled with a rich scent of blood. The bloody smell was very strange, not like human blood, but like that of monsters, pungent yet fresh. This meant that a battle had just occurred here, and not a small one. One man in the group frowned and spoke. Is it possible that someone entered this wild map before us? Hearing these words, everyone became serious, discussing in voices all at once. It shouldn't be members of any legitimate forces. Our several factions have already taken this wild map, probably no one in the entire Tsangyan base city is unaware. A legitimate guild or mercenary group definitely wouldn't interfere, perhaps it's just some random adventurers looking for luck. Something feels off, very off. With this concentration of blood, the number of dead monsters must be over 10,000. In Tsangyan base city, random adventurers shouldn't have such strength, right? The opponents must have some organization and be well prepared. Could it be that they are here to challenge the god statue? Let's go have a look. Everyone felt very puzzled, and immediately flew into the cave. The journey was very quiet, and they hardly encountered any monsters. Even if there were, they were just a few low-level monsters that had just been born. Everyone pressed forward without any obstacles, eventually reaching the core area of this cave. There, besides a monster statue standing tall, there was also a towering stone tablet. This is the Heavenly Way stone tablet. Damn it, someone really came to challenge the statue first. The young man named Guowei was furious, his skin emitting a blood-red glow, clearly very angry. You have to know, they were currently stuck at the peak of their 4th transformation level, desperately needing to hunt A-grade bloodline monsters to break through the level limit. Such bloodline monsters were hard to encounter outside, they would only appear as guardians of the statue when the wild map came. This was also the best breakthrough opportunity for those young talents. Now that someone had challenged the statue before them, they were snatching away their chance. Yi Xianyu looked at the Heavenly Way stone tablet. Because the wasteland map has not been fully conquered, the code names of the professionals have not appeared yet. Could it be Brother Yuan? Or is it someone else? Yi Xianyu felt a bit puzzled in her heart. At this moment, someone next to her spoke up and analyzed. Don't rush. That person shouldn't be able to challenge all the statues at once. As long as they haven't successfully challenged the S-level statue, the other statues will return to their original state, and the life energy they gained from killing the statue's guardian will be stripped away. As long as we catch up, we can stop them. That's right. The other side is definitely not just one person. Perhaps the forces from other base cities are taking advantage of our unpreparedness, trying to conquer this wasteland map before we ask for help. This kind of thing has happened before. Alright, stop wasting time. Let's hurry. After their discussion, they followed a path near the statue, winding upwards, and arrived at the second cave. This is the characteristic of the 9-layer cave. You can only enter the second layer after challenging the first layer. Everyone was already familiar with the information about this wasteland map. Because the 9-layer cave wasn't appearing for the first time in this world. Once it was successfully opened up, after some time, this wasteland map might appear again in other parts of the world. When they arrived at the second cave, the situation here was identical to the first one, but the smell of blood in the air was even stronger. As they rushed forward and reached the core area of this layer of the cave, the same scene appeared before their eyes. Next to the monster statue, a Heavenly Dao stone tablet stood. When Yi Xianyu saw this, she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Looks like it's not Brother Yuan. With just him alone, even with that pet, he couldn't challenge 2 A-level statues at once. After all, this is not just any A-level wasteland map. The monsters here are much fiercer than there. Thinking this, everyone continued forward, climbing the stone steps to the third cave. It was still very quiet here, and the smell of blood was even stronger. From deep within the cave, faint sounds of battle could be heard. Upon hearing this, everyone's spirits lifted. This meant they were about to catch up to the person who had challenged the statue before them. Chapter 25, Should we go together? Everyone immediately rushed towards the source of the battle sounds, moving incredibly fast. Even though this layer of the cave world was very vast, it was no trouble for these young talents. As they got closer, the surrounding smell of blood grew stronger, and monster corpses began to appear on the ground. It was a scene of death everywhere, looking particularly spectacular. As Yi Xianyu and the others advanced, they observed the condition of the monster corpses. A swordsman professional spoke up. Looking at these monster wounds, they should be from blades, and it seems there are no other types of wounds. Could it be that only one person acted, killing these monsters so thoroughly? Upon hearing this, the others in the team were momentarily stunned, and someone voiced their doubts. How could it be just one person? If that's the case, doesn't it mean that person's combat power is above ours? Given the current revival level of this 9-layer cave, the entry level of participants is suppressed to below 5 turns. If it's really just one person, then it must be an S-level professional. I remember there shouldn't be any S-level swordsman professionals near our Linyuan base city, right? The others nodded in agreement with this analysis. Someone voiced their opinion. I think the other side should be a small team of swordsman professionals who are tackling the map. This guess makes sense, but we'll soon see the true face of the other side. Why keep talking so much? You're right. So what if the other party is an S-rank professional? Here, we have Miss Yi Xianyu in charge. Say it's S-rank, even if it's SS-rank, so what? As they spoke, their eyes turned towards Yi Xianyu in the middle of the group, filled with strong confidence. This was the benefit of having a powerful ally, they didn't have to worry so much. Even if unexpected things happened, they could handle them easily. However, Yi Xianyu looked at the corpses of the monsters, her brows tightly knitted. These knife wounds seemed to carry a familiar aura. Could it really be Brother Yuan? Filled with doubt, she continued forward. Soon, a familiar figure appeared before her. In the core area of the cave, under a tall statue, a figure wielding a long knife moved among dozens of guardian statues, slicing through them. The light of the knife poured down like flowing water, continuously leaving scars on the guardian statues' bodies. The guardian statues looked like stone men, their bodies covered in hard stone armor, making them especially tough in defense. Especially when facing sharp weapons, the advantages of those stone monsters became even more apparent. Seeing this scene, the members of the strategy team from Linyuan base city immediately stopped to observe and began discussing. I didn't expect that the other side is actually just one person. I have to say, that person really has guts and strength. They dared to challenge the 2 statues and still have the courage to face the third. That person indeed has impressive strength, they shouldn't be below us. However, judging by their appearance, they might not be a true S-rank professional. Perhaps they are just using S-rank equipment to achieve this level. The group made a simple judgment about the person's strength. But A-rank berserker Guowei in the team snorted coldly, dissatisfied, and said, that person is audacious, daring to interfere with our strategy. When they fail their challenge, let's first ask them where they came from, then we'll take them down. Regardless, their backing must bear responsibility for this. The others nodded in agreement. In their view, that swordsman was likely sent by some guild to take advantage of them and steal their opportunities. After all, since that swordsman had already challenged 2 statues in a row, they couldn't just wait for the statues to recover to challenge again. This could lead to a more severe revival of the wasteland map, so they had to push forward with their strategy. And in the end, when they successfully completed the strategy for the entire wasteland map, that swordsman would also get to benefit, gaining various rewards. This was simply more uncomfortable than swallowing a fly for everyone. So they had to hold the swordsman and their backing accountable later, demanding sufficient compensation. Just as everyone watched the scene in the challenge area with vigilant eyes, Yi Xianyu beside them had her beautiful eyes flicker, and her lips couldn't help but rise. While others didn't recognize that figure, how could Yi Xianyu not? After all, the equipment on that person was all given by Yi Xianyu herself. Without a doubt, that person was Gu Linyuan. Damn Gu, I was still thinking of taking you to level up, but you showed up first without a word. You do have guts, but thinking you can conquer the entire wasteland map alone is a bit greedy. Let's see how you beg me to help you later. Yi Xianyu thought to herself. Beside her, Lu Xinyao frowned tightly, squinting her eyes at that figure. Why does that guy's equipment look somewhat familiar? Is it just me? Lu Xinyao turned to ask Yi Xianyu. Cousin, don't you think the equipment that person is wearing resembles the style produced by our Lu family? Oh? Is that so? Maybe it's just a coincidence. Aren't there only a few styles for equipment? Yi Xianyu casually replied. She didn't expose Gu Linyuan's identity, but rather, she felt a bit mischievous, wanting to see how he would solve those troubles. Lu Xinyao also nodded. What my cousin said makes sense. By the way, you should keep a close eye later. That guy dared to take advantage in front of several major forces at the Linyuan base city, so he must have some self-protection methods. Maybe that guy will just run away later, and we won't be able to catch him. We can only continue to conquer the wild map. At that time, he can just lie there and earn rewards. It's simply infuriating. Yi Xianyu nodded confidently. Don't worry, I won't let him get away. He can't escape from my grasp, not in this lifetime. Lu Xinyao didn't catch the underlying meaning in Yi Xianyu's words but smiled and said, I believe with my cousin's strength, as long as you make a move, that guy definitely won't escape. As she spoke, her gaze turned to the challenge area, analyzing the battle situation. I think that guy won't last much longer before he loses. Everyone must be careful, he might have some escape methods. The others nodded, without Lu Xinyao reminding them. They were also fixated on the challenge area. They even began to encircle this area, preventing the enemy from escaping from other directions. In that challenge area, Gu Linyuan was alone with a knife, resisting more than 10 peak Fortran stone monster overlords, clearly already in a difficult position. After all, he had fought his way here, and the monsters in these caves were much denser than those on the Blade Edge Plain. Gu Linyuan had almost no time to catch his breath, and his condition was no longer at its peak. At this rate, he would surely be defeated sooner or later. However, Gu Linyuan was not in the least anxious. He slightly focused inward on his beast control space, locking his gaze on the two pets. The two pets were recovering quickly in the beast control space, and one of them was almost at full strength. Seeing this, Gu Linyuan wasted no more words and silently thought. Mantis 3 Burials. It's your time to shine. Although Mantis 3 Burials used a sharp weapon to attack, it was difficult to inflict fatal damage on the rugged and tough stone monster overlords. However, Mantis 3 Burials had an S-level bloodline, and possessed S-level talent and skills. Plus, these stone monster overlords had already been depleted by Gu Linyuan, so putting it into battle was not a problem. In that battlefield, a tall figure of white jade suddenly appeared, followed by the swing of dual blades, with countless cold air emanating, flurries of frost and snow flying. Creak, creak. Accompanying it were countless shattering sounds. In just one encounter, several stone monster overlords were directly severed in half. That hard stone armor seemed as fragile as tofu in front of Mantis 3 Burials. This scene happened so suddenly that all the onlookers were dumbfounded for a moment. Even Yi Xianyu, who had anticipated it, had her beautiful eyes flicker and thought to herself. Brother Yuan's pet seems to have become much stronger again. That's right, on that day he gained the divine source, it must have all been absorbed by this pet. Yi Xianyu was not wrong. On that day, Gu Linyuan had obtained a large amount of divine source, and it was all from that Mantis statue, perfectly suited for Mantis 3 Burials. After absorbing it, Mantis 3 Burials' S-level attributes underwent automatic fusion, achieving a qualitative change. Name, Mantis 3 Burials. Type, Iceblade Jade Mantis. Level, 45. Bloodline, King level, S level. Talent attributes, Hunter, S level 5 stars, Extreme Ice State, S level 2 stars. Skill attributes, Blade's Funeral Song, S level 3 stars, Extreme Ice Domain, S level 2 stars. Although it seemed from the skill level that there was no increase, it still remained at the S level, but in terms of power. However, it improved by more than just one level. In many ways, this fusion and upgrade of attributes is much better than simply reaching SS level. Because, under the same conditions, combining several skills or talents not only doesn't increase costs but actually reduces them by skipping unnecessary processes. If those attributes are machines, then the current state is like reassembling those scattered machines into a new one, creating an effect where 1 + 1 is greater than 2, while avoiding much meaningless consumption. Perhaps the power limit of an SS level attribute may be higher than these S level attributes, but at the same state, especially during lower levels, these fused and upgraded attributes can crush the higher level ones. In summary, the current Mantis 3 Graves is terrifyingly strong. As soon as he appeared, he was like a tiger among sheep, swiftly cutting down over 10 stone monster overlords with overwhelming force. Until he sheathed his weapon and coldly surveyed the crowd around him, everyone barely came back to their senses. Everyone looked at that emanating a strong aura Mantis 3 Graves and felt an indescribable pressure, unable to resist swallowing a few times. They had just been planning to wait for Gu Linyuan to leave the challenge area and then rush in to suppress him all at once. Who would have thought that the other party would pull out such a big treasure and scare them all? Are we still going in? Somebody swallowed hard and spoke awkwardly. They were not fools, everyone could see that Mantis 3 Graves was not simple, most likely possessing a royal bloodline. The A-level berserker in the team, Huawei, clenched his fists, glanced at Yi Xianyu not far away, and then spoke. What are you afraid of? With Miss Yi here, that guy can't turn the tides, just go for it. Saying this, he charged ahead towards Gu Linyuan. The others followed quickly upon seeing this. Gu Linyuan noticed them approaching. Without them needing to say more, he already knew what was happening and felt somewhat on guard. However, when he spotted Yi Xianyu among the crowd, he let out a sigh of relief. I didn't expect that Sanyan Base City managed to invite Little Fish over. Since that's the case, I'll clear out those caves that need materials, and the rest can be left to her. Gu Linyuan thought this in his mind, and as Guo Wei and the others got closer, he directly spoke. Bro, which guild are you from? Don't you know this wasteland map has already been contracted by us? Glancing at the person, Gu Linyuan replied lightly, I'm a free player, no guild. Is it okay for me to kill monsters here? The young men and women were taken aback upon hearing this, exchanging glances and momentarily unsure how to respond. Guo Wei's expression twitched, he pointed at the gear on Gu Linyuan's body and then pointed at Mantis' 3 graves not far away. Bro, are you joking? The equipment you're wearing is probably at least A level, and that mount of yours is likely S level. You're telling me you're a free player? What kind of free player has this kind of foundation? Gu Linyuan subconsciously touched his A-level Shadow Blade Assassin outfit, feeling the other party's words made sense. If it weren't for Yi Xianyu, he figured it would take him a long time to gather a suitable A-level set. So, Gu Linyuan unconsciously replied. You can understand it as I am being supported by a rich woman. Upon hearing this, Yi Xianyu not far away couldn't help but chuckle. The others also exchanged glances, and Guo Wei's expression was somewhat speechless. I'm not saying, brother, if you're looking for an excuse, at least draft a bit. Look, you've even made Missy laugh. You're also being supported by a rich woman. What special skill do you have? Do rich women just casually give you so many resources? Gu Linyuan shrugged his shoulders. I don't know about that, but why are you asking so many questions? Are we really that familiar? Guo Wei instantly got angry. No, brother, haven't you figured out the situation yet? You came into our wasteland to steal resources, and now you're acting like you have the right? Gu Linyuan squinted his eyes, and his voice turned cold. I don't want to explain anything to you. I'm going to the next cave. Saying that, Gu Linyuan looked towards Yi Xianyu, not far away, and his voice became gentle. Sister, do you want to come along? The monster killing and leveling efficiency here is pretty high. Upon hearing Gu Linyuan's words, Guo Wei and the others, who were about to say something, suddenly froze, then showed a mischievous look. This arrogant guy not only dares to confront so many of us, but now he's even trying to flirt with her. He's really courting death. They were originally planning to team up to deal with Gu Linyuan. If they couldn't handle him, they would let Yi Xianyu take action. But who would have thought that Gu Linyuan dared to make a flirtatious remark to her? With Yi Xianyu's character from before, she definitely wouldn't let him off easy. Everyone waited for Yi Xianyu's response, but to their surprise, the girl didn't seem angry. Instead, she nodded and slowly spoke. Sure, let's go together. As soon as she said this, the entire place fell silent. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Chapter 26, Fourth Cave. Wait, she really agreed so easily? Shouldn't she have beaten that guy up? The group of geniuses from Sanyan Bay City looked at each other, feeling something was off. They weren't fools, and they quickly thought of a possibility. That is, Yi Xianyu knew that swordsman. At the sight of Yi Xianyu, Lu Xinyao also frowned tightly. She noticed her cousin's familiar tone change and the exposed true intentions of the person opposite, gradually realizing his identity. You're Gu Linyuan? Lu Xinyao asked straightforwardly. Gu Linyuan glanced at her indifferently but did not respond to her question. Seeing that familiar indifferent gaze, Lu Xinyao gritted her teeth, confirming his identity. She then spoke coldly. Gu Linyuan, what attitude is this? Don't forget, you're wearing my Lu family's equipment. Gu Linyuan curled his lips and pointed to his temple, speaking helplessly. Is there something wrong with your brain? This equipment was swapped for me by Xiao Yu. Don't act like you gave it to me for free. How thick-skinned can you be? You, how dare you insult me? Cousin, look at him. Lu Xinyao turned to look at Yi Xianyu, hoping to get her support. Yi Xianyu, however, didn't even look at her and only spoke faintly. Alright, cousin, what Brother Yuan said is right. This equipment was given to him by me. He doesn't owe the Lu family any favors. Then Yi Xianyu ignored Lu Xinyao and directly spoke to Gu Linyuan. Let's go, Brother Yuan. Let's not bother with her and go straight to the next cave. Alright. The two of them walked together, under the watchful eyes of the others, heading toward the stone steps. Wait, they're just leaving like this, without caring at all about our thoughts? One of the A-level geniuses spoke. The others also frowned, feeling a headache. That guy, Gu Linyuan, has a close relationship with Miss Yi. We definitely can't kick him out. What do we do now? What can we do? Just let it go. Eat the cold dishes with plain porridge. Let's go, follow them and see. Hey, you two are even rhyming. Everyone, somewhat helpless, could only follow Yi Xianyu and Gu Linyuan's steps to the fourth cave. The monster in this cave is called the Thousand-Layer Skin Monster. It looks like a white meat worm, with long tentacles all over its body, each tentacle covered with sharp mouthparts. The monster's skin armor is layered upon layered. To defeat it, one must break all its skin armor within a short period of time. Only by thoroughly killing it can they be defeated. Otherwise, with their strong vitality, recovery ability, and defense, as soon as the front layer of skin is broken, a new one grows quickly behind it. When the A-class geniuses of Linyuan Base City saw the situation of this cave, someone suddenly revealed a hint of joy and whispered. That Linyuan has challenged 3 layers of caves in a row, he must not be in good condition, and now he has to deal with these energy-consuming layered skin monsters, he will likely stop here. When he is unable to continue, it will be our turn to take action. While a few were thinking this way, Linyuan directly ordered Tang Sanzang to take action, as he wielded 2 arm blades, entering the monster crowd to slaughter wildly. Although these layered skin monsters were very difficult to deal with, they were no match for the S-class bloodline Tang Sanzang. The only trouble was that there were many monsters, and if the battle continued, relying solely on Tang Sanzang would not last long. Meanwhile, Linyuan and Yi Xianyu casually followed in the area that Tang Sanzang had cleared. Linyuan took the time to adjust his breathing and also took some potions purchased from the market to speed up his recovery. Beside him, Yi Xianyu saw that the potions Linyuan was using were only ordinary D-class ones, and immediately took out a few bottles of A-class potions from her storage equipment. Brother Yuan, use this, I don't need it. The geniuses following behind widened their eyes in surprise, filled with jealousy, gritting their teeth and clenching their fists. This was an A-class recovery potion, which had a very low production rate. As A-class geniuses, they usually couldn't bear to use such things. Such things basically do not circulate in the market, those powerful factions keep them for personal use after successful production. It was only because Yi Xianyu was about to challenge the S-class ruins that the Lu family took some out for her in case it was needed. Seeing this, Lu Xinyao behind them became displeased immediately. Cousin, this is for you from the family, why are you giving it to him? Does that guy even know how to use it? Even if you want to be nice to him, you have to consider the cost. What if there is an accident facing that S-class statue due to lack of supplies? Hearing Lu Xinyao's words, Yi Xianyu frowned. Just as she was about to say something, Linyuan beside her pushed the potions in her hand. It's fine, I don't need these for now, ordinary D-class potions are enough. Linyuan was not in a hurry to restore his own state. Tang Sanzang had just come out of the beast space, and with pets blocking in front, he, as a beast master, could take a little break. If he had to do everything himself, what was the use of these pets? Yi Xianyu nodded upon hearing Linyuan's words. Okay, I will keep them for now. Just let me know if you need them. Upon hearing this, Lu Xinyao felt angry at her cousin's ineffectiveness but could only criticize inwardly. Cousin, why do you have to be infatuated with this Linyuan? You are an SSS-class unparalleled genius. Although he seems to have some strength now, he is still far from being a match for you. Lu Xinyao glared at Linyuan angrily from behind. She was utterly disdainful of this kind of man who wanted to rely on others. The A-class geniuses of Linyuan Base City were also discussing behind them. What do you think this guy named Linyuan has done to win Missia's favor? I see him as nothing special. Without that mount, he is probably only a little stronger than us. That makes sense. Why don't you 2 girls ask Miss Lu? She should know. Upon hearing this, the 2 girls in the team sparked with curiosity, as an A-class healer named Zhang Yu leaned closer to Lu Xinyao. Miss Lu, what is the background of that Linyuan? Is he a direct descendant of some powerful force in your Linyuan Base City? Lu Xinyao furrowed her brow, thought for a moment, and spoke. It seems he really hasn't joined any force, just as he said, he's just a lone wanderer. As soon as she said this, the others were instantly confused. How is that possible? His mount has an S-level bloodline, how could a lone wanderer cultivate such a high-level mount? Lu Xinyao shook her head. That's not a mount, it's his pet. He is an S-level Beast Tamer. At this, the others were once again taken aback, and someone said. He is actually a Beast Tamer? Although this profession has some abilities in cultivating pets, it's still not normal to cultivate an S-level pet. He must have a great opportunity or has a powerful mentor behind him. Lu Xinyao curled her lips. Isn't his powerful mentor my cousin? Who knows how much help my cousin has secretly given him for him to have his current fortune? Should I also tell you that my cousin has an S-level pet? Upon hearing this, everyone looked at each other in surprise. They certainly knew that Yi Xianyu must have received all the resources from the Lu family. Given this, if she were to secretly support Linyuan, there would indeed be a great chance of cultivating him an S-level pet. Thinking of this, everyone felt a wave of envy and jealousy. Miss Lu, what did Linyuan do to earn Miss Yi Xianyu's favor? Did he save her life? Lu Xinyao was momentarily stunned. She thought for a while and murmured softly. I'm not sure about that, but it seems Linyuan escorted my cousin out of the fallen zone. There's still this part? Miss Lu, could you elaborate? It seems it was 3 years ago when the Anjing Base City fell. Lu Xinyao briefly recounted the story, and as the others finished listening, they sighed. I know about the fall of Anjing Base City. I heard there were over 1 million people in that city, yet in the end, there were less than 1% survivors. For Gu Linyuan to bring Miss Yi out of there must have been incredibly difficult. No wonder Miss Yi is now so loyal to him, now I understand. Those who were previously envious of Gu Linyuan felt much calmer now. However, Lu Xinyao disdainfully said. Although Gu Linyuan did help my cousin a lot back then, our Lu family also provided him with plenty of support. This guy is still clinging to my cousin and doesn't let go, he just wants to use gratitude as leverage. If he really had any conscience, he should stay away from her and not hinder her from becoming better. Upon hearing Lu Xinyao's words, the others exchanged glances, each seeing a hint of disdain in the other's eyes. They didn't expect Lu Xinyao, as Yi Xianyu's cousin, to have such a large character gap with her. If it weren't for their own faces, some might have wanted to say a few words to her. But Lu Xinyao didn't notice the change in the others' expressions. Instead, she stared at Gu Linyuan's back and silently thought. If this time during the exploration anything unexpected happens because of that guy, my Lu family will definitely make him suffer. And those geniuses of Sungyan Base City looked at Gu Linyuan. Even if their impression had changed a bit, they still hoped to see him exhausted soon. After all, to them, Gu Linyuan's appearance was stealing the cake that rightfully belonged to them. It would be fake to say they had no grievances. If it weren't for Yi Xianyu, these geniuses would have already exploded. However, they remained calm, knowing that it was useless to oppose him and would only offend Yi Xianyu. So they tacitly chose to remain silent. And under the watchful eyes of the geniuses, it seemed Gu Linyuan indeed reached his limit. I see that Tang Sanzang has already killed countless bodies in the entire fourth cave, and its state is far from the beginning. In this case, it must be difficult to challenge the statue guardian in this cave. After all, those statue guardians are all A level, and dealing with them will definitely consume a lot of power to activate skills in order to slay them quickly. This is indeed the case. Gu Linyuan had Tang Sanzang clear all the other monsters in this cave, and did not let it continue to help him challenge the statue guardian. Instead, he recalled Tang Sanzang back to the beast space. Seeing this situation, the genius's eyes lit up. Ha, it looks like it's our turn to act now. Who will go up? I'll go. My weapon causes penetrating damage, it suppresses this layered skin monster. Don't joke around. If you can do it, why can't I? My weapon is a hammer, the thing just needs to smash a few times to shatter its organs. I say let me do it. The geniuses began to argue about who should challenge the statue because this was an opportunity for them to break through to the fifth turn. After all, they needed to absorb the life energy of a dominant level monster to break through to the fifth turn, and these guardian statues happened to be at the dominant level. If they missed this chance, it would probably take them a long time to gather what they needed to break through. While the A-level geniuses were arguing, Yi Xianyu spoke up from the other side. Brother Yuan, are you going to challenge the statue guardian alone? Gu Linyuan shook his head. Of course not. As Gu Linyuan said this, he stepped directly into the statue challenge area. The next moment, more than a dozen statue guardians surrounding the statue charged towards him. These dozens are all dominant level layered skin monsters, more than 20 meters long, like moving small mountains, and their leather armor is layered upon layered. It's not easy to kill them. The A-level geniuses were stunned to see Gu Linyuan challenge the statue guardian alone. If it were before, they might have thought Gu Linyuan could possibly succeed in a one-on-one battle, but now that guy's pet has withdrawn. Can he really manage alone? Is this guy crazy? He's a beast master, his pet is offline, and he still wants to go up and fight. Isn't that asking for death? Don't worry, he won't die. Miss Yi is watching him. If he really is in danger, Miss Yi won't sit by and do nothing. But if that's the case, the revival of the statue will definitely intensify, and then there will be some unknown risks, and that would be bad. What are you afraid of? With Miss Yi there, a mere S-level Baron map can't get out of control. Well, if the revival of the statue intensifies, it may not be a bad thing for us. As long as the number of statue guardians increases, we can also get involved. Hey, that makes sense. Once the geniuses understood this, their eyes brightened. They all looked forward to Gu Linyuan quickly losing and then seeking help from Yi Xianyu. At this moment, in the challenge area, Gu Linyuan held a long knife and went all out. He had previously let Tang Sanzang do the heavy lifting and had not really made a move himself, so his state had gradually returned to peak condition. Gu Linyuan gripped the knife handle and suddenly drew the knife, starting with an S-level skill, Blade Draw Funeral. Countless beams of knife light fell on those layered skin monsters, instantly tearing apart layer after layer of tough leather armor. Ordinary layered skin monsters do not really have 1,000 layers of skin, but dominant level layered skin monsters do have that many layers of armor for protection. Gu Linyuan's Blade Draw Funeral directly tore open at least 500 layers. However, there was still a long way to go before he could injure the core of the layered skin monster. So, he activated another A-level skill of his. It was a skill feedback from his second pet, Sun Executioner. The name is Law of Heaven and Earth. At first, this skill was called Giantization, which could only make the long knife in hand grow larger and increase the size of the knife energy it produced. As Sun Executor's bloodline continuously improved, perhaps due to the infusion of many other monster bloodlines, the Giantization skill transformed and became the current Law of Heaven and Earth. After Linyuan unleashed this skill, the vital energy, spirit, and essence within him surged out, forming a massive figure of a swordsman. He had appeared very small in front of those boss-level layer skin monsters, but at this moment, he stood shoulder to shoulder with them, and the long knife in his hand had transformed into a giant sword over 10 meters long. As Linyuan wielded this warrior form and suddenly slashed down, terrifying knife energy cut through, severing several boss-level layer skin monsters in half, causing them to thrash on the ground, their stinking blood splattering everywhere. The surrounding A-level geniuses were all wide-eyed at this scene, astonished that Linyuan had such a powerful move hidden away. Is this guy really just a Beast Tamer? What kind of Beast Tamer can be this strong after their pet is offline? Is he cheating? Chapter 27, 5th Transformation. The A-level geniuses looked at Linyuan sweeping through a group of boss-level monsters, feeling utterly amazed. The power he displayed was truly beyond their expectations. This did not match their understanding of Beast Tamers at all. Based on their impression of Beast Tamers, even if the other party had powerful pets, they should be rather weak themselves. Even though a few Beast Tamers could gain some impressive attributes from their pets, it was nowhere near the level of true combat professions. However, the combat power Linyuan exhibited was not like this. He demonstrated strong physical attributes and his skill output was extremely impressive as well. It is not an exaggeration to say that Linyuan now resembled an S-level melee professional. And this was indeed the case, as Linyuan had obtained 2 S-level attributes and 2 A-level attributes from his 2 pets. If it were just this, it wouldn't be enough to match true S-level geniuses, but due to the advancement of his pet's bloodlines, he had received many boosts to his physical attributes, which could absolutely crush most S-level geniuses at the 4th transformation level. It can be said that with Linyuan's current state, defeating a group of A-level idol guardians would not be difficult at all. However, he did not choose to fight alone. That would consume a lot of energy. In the dangerous wilderness, he needed to maintain a certain state to ensure his safety. Thus, after slaying several boss-level layer skin monsters, Linyuan did not continue to activate skills to fight, but instead summoned his second pet. Sun Executor, go! With Linyuan's command, the surrounding space twisted, and a golden, shining figure appeared in everyone's sight. Sun Executor was radiant with gold, its 2 antennae swaying, looking like a golden armored warrior rather than an insect beast. Its upper body transformed its forelimbs into 2 sharp spears, directly piercing towards the 2 nearest layer skin monsters. A-level skill, Heart-Piercing Punishment. Although both were A-level bloodlines, the 2 layer skin monsters could not withstand this attack from Sun Executor. Their tough skin felt like paper and was easily pierced through. As the core body of the layer skin monsters was pierced by the spears, they immediately collapsed like deflated balloons, their life force quickly dissipating. With a casual flick, Sun Executor sent the 2 massive corpses flying, crashing hard to the ground. Then, its powerful thighs stomped on the ground, and its body leaped high, charging towards the other layer skin monsters. In midair, Sun Shinger's 2 forearms continued to transform, turning into 2 strange hooks, which immediately landed and tightly hooked onto the flesh of the layered skin monster. The 2 hooks seemed alive, continuously changing, spreading like roots and buds within the layered skin monster's body. Then Sun Shinger violently pulled, and the layers of skin and flesh of the layered skin monster were torn apart, floating like scraps of paper, mixed with splattering, foul-smelling blood, creating a scene that looked extremely brutal. Thus, Sun Shinger forcefully ripped the skin armor off 2 layered skin monsters, ultimately obliterating their core bodies. This was another A-grade skill of Sun Shinger's skin-peeling punishment. Afterward, Sun Shinger continued to charge at the other layered skin monsters, his arms transforming into various tools, using his remaining skills. The A-grade skill Flesh-Shattering Punishment was unleashed, shredding the layered skin monster within like a meat grinder, turning it into countless bits of flesh. The A-grade skill Burning Punishment was unleashed, as a fiery red branding rod pierced into the layered skin monster's body, burning it alive from the inside out. In the distance, the A-grade geniuses watched these scenes, all wide-eyed. A genius swallowed hard. Is this Linyuan's second pet? Its combat power is terrifying. Could it also be S-grade? What kind of pet is this? It looks like an insect beast, but I have never seen such an insect beast in the monster encyclopedia. No, this pet of his fights so brutally, it feels even more terrifying than the first. Seeing Sun Shinger's heart-pounding combat, the geniuses were all shocked. This pet brought them visual impact far exceeding the first. That suspected praying mantis-like pet battled the monster smoothly, almost splitting them apart with a single strike. Even if it delivered a second blow, it followed the trace of the first. Watching the mantis monster kill its enemies was like splitting wood, the slight bloodshed still within the tolerance of the geniuses. After all, it was battle, how could it be bloodless? However, Gu Linyuan's second pet's battlefield scene made everyone understand what true bloodshed meant. The corpses of the layered skin monsters were horrifying. Had they not witnessed how they died with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe these were actually layered skin monsters. It's likely even the layered skin monsters' mothers wouldn't recognize them. I originally thought Gu Linyuan's first pet was cold and vicious enough, but unexpectedly, his second pet is truly brutal and bloody. How on earth did he nurture these two pets? Does he have a third pet? You ask me, I ask who? But I think this pet, while looking intimidating, has a bloodline quality likely not as high as the first, probably just A-grade level. Just A-grade level? Do you know how rare an A-grade pet is? That guy has one S-grade, and now an A-grade, combined with his personal combat power. I feel that even when encountering those S-grade geniuses, he wouldn't fall short. A few geniuses discussed animatedly. At this moment, they finally acknowledged Gu Linyuan's strength, and they couldn't help but feel a wave of despondency. Sigh, this guy now has two powerful pets assisting him. With their rotation, we really don't need to step in. With Miss Yi Xianyu cooperating, he will likely conquer this wasteland map. Amidst the shock of the A-grade geniuses, the expression of Lu Xinyo was even more vibrant. At first, he was surprised by Gu Linyuan's death, but then he became somewhat upset. I can't believe this guy could raise two high bloodline pets all by himself. He must have secretly asked his cousin for resources. This bastard is really shameless. With an S-class pet, he is still not satisfied and even uses my cousin's resources to raise a second A-class pet. Lu Xinyao felt her suspicion was not wrong, because everyone knew that upgrading a pet's bloodline was extremely difficult and required a lot of resources to attempt. Gu Linyuan, a refugee who escaped from the Fallen Zone, could not possibly have that kind of foundation. However, Yi Xianyu had the resources of the Lu family, and as long as some were shared with him, it was not impossible. For Lu Xinyao, she had no objections to her family leaning resources toward Yi Xianyu. Because she was very clear that this was a very profitable investment. Once Yi Xianyu grew up, he could bring back several times, even dozens of times, the returns for the Lu family. However, if those resources were given to Gu Linyuan by Yi Xianyu, she absolutely could not accept it. But even if she could not accept it, she had to accept reality, only able to curse silently in her heart. Damn it, you freeloading man, Lu Xinyao, will never respect you in my life. Meanwhile, Gu Linyuan was unaware of others' thoughts, muttering to himself. These layers of strange beast blood orbs can serve as substitutes for the copper-armored beetle. In the next cave, I will gather some fiery scorpion blood orbs, and I can evolve Sun Xingqia's bloodline to the king level. Perhaps it was because Gu Linyuan's base template for fusion was insect beasts, so his requirements for other types of insect beasts were not very strict, and many types could be substituted for each other. This was also the advantage of insect beasts, their bloodlines were inherently weak, allowing them to withstand various modifications and offering infinite possibilities. If it were those monsters with pure and powerful bloodlines, it would definitely not be as easy as it was now. Gu Linyuan could not help but admire his initial decision. If he had not chosen insect beasts as his pet template, he would certainly not have achieved his current success. Once Sun Xingqia's bloodline is upgraded to S-class, the process for the third pet can also be expedited. As Gu Linyuan pondered, Sun Xingqia had already finished eliminating the remaining statue guardians, and beside the statue in the fourth cave, a heavenly stone tablet was also slowly rising. At this moment, Yi Xianyu walked over. Great, Brother Yuan, I didn't expect you had such a trick up your sleeve. I was just a bit worried about you. Gu Linyuan smiled upon hearing this. I have many tricks, and you will know them all in the future. By the way, I also need the monster blood orbs from the next cave. Will your team members have any objections to that? When Gu Linyuan asked, Yi Xianyu shook her head. You don't have to worry about them. If you need it, feel free to take all the resources from the entire wasteland map. As for other matters, just leave them to me to handle. Gu Linyuan believed Yi Xianyu was telling the truth. After all, she was an SSS-level professional, and even the guardians of major base cities had to give her a lot of face. Taking a resource from an S-level wasteland map, those forces involved would definitely agree. After all, they were not afraid of Yi Xianyu taking resources, they were just afraid she wouldn't take enough. This was an SSS-level professional's favor, using these resources to exchange for it would be a big profit. This was also the reason why those A-level geniuses did not directly confront Gu Linyuan after learning about his relationship with Yi Xianyu. Although this matter hurt their interests, in comparison to the interests of their behind-the-scenes forces, these sacrifices were worth it. After hearing Yi Xianyu's response, Gu Linyuan shook his head. There is no need to owe a favor over such a small matter. How about this? I have a plan that can make everyone satisfied and leave this wasteland. Yi Xianyu was indeed clever and instantly guessed Gu Linyuan's idea. Brother Yuan, you don't mean to let them challenge the statue together, do you? If that's the case, it will surely accelerate the statue's revival. Gu Linyuan nodded his head. What are you afraid of? With you and me covering, a general level revival shouldn't be a problem. Yi Xianyu thought for a moment and also nodded. Alright, then let's do it. When you finish your business later, I will let them team up to challenge the statue. As the two were talking, they stepped into the fifth cave, where the monsters were blazing fire scorpions, possessing both fire and poison attributes, making ordinary adventurers avoid them. However, these monsters had a maximum bloodline of only martial level, and after Sun Xingzhe challenged the statue guardian in the previous cave, he was still in good shape. He charged into the horde of monsters, killing them left and right, while Gu Linyuan occasionally assisted. Energy of life continuously flowed into their bodies, and Gu Linyuan and his two pets leveled up, finally reaching the peak of the fourth transition. Your level has reached the limit. You must fulfill the job change conditions to breakthrough. Breakthrough condition: accumulate and absorb the life energy of 10 or more overlord monsters of at least your current level. Conditions met. You have successfully broken through and leveled up to 50, with a massive increase in physical attributes. Gu Linyuan had already slain more than 10 overlord-level statue guardians during the previous A-level wasteland map, completing the breakthrough requirements for the fifth transition long ago. Therefore, at this moment, upon meeting the life energy standard, he faced no obstacles and smoothly leveled up to 50. Originally, his physical attributes would be suppressed upon reaching level 50 in this wasteland, but that was not the case. Detected that the host is undergoing special suppression, and the suppression you suffer is weakening. This was Gu Linyuan's confidence. In this wasteland, even the monster levels would be suppressed, but he didn't have to face that limitation. Moreover, with Yi Xianyu by his side, even if the statue's revival in this wasteland intensified, they could suppress it together. Gu Linyuan had another reason for confidence: his pet Sun Xingzhe was about to evolve to the king level, and he would gain a large amount of attribute feedback, with his talent and skill entries evolving as well. With such conditions, what was there to worry about? While Gu Linyuan was feeling assured, outside in the mist, several figures sneaked past numerous inspections and stepped into the mist's edge. One of the figures was Zhao Yan, the president of the Iron Blood Guild, while the other figures were cloaked in black robes, appearing ominous. Zhao Yan glanced at those people and reconfirmed again. Are you sure you can handle that Yi Xianyu in this wasteland? She is an SSS level profession, and now in this wasteland, my attributes are suppressed below the fifth transition. If I face her, I can't hold on for 10 rounds. One black-robed figure snorted at his words. I say, President Zhao, you are a well-known figure around here, can't you have a bit of confidence? Don't forget, we are members of the cult of the divine. To tell you the truth, we hold a divine decree now just to take down that Yi Xianyu. As long as we meet the final statue here, we can temporarily gain the divine source, making us invincible. Hearing the black-robed person say they held a divine decree, Zhao Yan felt a sigh of relief in his heart. He had some understanding of the cult of the divine and knew very well how powerful the divine decree was. It was said that wherever there was a statue, having a divine decree present could provide a great boost. No wonder these guys were confident in entering the wasteland to deal with an SSS-level professional. It turned out they were well prepared. Zhao Yan squinted his eyes and silently thought. This time, with the help of the cult of the divine. Shouldn't I avenge those brothers? Since your Lu family is so ruthless in your actions, don't blame me, Zhao Yan, for being unscrupulous. Chapter 28, The Third Pet, the Ghost-Faced Demon Spider. Zhao Yan had been lingering around the Lu family's territory, just waiting for an opportunity to inflict great damage on them, seeking revenge for his Iron Blood Guild. However, the Lu family was an old, cunning family, acting with incredible caution and having tight defenses everywhere, leaving Zhao Yan no chance to exploit vulnerabilities. During this time, news of the Iron Blood Guild started to spread in the Tsangling base city. Although most people did not know the specifics of what had happened, combined with the Lu family's attitude, some clues started to form. Anyone could see that the Lu family had clashed with the Iron Blood Guild, and it seemed that the Iron Blood Guild had suffered defeat. What was once considered a top-tier A-class force in Tsangling base city had nearly vanished overnight, and Zhao Yan, the guild leader, had become a stray dog. In the past few days, when Zhao Yan went to rest and procure supplies in the territories of other forces, he was nearly discovered by the Lu family's spies allied with the Wind Voice Tower, almost getting surrounded and killed in the wilderness. Zhao Yan's resentment towards the Lu family grew like wild grass, completely taking over his heart, with the flames of revenge burning ever stronger. Finally, not long ago, members of the Worship God sect approached him, hoping to collaborate in hunting down the SSS-level genius, Yi Xianyu, of the Lu family. The Worship God sect was an underground force hidden throughout the world. From its name, one could tell that this organization drew power from those god statues associated with the ruins. And it was indeed true, the Worship God sect was a product of the invasion of the god statues. Initially, they were transformed from humans who had entirely fallen under the control of the ruins. To survive, they became vassals of the god statues. This situation was understandable, as everyone has the right to do anything for survival. However, later on, many individuals of lower professional quality within human territories joined the Worship God sect seeking powerful strength, causing chaos everywhere to earn promotions in the sect. With the ruins appearing more frequently, the number of such people was on the rise. As an A-class professional, Zhao Yan had no intention of joining the worship god sect, he merely wanted to use their power to help him achieve his goals. Yet in the eyes of several sect members, Zhao Yan had already become one of their prey. A group of people entered the cave and began to delve deeper, reaching the 4th level of the cave without any obstruction. Several members of the worship god sect used special items to communicate covertly. It seems these guys are progressing quite quickly, it's impressive to have an SSS level professional leading them. TSK, what a fine offering it would be to the gods, I wonder how much reward we could obtain. Don't forget, besides that SSS level professional, there are so many A-class professionals in there. If we sacrifice them all, our combat power will surely rise to the S level. If it weren't for Zhao Yan's assistance this time, how could we have avoided the layers of detection set by the god slaughter hall? We've been in this godless land for so long without being discovered, we have to thank him. In that case, let him be the first offering to the gods, it will be his honor. While the cloaked figures were secretly scheming, Zhao Yan was also thinking to himself. Before coming here, I sent a message to the god slaughter hall. With the speed of the god slaughter guards, they should arrive shortly after I deal with Yi Xianyu. If I'm alive then they can leave safely. But if I die, these guys can only accompany me to the grave. As Zhao Yan and the members of the god-worshipping sect plotted against each other, 2 figures stood tall beyond the mist. One was Zhang Jia, the guardian of Sangyan Bay City, and the other was a young man with an extraordinary aura. Although Zhang Jia was older, when he looked at the young man, there was a trace of respect in his gaze. Zhang Jia respectfully spoke, Officer Hong, based on the intelligence we've gathered, the person who just trespassed into the wasteland map is highly likely to be after Yi Xianyu, probably a member of the god-worshipping sect. The young man, named Hong Feng, nodded and spoke with a hint of coldness, no doubt about it. Those are the rats from the god-worshipping sect. I can smell their disgusting stench from 10 miles away. But judging by their appearance, they shouldn't be core members. It's a pity. I've been lurking around this area for so long, hoping to catch a big fish. Hearing Hong Feng's words, Zhang Jia chuckled helplessly. As the guardian of the base city, he was well aware of how powerful the god slaughtering guards were. Even S-level professionals might not qualify to join them. Hong Feng seemed to be an SS-level professional, and only such a powerful figure would dare to ignore the threat of the god-worshipping sect and treat them as bait. In fact, when the news of Yi Xianyu awakening an SSS-level profession reached the higher-ups, Hong Feng had already arrived in this area for patrol. He knew the god-worshipping sect would inevitably act against this rising genius before they fully matured. But what surprised him was that they didn't even send out an S-level combatant, they were too cautious. Hong Feng glanced at the swirling mist and spoke to Zhang Jia, I'll go in for a while. You continue to monitor the area and don't let any fish slip through the net. Yes. Meanwhile, on the other side, Gu Linyuan and the others had once again conquered several caves. Time returned to not long ago. Gu Linyuan and Sun Xinger worked together to collect a large number of Fire Scorpion's blood essence beads. Then, while Sun Xinger returned to the Beast Master space to rest, Gu Linyuan began to strengthen its bloodline. One by one, the blood essence beads were continuously placed into the pet egg by Gu Linyuan. Afterward, following a specific ratio, they began to fuse with Sun Xinger. Thanks to the Beast Master space providing fusion success rates, Gu Linyuan was able to constantly adjust his fusion strategy. As a result, he ensured that each fusion had a success rate of over 90%, and he almost never encountered failure. Even if the fusion failed, Gu Linyuan would only lose some blood essence beads and pet eggs, and it wouldn't cause much harm to the pet's body. Gu Linyuan couldn't help but marvel at the power of his creation-level talent. It was truly beyond his understanding. However, once he thought about how his talent allowed him to ignore the impact of the wasteland map, everything seemed normal. After finishing his own tasks, Gu Linyuan, Yi Xianyu, then informed the A-level geniuses about the plan. The group of geniuses initially thought they would gain nothing, and that all the benefits would go to Gu Linyuan. However, when they heard Yi Xianyu's plan to challenge the statues together, they were all a bit surprised. Isn't this a bit too risky? If we do this, even if we manage to challenge those A-level statues successfully, the difficulty of the final S-level statue will definitely increase. The risk for Miss Yi will be much higher. Yes, there's no need for us to take such a risk. Why don't we just forget about it? Miss Yi's safety should be our priority. Although these A-level geniuses were eager to break through their limits and advance to the 5th transformation level, they knew that if something happened to Yi Xianyu, this barren map, if not conquered, will definitely bring even greater trouble. Compared to this, their personal interests all seem somewhat insignificant. However, Yi Xianyu spoke with a firm tone. You don't need to worry about these problems. I am the leader of this challenge operation. Just follow my command and act accordingly. Upon hearing this, everyone could only accept it helplessly. But in reality, they weren't that worried, they just didn't want to take unnecessary risks. After all, Yi Xianyu was an SSS-level professional. As long as this barren map wasn't completely out of control, it shouldn't pose a lethal threat to her to a certain extent. Thus, in the 5th level of the cave, the group first took turns clearing the monsters on the outskirts, then quickly reached the challenge area. They split into pairs and started to challenge the statue. As soon as the two stepped into the challenge area, the statue began to shake and emitted a terrifying aura. And the number of the original statue guardians doubled, reaching more than 20. These statue guardians were all A-level bloodlines, and with the numbers doubled, their intimidation power skyrocketed. Fortunately, these A-level geniuses were no pushovers. They all wore A-level gear and even had some life-saving trump cards. So, working together, they were able to handle those statue guardians easily without much danger. However, the rest of the group, seeing this scene, couldn't help but compare it to the previous scene of Gu Linyuan challenging the statue alone, and they all noticed the gap. No, it's not that we don't recognize the value, but the difference between these two and Gu Linyuan seems a bit big. That's true, but it's normal. After all, Gu Linyuan raised 2 high-level pets, so the feedback he got must have been considerable. Normal my foot, I've seen other beast masters who raised high-level pets. One beast master from my guild raised 3 A-level pets, but the feedback he got wasn't much either. If we hadn't spent a huge amount of money to buy him skill scrolls and had him learn several enhancement skills, he would have been useless on the battlefield. He could only rely on his pets. The rest of the group discussed fervently, completely unaware that a few figures had already followed them into the cave behind. A person in a black robe whispered, "Shall we strike now?" "Heh, not yet. Let's wait a little longer." When they reach the final statue's location, their energy should be mostly drained. "Then we can strike and harvest them." The group quietly followed behind, watching as the others challenged the statue and killed monsters. Meanwhile, Gu Linyuan hardly made a move after that, quietly cleaning up the battlefield and gathering the monster's essence blood beads. The A-level geniuses were quite generous. They knew this multi-person challenge plan was suggested by Gu Linyuan, so they all happily gave him the spoils. Although the value of these monster bodies was considerable, to these A-level geniuses from large forces, it was not something they couldn't part with. If it weren't for Gu Linyuan suggesting the multi-person challenge, after they went out, finding monsters with the right bloodlines and levels to meet the breakthrough conditions would not have been a quick task. After all, many of them had been stuck at the peak of the 4th turn for years, just a small step away. If they could meet the conditions, they wouldn't have had to wait until now. Gu Linyuan, on the other hand, gathered a large amount of new essence blood beads and was thinking about how to use them. Since he was idle anyway, he continuously experimented in the Beast Master space, adjusting the fusion ratios with the new pets. In this barren map's 9-level cave, only 5 were guarded by insect beast statues, and most of them had already been integrated into Sun Xingzhe's body. However, Gu Linyuan pondered the types of monsters in the remaining caves. The remaining types of monsters are the ghost-faced monkey, spiked monster, void sparrow, long-armed monster. Although this desolate map is called the 9 Heavens Caves, each cave is like an independent small space with its own ecological environment. The monsters born here are also diverse, not just snakes, insects, and mice that can only survive in caves. So logically, these few types of monsters might not be in Gu Linyuan's consideration. But since he had nothing to do, he decided to make some new attempts. "I haven't large-scale fused non-insect monsters before, I can try this time." Gu Linyuan previously had limited blood jewels and pet eggs, so he naturally wanted to make the most of his materials, but this time he had harvested so many blood jewels and stocked up on a lot of pet eggs, so he could conduct many experiments. Thus, while Gu Linyuan cleaned the battlefield, he quietly conducted various experiments in the beast space. No, the fusion probability between non-insect pets is too low, and the direction of the fused pets is also unstable. I still need to use insect beasts as the template and continuously try adding other types of pets. Gu Linyuan summarized his experiences again and again according to his plan. Fortunately, before entering this desolate map, he had also bought various blood jewels that were sufficient to support his experiments. Before long, Gu Linyuan finally obtained a suitable fusion plan and conducted his final attempt. You have locked onto 3 servant-level spider monsters, 1 servant-level ghost-faced monkey, 1 servant-level void sparrow, 1 servant-level spiked monster. You have obtained 1 soldier-level ghost-faced demon spider. Very good, my third pet is you, ghost-faced demon spider. Gu Linyuan thought this way and began to contract. You have contracted the ghost-faced demon spider, your body attributes have received a slight increase, and you have gained the E-level talent entry spatial affinity, and the E-level entry ghost shadow step. Gu Linyuan began to continuously strengthen the bloodline of the ghost-faced demon spider according to his fusion plan. Your pet ghost-faced demon spider has evolved to elite level. Your pet ghost-faced demon spider has evolved to commander level. Your pet ghost-faced demon spider has evolved to marshal level. When the crowd arrived at the statue challenge area of the 8th cave, Gu Linyuan had already utilized various materials to evolve his third pet to marshal level. Meanwhile, the several members of the god-praising sect trailing behind were also eyeing him covetously. They watched Gu Linyuan and the others, secretly pondering in their hearts. As long as we wait for these guys to step into the ninth cave, it will be their time of death. Chapter 29, Let the Storm Come Even Stronger. While the members of the god-praising sect secretly watched Gu Linyuan and others, they were unaware that god-slaying guardian Hongfeng had also quietly found their trace. Seeing that the members of the god-praising sect weren't taking action for a long time, Hongfeng guessed their intentions. Are these guys planning to wait until they enter the ninth cave to make a move? Well, they can serve as a whetstone to sharpen those so-called geniuses. Hongfeng thought to himself, he was actually not very interested in honing those A-level geniuses. After all, the upper limit of most A-level geniuses is only the 6th turn, and very few can break through their own shackles to continue advancing to a higher realm. Hongfeng's true goal was to test Yi Xianyu. After all, such a genius can almost steadily grow to the 9th turn as long as they do not fall. And for Yi Xianyu, engaging with the members of the god-praising sect sooner could also accumulate experience in advance. Using these divine slaves as a whetstone is quite fitting. This way, when encountering those divine envoys and divine guardians in the future, we can also be prepared. In the increasingly severe situation of today, if one does not choose to join the cult of worship, one cannot avoid dealing with it. Of course, more experience is better. The reason Hongfeng dared to do this is not only because he has confidence in Yi Xianyu's strength, but also because he is strong enough. Even if the situation spirals out of control, he can still manage the whole situation. Thus, the two forces are like a mantis stalking a cicada, while the other decides to be the unsuspecting yellow sparrow. Meanwhile, the authorities, Gu Linyuan and Yi Xianyu, remain completely unaware. As for the other A-class geniuses, they are immersed in the excitement of the wild map about to be conquered, making them unable to sense the imminent danger. Before long, two A-class geniuses join forces and successfully defeat the 8th-level statue guardians. Gu Linyuan steps out at the right moment, carefully collecting the essence beads of those overlord-level monsters. Generally speaking, these high bloodline monster essence beads are better for fusion. 10 overlord-level essence beads fused with a corresponding grade pet egg have a chance to produce a king-level pet. The production of these statue guardians' essence beads is also quite high. At least one overlord-level essence bead can be cultivated from them. So, logically, Gu Linyuan's 2nd and 3rd pets could also reach king level now. However, all these statue guardians' essence beads have a unique power swirling around them, which Gu Linyuan cannot use for now. Only after completely conquering the wild map will these essence beads truly belong to him. After all, these are not ordinary monsters, but statue guardians. As long as the wild map is not fully conquered, they have the potential to resurrect. But Gu Linyuan is not in a hurry. Right now, his 3rd pet is almost ready to evolve to overlord level, which is completely sufficient for him. After cleaning up the battlefield, Gu Linyuan nodded to everyone. Let's go, it's getting late, and it's time to end everything. Yi Xianyu slowly spoke. If this S-level wild map cannot be conquered within a certain time, it will be considered a failure. Those statues that have been successfully challenged will awaken faster, and the statue guardians will resurrect again. At that point, they, trapped deep within the 9th-level cave, will face an endless tide of monsters, leading to a definitely perilous outcome. Fortunately, Gu Linyuan and their strength is quite good, and they still have enough time to challenge the 9th-level cave. Those A-class geniuses spoke confidently. Let's go. We'll go in first, clear out the monsters blocking the way and pave the road for Missy to challenge the final statue. Hee, I feel great right now, my big knife can't wait to taste blood. Everyone was very excited, stepping into the 9th-level cave together, continuously moving toward the challenge area. The 9th-level cave has a large number of monsters, and their bloodlines are incredibly strong. There are even more than a dozen monsters that have reached overlord level. Gu Linyuan glanced at the monsters, his eyes slightly shining. All the types of monsters that appeared in the first 8 levels of the cave are gathered here. Great. It's an excellent opportunity for me to farm materials. I've rested long enough, it's about time to get moving. It's just a pity that the average bloodline of these monsters is still not high enough, otherwise, I might be able to stack both pets' bloodlines up to SS level. Gu Linyuan contemplated in his heart, feeling somewhat regretful. However, he also knows how difficult it is to raise a pet's bloodline from S level to SS level. If he could encounter a matching S level wild map like the one in Mantis's grave, maybe completing the challenge for the final statue would be enough. But Gu Linyuan's remaining 2 pets have very mixed bloodlines. To elevate them from S level to SS level, he must conquer at least 3 to 5 S level wild maps. Hey, why think so much? They aren't even at S level yet, and I'm already thinking about upgrading to SS level. Gu Linyuan mocked himself inwardly. Just as I was about to take action, a series of sinister laughs came from behind. Tisk, TSK, what a bunch of naive young ones. We've been following you for so long, and yet you haven't noticed a thing. It seems, in this case, your deaths are well deserved. Several figures revealed themselves, undoing their disguises in front of everyone. Looking at their clothing and the strange aura emanating from them, everyone was taken aback. An A-grade genius stammered, "You guys are from the cult of the divine?" "Indeed. It seems our name has spread far and wide, that even the young ones in this remote area can recognize us immediately." One of the men in black robes said proudly. Seeing his demeanor, the other A-grade geniuses were furious. "Pah! A bunch of trash, and you're still feeling proud. That's right. You're nothing but a group of cowardly bugs, dare to flaunt yourselves here? Damn it, I'll kill you. Brothers, let's go take them down." These A-grade geniuses were young and passionate. Once they confirmed the identities of their opponents, they had no intention of talking further and charged forward as a group. Damn! These brutes! They won't even let me finish my lines. The black-robed man, who had just wanted to show off with some villainous lines, instantly twitched his mouth and began to defend himself in a panic. The president of the Iron Blood Guild, Zhao Yan, snorted, looking at the black-robed men with a foolish expression. These fools, do they really need to come out and show off? Can't they let those monsters exhaust these kids first? Or at least find the right moment to launch a sneak attack? They really don't understand how to be villains, just a bunch of useless trash. Zhao Yan shook his head repeatedly, feeling very disappointed in the quality of these guys. However, he also understood well how smart those who joined the cult of the divine could be. Most of them couldn't survive in human society and thought they could rewrite their fate by switching sides, not knowing that trash is trash, no matter where it goes. If it weren't for the other side needing manpower to annoy the human faction, they probably wouldn't even take in this garbage. But while Zhao Yan was complaining, he knew that at this moment, he was still on the same side as those black-robed members, so he had to help them out a bit. He boldly took action, blocking several A-grade geniuses' attacks, giving the black-robed men a chance to breathe. Zhao Yan was also an A-grade profession, and an experienced one at that. Not only was he rich in battle experience, but he also had many special techniques. So even if his level was suppressed to the same level as the other A-grade geniuses, he could still fight 3 opponents at once without falling behind. It was like playing a game. People of different skill levels operating the same account could produce drastically different results. If Zhao Yan was at the king level, those A-grade geniuses, even if they weren't silver, or at most gold, it was normal to be beaten down. Moreover, though those black-robed men were a bit dim, they were also quite powerful, all at the A-grade level. Therefore, even if they were outnumbered, they could still gain the upper hand in the brief skirmishes. However, during this time, the surrounding monsters were swarming in, and the mist around them surged, their auras seemingly strengthening rapidly. Several black-robed men gritted their teeth, glaring at those geniuses, and one of them sneered, "You youngsters, we were willing to give you a chance to seek refuge with the great deity, but since you seek death yourselves, don't blame us. Now we have invoked the oracle, and all the monsters will become guardians of the gods, obeying our commands. You shall undoubtedly die." As the black-robed men spoke, they began to retreat, blending into the horde of monsters. Originally, these monsters would kill anyone they saw, filled with fury. But at this moment, when seeing those black-robed figures, they did not make a move. It seemed they could still obey their orders and continuously closed in on the others. Zhao Yan had originally wanted to leave, but he was stopped by those monsters. Seeing this, he immediately cursed angrily. "You bastards, I knew you weren't up to any good. Fortunately, I had a backup plan. I had someone prepare to send a message to the authorities in advance. If I die here, your identities will be exposed. Even if you escape this wasteland map, you won't escape the official investigation. The authorities have set up checkpoints in every base city, strictly inspecting the movement of practitioners. If these black-robed people didn't have Zhao Yan's help, they would never have been able to easily obtain identities and cross such rigorous scrutiny so easily. After they dealt with Yi Xianyu and the others, they would also need these identities to temporarily cover their tracks. At this moment, when the black-robed people heard Zhao Yan's words, they furrowed their brows, not expecting that the other party had prepared such a move. After a brief thought, they ordered the monsters to stop attacking Zhao Yan. Zhao Yan, seeing this, immediately breathed a sigh of relief and silently thought in his heart. "I lied to you. Even if I don't die, the authorities already know your identities. You won't escape the encirclement and extermination later, hee hee. After you kill Yi Xianyu, I'll just run. You can wait to be hunted by the Divine Guard." Zhao Yan's gaze turned to Yi Xianyu and the others in the crowd. The A-rank geniuses, sensing the strength of the surrounding monsters, were already in a state of panic. Damn, the rate at which these monsters are multiplying, and the speed at which their bloodlines are advancing, is far beyond the limit. What the hell have they done? At this rate, we'll be exhausted to death. No, even if we're not exhausted, if we drag on until the strategy time ends, and the wasteland map revives, we'll still be doomed. We can't wait any longer. We must break through and find a way out. As the A-rank geniuses discussed, Linyuan and Yi Xianyu's faces showed no signs of panic. "Brother Yuan, what do you think we should do?" Yi Xianyu looked at Linyuan, asking for his opinion. "It's simple, just follow the plan. Everything is going according to plan." Linyuan spoke calmly, his tone full of composure. "Keep your strength, don't rush to make a move. I'll open a path for you, directly to the challenge area." Yi Xianyu nodded, a faint smile appearing on his lips. Alright, I'll listen to Brother Yuan. If you can't hold on, let me know, and I'll step in. Don't worry, I can handle it. Gu Linyuan smiled as well, then fully unleashed his combat power and headed towards the challenge area. Seeing this, not only were the A-rank geniuses around him stunned, but the black-robed figures mixed among the monsters were also surprised. What is this guy thinking? At a time like this, instead of trying to escape, he actually wants to challenge the statue. Truly seeking death. A black-robed person sneered. Before his words could finish, on the other side, Gu Linyuan fully unleashed his combat power. A tall swordsman figure appeared beside him, surrounded by dazzling golden light. He swung the large sword in his hand and struck fiercely ahead. Boom! The scorching sword light erupted, brutally cleaving through hundreds of monsters' bodies, opening a bloody path ahead. Seeing this, Zhao Yan, the president of the Iron-Blooded Guild, exclaimed. This kid's combat power is so strong, he's definitely not an A-rank profession. Not good, this could ruin everything. Do you have any other tricks? Hurry and use them. Zhao Yan urged the black-robed people beside him. Although the black-robed people were shocked by Gu Linyuan's performance, they weren't too panicked. After all, this was the wasteland map. For them, the members of the god-worshipping church, this was almost their home field, so they had ample confidence. Why are you in such a hurry? We'll do things our way. It's not for you to teach us. One of the black-robed people snorted coldly. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yan's face darkened with anger. Fool, don't you know that even a lion uses its full strength to catch a rabbit? Why are you still holding back? Hurry up and use your methods. If that kid finishes dealing with those monsters, when Yi Xianyu strikes next, you will definitely lose. The black-robed people exchanged glances, and after a moment, one of them took out a black scroll. This was originally meant for Yi Xianyu, but since that kid is seeking his own death, let's use it on him first. Saying this, the black-robed man activated the black scroll, and the fog around Gu Linyuan began to surge violently, continuously swirling into his body. Seeing this, one black-robed man sneered. These guys have been stuck in the wilderness map for so long, the level of divine power pollution must be substantial. Under the command of the divine decree, they will all explode together. I don't believe he can withstand it. Gu Linyuan also noticed this scene and was immediately shocked. What tricks are these guys playing? Before Gu Linyuan could figure out their methods, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. You are in an S-level danger zone. Talent 1 is activating, increasing 100 pet eggs per second. Pollution is automatically evolving. Danger level increasing. Talent 1 effect amplified, increasing pet eggs by 200 per second. When Gu Linyuan heard this voice, he was initially stunned, then couldn't help but laugh. He immediately understood what their method was. Those cult members were actually trying to provoke divine power pollution to backfire on Gu Linyuan, not realizing that the power contaminating him had already been purified into nutrients for pet eggs. Now those guys were intensifying the divine power pollution on Gu Linyuan, not only failing to cause him any trouble, but instead accelerating the supply of nutrients for him. Wonderful, so wonderful. Gu Linyuan couldn't help the smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. I was worried I didn't have enough pet eggs, and I didn't expect you to come so eagerly to help me. Then let the storm come even stronger. Chapter 30, what about another S-level? For Gu Linyuan, even though the pet beast space could normally generate one pet egg every second, adding up to more than 80,000 in a day, it certainly couldn't be considered small. But for his growth, it was indeed somewhat lagging behind. After all, to raise a king-level pet from scratch, at least 1 million pet eggs would be needed. If it weren't for the fact that the speed of egg generation in the wilderness map started at dozens of times, he probably wouldn't have even raised the first king-level pet by now. And now, to raise the next 2 pets to king level, he would need to spend over 2 million pet eggs for merging. In a normal environment, it would take at least more than 20 days to gather this number, but in the wilderness map, it could be done in less than a day. Only, from this point on, if Gu Linyuan wanted to further evolve the pets to emperor level, each one would require an additional 9 million pet eggs. This was no small number, and he had to prepare in advance. At this moment, with the help of the cult members, Gu Linyuan's pet egg acquisition skyrocketed to 200 times per second, accumulating over 10,000 in a minute. How could he not feel excited? Thinking of this, Gu Linyuan looked at the cult members among the tide of monsters, as if seeing several little fortune bringers, and his gaze softened. Several cult members felt a bit off. What's up with this guy's eyes? Why is he so calm? Isn't he supposed to be filled with rage and despair? Something's not right, it seems he hasn't been affected by divine power pollution. Is the divine decree malfunctioning? The black-robed people looked at the black scroll in their hands but found nothing unusual. A black-robed man glanced at Gu Linyuan, who was calm and collected, not at all looking like someone affected by divine power pollution. Suddenly furrowing his brow, he proposed. I think this guy must have special equipment that can resist divine power pollution. How about we increase our efforts? A black-robed person immediately voiced his opposition. No, these methods are meant to deal with that Yi Xianyu. If we use them all on this kid, how will we deal with Yi Xianyu later? If we don't solve this kid now, we won't be able to deal with Yi Xianyu either. It's better to expend the strength of the divine edict to completely suppress this kid. As for Yi Xianyu, a black-robed person let out a sinister laugh, looking at Gu Linyuan and Yi Xianyu, who were surrounded by a tide of monsters, then continued. That Yi Xianyu has been in the barren diagram for so long. We only need to delay her a little and prevent her from challenging the idol. Once the barren diagram goes out of control, she will also be doomed. What if we delay too long and the god-slaying guards react? How many people do the god-slaying guards have? The country of Longxia is so big, can they manage it all? Even if they get the news and hurry over at full speed, it will take a long time. We have more than enough time. Alright, let's do it this way. After a simple discussion among the black-robed figures, they decided to increase their suppression of Gu Linyuan. The black scrolls in their hands emitted terrifying power, with black mist swirling, vaguely forming a pattern of a mysterious cat, looking ferocious. Then the scroll shattered, and the mysterious cat charged towards Gu Linyuan's location, the surrounding mist surging madly, swirling wildly into Gu Linyuan's body. Seeing this scene, the hidden god-slaying guard Hongfeng's expression suddenly changed, a glint of brilliance appearing in his eyes. These guys are really desperate, they actually put all the power of the divine edict on that kid. It seems it's time to take action, otherwise that kid will definitely not hold on. On the other side of the battlefield, everyone saw the actions of the god-worshipping sect, looking at Gu Linyuan with worried eyes. A bunch of trash, I will kill you all. Seeing Gu Linyuan being targeted, Yi Xianyu was filled with a surge of anger. Her eyes turned blood red, and her gown was stained a deep crimson. A flame that could burn everything surrounded her, causing even the nearby mist to retreat upon touching it. You must know, that mist was derived from the power of the idol, even S-class professionals couldn't cause much impact on it. And now, the mist touching the flames released by Yi Xianyu was actually forced back, showing just how terrifying that flame was. The god-slaying guard Hongfeng, who was about to intervene, was startled upon seeing this. The divine pulse aura on Yi Xianyu is so terrifying, it actually rivals some veteran god-slaying guards. Didn't she just awaken a few days ago? Where did she get so much divine source to open her divine pulse? As the saying goes, outsiders watch the excitement while insiders see the doorway. As a veteran god-slaying guard and an SS-class professional, Hongfeng understood the strength Yi Xianyu was showing. To influence the mist released by the idol, one had to use the divine source to open the divine pulse. Yi Xianyu's ability to influence and even push back the mist in an S-class barren diagram indicated she had at least opened an S-class divine pulse. Usually, only some veteran S-class powerhouses could have this level. After thinking for a moment, Hongfeng formed a guess in his heart. It seems that the Lu family truly invested all their resources into Yi Xianyu. They must have spent heavily to purchase some S-class divine sources for her. With Yi Xianyu's SSS level talent, it makes sense that she could open an S-class divine pulse with a small amount of S-class divine source. Since she has taken action, I will just watch and see how things develop. Hongfeng suppressed his urge to intervene and continued to observe quietly. On Gu Linyuan's side, he was still feeling pleased with the god-worshipping sect's strong support. Unexpectedly, Yi Xianyu got directly angry. Gu Linyuan knew very well how terrifying Yi Xianyu could be when she was angry. Back in the day, before she awakened her profession, she could kill some low-level monsters. Now, after awakening, the power she unleashed in a rage was absolutely unimaginable, but the cost that came with it was definitely huge. Gu Linyuan did not want Yi Xianyu to suffer that kind of pain, so he immediately rushed to her side and grabbed her fair wrist. At that moment, Yi Xianyu was controlling a terrifying flame, ready to carry out a thorough cleansing of those cult members, when she was unexpectedly caught by Gu Linyuan. She immediately lowered the temperature of the flames to prevent hurting Gu Linyuan. Little fish, don't worry, I'm fine. Gu Linyuan smiled gently and rubbed Yi Xianyu's small head. Continue with the plan, I can take it for now. Seeing that Gu Linyuan truly showed no unusual sign, the blood hue in Yi Xianyu's beautiful eyes gradually faded. The group of A-class geniuses nearby secretly breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing this scene. The terrifying aura that Yi Xianyu had just emitted had startled them all. To say the least, if Gu Linyuan hadn't timely stopped Yi Xianyu, others were somewhat afraid that the enraged Yi Xianyu would treat them as monsters to be wiped out. A few of them whispered. Wow, Miss Yi actually turned red, that's a bit impressive. I feel like just now she was like a different person. Miss Yi was originally cold and aloof, but just now she was filled with killing intent and brutality, seeming a bit unable to distinguish friend from foe. Was that just my illusion? Beside them, Lu Xinyao also looked relieved. Hearing the discussions, she immediately spoke up. That's not an illusion, it's real. If something really happened to Gu Linyuan just now, my cousin would definitely go on a killing spree, and we wouldn't be spared either. Thinking back, sigh, let's not talk about it. Lu Xinyao recalled the scene where many Lu family members had been beaten half to death for angering Yi Xianyu, and felt somewhat terrified. After Yi Xianyu lost control, only Gu Linyuan could help her regain her sanity. According to the physician brought by the Lu family, Yi Xianyu likely had a multiple personality disorder. This red state was her angry persona, and once triggered, it was filled with brutality. Now that Yi Xianyu had awakened as an SSS-level elemental ruler, in this state, she would become terrifying 1,000 times more. Lu Xinyao thought of this and couldn't help but swallow a gulp, thinking to herself. It seems we still can't drive Gu Linyuan away. With him here, my cousin can remain calm even if she loses control. But this guy can only serve as my cousin's bodyguard, he's definitely not worthy of her. On Gu Linyuan's side, he briefly checked his condition. Based on your current state, you gain 1,000 pet eggs every second. Looking at the exploding number of pet eggs, Gu Linyuan couldn't help but smile. At this rate, in 1 minute, that's a full 60,000 pet eggs, and in 1 hour, that's 360,000. I wonder how long this state will last. I really hope it can be extended a bit. If those cult members knew Gu Linyuan's current thoughts, they would probably be infuriated. Being suppressed by an oracle was like being cursed with a negative buff, and everyone wanted to quickly eliminate that state, or they risked dying. People like Gu Linyuan, who hoped the state would last longer, were unheard of and completely incomprehensible to them. A few cult members looked at Gu Linyuan, who continued doing his own thing, seemingly unaffected, opening a path for Yi Xianyu, and their hearts were filled with confusion. What's up with this guy? It seems he's not affected at all. This isn't right? We're under an S-level oracle, even a 7th turn professional can't be entirely unaffected. This kid must be putting on an act. Look, in a while he won't be able to hold on. Several black-cloaked figures discussed among themselves, but after 1 or 2 hours, there was still no sign of unusual activity from Gu Linyuan. Still fighting through the monster tide, he continued to move closer to the challenge area with Yi Xianyu. The members of the worshippers' sect became restless and had to accept reality. Damn it, what kind of method did that brat use? He can really escape the suppression of the divine edict. If this continues, our plan will fail. Sigh, it seems we must use that move. Damn it, I didn't expect that we wouldn't even touch Yi Xianyu's clothes and yet an unknown rookie would block us. Alright, stop the nonsense, summon the deity to annihilate that brat. Alright. Watching the monster tide slowly being cleared away by Gu Linyuan and others, several black-cloaked figures decided to use their final means, which comes at a great cost. We are willing to offer our lifetimes as sacrifices. Please let the deity descend and cleanse the heretics. Several black-cloaked figures knelt down and worshipped, a strong demonic aura radiating from them. In the next moment, shadows resembling cat demons appeared around them. The shadows quickly drilled into their bodies, their wide black cloaks rapidly filled up before bursting apart. Their appearances revealed to everyone, they were covered in black fur, with hands turning into sharp claws, looking like half-human, half-demon monsters. Tear him apart. The eyes of several worshippers' sect members locked onto Gu Linyuan across the way, fierce light gleaming within. Stop those monsters. Don't let them disturb Brother Gu. Seeing this, several A-level geniuses immediately took action to block the worshippers' sect members. Unfortunately, after such a long time fighting monsters, their physical condition was not at its peak. Moreover, those worshippers had changed dramatically, their individual combat strength was no less than S-class monsters of the same realm, and their methods were even more unpredictable. Thus, after merely a brief encounter, several A-level geniuses were sent flying, spitting blood and defeated. One cat demon licked the blood from its claws, casting a cold glance at the fallen A-level genius, a deep voice emanating from its throat. If it weren't for being busy dealing with that brat, I wouldn't mind tearing you apart as a sacrifice for the deity. But there's no rush, you'll all be dead soon. Before the cat demon could finish its words, it charged towards Gu Linyuan. Other cat demons had already jumped ahead, their fierce eyes fixed on Gu Linyuan. Die, brat! In the eyes of the cat demons, Gu Linyuan was already at his last gasp and barely able to deal with them. After all, during the past few hours, Gu Linyuan single-handedly killed so many monsters that his condition had slumped to the lowest point. However, seeing them approach, Gu Linyuan remained completely calm, instead letting out a cold laugh. I've been baiting you for so long, and you finally took the hook. Gu Linyuan had long wanted to kill those worshippers' sect members, but they kept hiding behind the monsters, never daring to face him directly. So Gu Linyuan didn't unleash his pet in feigned weakness, waiting for those worshippers' sect members to bite. As expected, when the worshippers' sect members saw him in a weakened state, they couldn't hold back any longer and attacked. One cat demon, having heard Gu Linyuan's words, didn't even have time to react before the space around it fluctuated violently, a cold blade of frost slashing down, cutting it directly in half. In the next moment, a tall figure revealed itself, covered in frost, with arms that were two gleaming knife blades, and eyes filled with disdain for everything. It was the king-level pet Mantis Sanzang. This is S-Class Mantis King? Other cat demons were filled with astonishment upon seeing this scene. Clearly, no one expected Gu Linyuan to have such a hidden card. After all, from the moment they began to spy on everyone, Gu Linyuan had been in a state of idleness, while the ones taking action were those A-grade members. At this moment, seeing Gu Linyuan's pet, they were understandably caught off guard. But soon, these cat demons stabilized their minds and immediately shouted coldly. It's just an S-Class mount. If you dare to block us, you'll have only one path, death. At this moment, the crowd, in a state of divine possession, was no less than S-Class professionals at the fifth turn, showing no fear at all. Upon hearing their words, Gu Linyuan only scoffed coldly. Oh really? Since you are so confident, how about another S-Class? Before his voice fell, a dazzling golden figure appeared once again. In an instant, its body flickered, its front legs transforming into iron hooks, directly snagging a cat demon's wrist bone, then tearing it apart. The scene was extremely bloody, and everyone present was utterly shocked. This pet was none other than Sun Shinger, whose bloodline had now elevated to the king level. Chapter 31, The Ghost-Faced Demon Spider Appears. What's going on? How does he have another S-Class mount? Don't normal professionals only control one mount? Those members of the god worship sect, seeing Gu Linyuan summon yet another pet, instantly began to question their lives. They quickly realized the root of the problem. Damn it, this guy isn't an ordinary professional, he is a beastmaster. Only beastmasters have this ability. For most professionals, regardless of how high their class quality was, they could only control one mount. Furthermore, during the process of controlling it, they needed to use some external items, like contract scrolls, for assistance. But for beastmasters, they don't need to be so troublesome. The process of contracting pets is very simple. However, for a beastmaster to dismiss a pet, it becomes more complicated, often requiring them to bear a certain backlash, as the bond between them is quite deep, and the beastmaster has gained a lot of feedback from the pet. As for other professionals, if they wish to dismiss their mounts, the cost is not that high, and there isn't too strong a connection between them. Whether their mount lives or dies does not significantly affect the professionals. Originally, those members of the god worship sect, seeing Gu Linyuan's individual combat power so formidable, did not think he was a beastmaster, therefore, their shock was understandable. But after only a brief moment of surprise, they quickly calmed down. Don't panic, it's just two S-Class pets. We can still hold on. One cat demon member of the god worship sect spoke to stabilize their morale. Increase the sacrificial offerings, kill this kid, and offer his pets as sacrifices to the god lord. All losses can be made up. Hearing this, the other cat demons steeled themselves and increased their sacrificial efforts. In the next moment, their auras became stronger, and they began to look less human, moving further toward becoming monsters. Kill him. Several figures in black robes manipulated the monsters, frantically charging toward Gu Linyuan. Seeing this, Gu Linyuan let out a light snort. You overestimate your strength and underestimate theirs. He couldn't be bothered to make any extra moves. Tang Sanzang and Sun Shinger launched their attacks together, unleashing terrifying combat power that wiped out all incoming enemies like autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves. Whether they were the monsters from the ninth cave or the cat demons, they were simply no match for the two pets. Tang Sanzang swung its dual arm blades, and icy air spreading around, as if cutting vegetables, leaving a field of corpses in front of them. Sun Shinger's front legs kept changing, various torture devices swapping in its hands. The death of each monster was tragic, some were cruel beyond belief. Several cat demons thought that their cooperation could threaten Gu Linyuan's two pets, but who knew that with just one confrontation, they were directly pushed back. One cat demon had half of its body chopped to pieces. If it weren't for its strong vitality, it would have already met its end. Damn it, how can that guy's two pets be so terrifying? Is this really just S-rank bloodline? A few cat demons were still trembling, watching those two figures rampaging through the horde of monsters, as if they were looking at two gods of death. Clearly, the bloodline aura radiating from them was of S-rank level, yet their combat power far exceeded that of monsters of the same rank. Just moments ago, they had first-hand witnessed a fire scorpion of the same S-rank bloodline being sliced open by Tang Sanzang with a single strike, its hard shell crumpling before the blade like paper. The cat demons looked at Gu Linyuan with eyes full of resentment, confused as to how he could raise two S-rank pets. After all, in this area, even the beast masters of major guilds, with all their resources, could only manage to cultivate a few A-rank pets, or perhaps a single S-rank pet. But Gu Linyuan alone had raised two king-level pets. With his strength, as long as he didn't fall, he could create a power and dominate a local base city. Not only did the cat demons not understand, but a few A-rank geniuses who had already witnessed Gu Linyuan's pets were also left dumbfounded. Whoa, I remember just now that Brother Gu's pet was A-rank, right? How long has it been, and how did it suddenly advance to S-rank? You ask me, I ask who? But just now Brother Gu collected so many blood essence beads, could it be related? If you don't understand, don't talk nonsense. Blood essence beads can indeed promote the enhancement of a pet's bloodline, but the effect isn't that great, and there's a limit. I guess Brother Gu must have some kind of special talent that promotes the evolution of his pet's bloodlines. A group of A-rank geniuses debated, being sharp enough to notice Gu Linyuan's extraordinary abilities. Among the group, Lu Xinyao was filled with horror, the impact she felt more severe. Could it be that Gu Linyuan can have two S-rank pets entirely through his own efforts, rather than relying on his cousin for resources? Although Lu Xinyao didn't understand the Beast Master profession, she knew very well what it meant to have two S-rank pets simultaneously. Within the Lu family, it took many years of hard work by high-ranking family members to give a single Beast Master the ability to raise one S-rank pet. Even if enough resources were given to Yi Xianyu and she handed all those resources to Gu Linyuan, it still wouldn't be enough to raise two S-rank pets. Realizing this, Lu Xinyao couldn't help but question her life. She had to admit that Gu Linyuan indeed brought her many surprises. After thinking for a moment, Lu Xinyao called out to Gu Linyuan, who was resting not far away. Gu Linyuan, you are excellent, but I think there is an insurmountable chasm between you and my cousin, so you should just give up pursuing her. Gu Linyuan was adjusting his breathing to recover when he suddenly heard Lu Xinyao say such words and was momentarily stunned. After regaining his senses, he looked at Lu Xinyao with a foolish expression, saying only two words. Fool. He then ignored her and quietly observed the remaining cat demons, preventing those guys from taking advantage of the chaos to escape. Lu Xinyao was scolded by Gu Linyuan. Her first reaction was anger, but when she looked at Gu Linyuan's two S-rank pets that were wreaking havoc, she suppressed her rising temper. She silently thought to herself. This guy's temper may be terrible, but his strength is indeed impressive. There is a reason to win me over. I can no longer suppress him like I did before. Forget it, I will forgive him. In the future, I can find opportunities to ease our relationship. To prevent that guy from continuing to bother my cousin, I can only sacrifice myself. If Gu Linyuan knew Lu Xinyao's thoughts, he would probably die laughing, unable to understand such a foolish woman's way of thinking. But Gu Linyuan wasn't in the mood to care about her. His gaze swept across the battlefield, and the surrounding monster tide had already decreased significantly, becoming sparse. And Gu Linyuan and the others were not far from the challenge area. They could already see the towering final statue of God. The statue was not an ordinary monster, but a humanoid monster, holding something like a staff in its hands. This was the final statue of the Ninefold Cave, named Earth Monster Witch God. Under the statue, there were more than 20 statue guardians, each one with an S-level bloodline, including a humanoid monster that hadn't appeared before in the previous caves. That monster also held a staff, resembling the statue, with a gaze that held not only the ferocity of a monster but also some rare intelligence. Because Gu Linyuan had released two S-level pets, the remaining members of the god worship sect could no longer stop Yi Xianyu's progress toward the challenge area. Seeing this situation, several cat demon people revealed unwillingness in their eyes, and one of them spoke. No, it seems we can only use that trick. Zhao Yan, take this and then enter the challenge area. Zhao Yan looked at the thing in the cat demon's hand. It was also a black scroll. It resembled the divination scroll they had used before, but unlike that one, this black scroll had no special divine power aura. What is this thing? Zhao Yan frowned, unwilling to cooperate with the god worship sect members' actions. A member of the god worship sect immediately spoke to explain. This is a medium to communicate with the divine. As long as you merge your blood into it and then worship the divine, you can gain divine blessings. As long as you successfully establish a connection with the god of this wasteland map, you can unlock all your suppressed powers, and we will have a chance to kill those guys. Zhao Yan shook his head at these words. I said, I will not become a member of your god worship sect. Hee, do you think in this situation, you can still freely choose? A member of the god worship sect scoffed. If we do not kill them this time, you won't be able to hide your identity either and will face punishment. So, you only have one way to choose, take the item and hurry up, we will help you hold off those two S-level pets. The black scroll was thrown and landed directly beside Zhao Yan. Damn it, you bastards. Zhao Yan grabbed the black scroll, his eyes filled with rage. He had originally wanted to use those god worship sect members to deal with Yi Xianyu, but who would have thought the other side was so useless, forced into such a situation, without even touching the corner of Yi Xianyu's clothes. Zhao Yan's gaze shifted to Gu Linyuan. Based on Gu Linyuan's performance, he had already guessed that the person was the one who went to the black market with Yi Xianyu. According to the information from the previous members, it all started when a swordsman attracted their attention, which ultimately led to the demise of my Iron Blood Guild. That swordsman must be this guy. Good. Since you are all gathered, and I have no way out, let's go all in. Zhao Yan gritted his teeth and then glared viciously at the several god worship sect members. Clear a path for me. Several members of the god worship sect didn't mind Zhao Yan's attitude and immediately began controlling the remaining monsters to increase their attack intensity against Gu Linyuan's two pets. At the same time, they also seized the opportunity to create distractions. The brief moment held back Gu Linyuan's two pets. Meanwhile, Zhao Yan held the black scroll tightly, racing towards the challenge zone. Gu Linyuan also noticed this scene and knew they must have no good intentions. Immediately, Gu Linyuan ordered Sun Executioner and Tang Sanzang to stop Zhao Yan, but the relentless monsters greatly slowed their pace. With no obstacles, Zhao Yan would soon successfully step into the challenge zone. A few cat demon people saw this and immediately let out provocative sounds. Hey, kid, you can't stop him. Just wait, the offense and defense are about to change, haha. Beside them, Yi Xianyu saw this and immediately spoke up. Brother Yuan, do you want me to help? No need. Gu Linyuan quickly replied with two words, then waved his hand, causing the surrounding space to ripple. The next moment, a black figure appeared, transforming into a fleeting shadow, weaving through the mass of monsters, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Zhao Yan. This scene was too sudden, everyone present was caught off guard. As the person involved, Zhao Yan immediately hit the brakes, gripping his weapon tightly, and cautiously stared at the massive black creature. The creature looked somewhat like a spider, with a blackish-purple body, 8 long legs, and a white ghostly face on its head, sporting a sinister smile. What is this thing? So fast, could it be another S-class pet? Zhao Yan swallowed hard, feeling an intense sense of pressure from the black creature. Although he was very nervous, he still gathered his courage and unleashed his strongest A-class blade technique. Blood Blade Slash. Surrounding blood surged, finally forming a massive blade light, slashing fiercely towards the black spider. Zhao Yan was an experienced A-class professional, although he was using only an A-class technique, the strength had been boosted by his blood pulse power, making it comparable to a typical S-class skill. This strike, as long as it wasn't an S-class blood pulse creature, would definitely not be a one-hit opponent. However, the black spider remained completely still, and was directly shredded to pieces by the slash. Zhao Yan's heart filled with joy at first, then shock followed. Not good, that was an afterimage. He immediately activated his defensive skill, blood energy erupting from his surface, forming an energy shield. The next moment, a leg from the black spider, resembling a spear, stabbed from behind Zhao Yan, shattering the blood energy shield like a bubble. How can I not block it? Zhao Yan screamed in despair, a feeling of hopelessness came over him. I am doomed. Sure enough, after the spider's leg pierced the energy shield, it directly broke through his armor, burrowing into his body. An evil, cold energy rushed through him, wreaking havoc on his organs, swiftly draining Zhao Yan's life force. As his consciousness faded, Zhao Yan felt a bit of regret. If I had known this, I wouldn't have thought about revenge. But there is no such thing as regret in this world. Zhao Yan could only accept his fate and die completely at the hands of Gu Linyuan's third pet. Until this moment, everyone else was slow to realize. They then gazed at the ghost-faced spider, feeling its powerful aura, and all of them held their breath, astonished. They never expected that Gu Linyuan actually had a third pet, and judging by its bloodline, it seemed to be of king level. This guy is just extraordinary. Chapter 32, Adding Difficulty. Gu Linyuan's third pet originally had just barely reached the overlord level. To elevate it to king level, it probably needed to fully conquer the entire wasteland map, at which point the A-class blood essence orbs could be used. However, just now those Cult of the Divine members used their divine directives to unleash the potential of those monsters. It made both their levels and bloodlines soar drastically. The blood crystals produced by these monsters naturally increased significantly. Gu Linyuan was busy fighting monsters with his pet and didn't have time to clean the battlefield. However, those few A-level geniuses were not idle. They weren't the main force on the battlefield, so they had plenty of time to collect blood crystals for Gu Linyuan. The members of the God Worship sect didn't notice the actions of these A-level geniuses. Their attention was entirely focused on Gu Linyuan, Yi Xianyu, and the three remaining figures, Tang Sanzang and Sun Xingzhe. So they didn't see that while Gu Linyuan was fighting, he was secretly enhancing his pet's bloodline. Thus, not only did Sun Xingzhe evolve into an S-level, but Gu Linyuan's third pet, the ghost-faced demon spider, also reached this level, or rather, it should now be called its name, Zhu Beiji. Name, Zhu Beiji. Species, ghost-faced demon spider. Level, 52. Bloodline, king level, S-level. Talent entries, Ghostface, S-level, Ghost Shadow, S-level, Spatial Affinity, S-level, Speed, S-level, Poisonous Stinger, S-level, Silk Spit, S-level, Devour, S-level. Skill entries, Enemy Lock-on Pursuit, S-level, Void Escape Teleportation, S-level, Shadow Cloning, S-level, Heaven and Earth Web, S-level. Zhu Beiji, like the previous two pets, had all S-level entries. From the names of the entries, it was clear that this creature was skilled in speed and controlling spatial powers, making it a rare pet. In fact, Gu Linyuan hadn't expected this. Starting with an insect-based template and adding blood crystals from other types of monsters, he never imagined it would create such a rare pet. Looking at the ghost-faced demon spider's appearance, it resembled a spider, but it also incorporated many details from other monsters. For example, it had feathers on its chest and abdomen, like the Void Escape sparrow. When it moved at high speeds, these feathers fluttered rapidly, affecting the surrounding space. This was also the reason the Void Escape Sparrow could fly quickly in space, and now the Ghost-faced Demon Spider had mastered this ability. The Ghost-faced Demon Spider had another characteristic: once its ghost face locked onto an enemy, it would never stop until the enemy was defeated. Enemies locked by the ghost face would experience a rapid decline in their condition, becoming stunned. This was the feature of the monster Ghost-faced Monkey, which had also been absorbed by the Ghost-faced Demon Spider. Linyuan had to admit, he had created a monster that gathered many advantages from other creatures, and he felt somewhat excited inside. As for the remaining members of the god worship sect, all they felt was frustration. How could this happen? How could this happen? Why does that kid have so many S-level pets? He truly deserves to die. The members of the god worship sect were both terrified and angry, wishing they could tear Linyuan apart. They never expected that all the methods they had used to deal with Yixianyu were stopped by an unknown little character. The frustration was indescribable. Originally, they had estimated that by using the monster tied to wear down Yixianyu, then using the Divine Oracle to trigger the divine power contamination in his body, and suppressing him with the Divine Oracle, this so-called SSS-level genius would be like a tiger with its claws pulled out, completely harmless and ready for them to butcher. But these methods, when used on Linyuan, had no effect whatsoever. If they had known this, they should have directly dealt with Yixianyu. Maybe that would have had some effect. Forget it, Zhao Yin is dead, we have no chance of turning the tide. We can only retreat for now and look for another opportunity. A cat demon person spoke up, and the others could only sigh in agreement. Let's go. The few cat demons tried to retreat, but at this moment, Linyuan's cold voice came through. So you think you can leave just like that? It's not that easy. Before the words even finished, one of the cat demons suddenly realized. The ghost-faced demon spider, which was just far away, now stood right in front of him. That bizarre smile had locked onto her, and the next moment, a long spider leg was raised, seemingly ready to pierce through his body. Oh how! The cat demon felt a surge of panic in his heart and immediately drew upon all his strength to escape into the distance. Fortunately, he was also skilled in speed and had a hidden card. His body swiftly became ethereal, and patterns formed at his feet due to spatial power. Spatial movement, let's go! The cat demon silently shouted in his heart, as his body began to move toward the distance. This life-saving skill had never failed him, and just recently, he had escaped from Linyuan's pet, the Mantis Sanzang, using this trick. Sanzang's swift blade light couldn't catch up to his escape speed, not to mention this ghost-faced demon spider that seemed to strike slowly. Damn it! Making us look so embarrassed, next time, I will definitely kill you. The cat demon sneered in his heart, silently vowing vengeance. However, before his thoughts finished, he suddenly found that his body, which was supposed to be moving toward the distance, had crashed into something. How is this possible? The cat demon was alarmed. He was well aware of the power of the spatial movement skill. In this state, even an S-class attack skill couldn't touch him. But why was he blocked by something now? As the cat demon collected himself, he noticed that thin strands invisible to the naked eye had appeared around him. These strands were not ordinary, they were threads condensed from spatial power, filling the world before his eyes. In typical conditions, these threads might not have much control effect, but if a spatial escape skill was used in this area, it would be like an insect leaping into a spider web, only a dead end awaited. No! The cat demon screamed in his heart as he tried to break free from the spider web's entrapment. However, the next moment, he felt the web quiver, and a figure appeared before him in the blink of an eye. It was the ghost-faced demon spider. The terrifying smile on its face resembled the grin of death. Before the cat demon could scream, the ghost-faced demon spider opened its massive mouth, and a hard mandible pierced into his forehead, almost instantly draining him into a withered skeletal shell. This scene happened very quickly, almost within 1 or 2 seconds in the eyes of the onlookers. They only saw the cat demon's body first becoming ethereal, about to escape into the distance, but just moments later, a withered, empty skin drifted down from the air like a falling leaf, making the scene utterly bizarre. Oh how! The remaining cat demons were flooded with extreme fear, a fear that they had never felt even in the face of Linyuan's Mantis Sanzang and Sun Xing. After all, when encountering Sanzang and Sun Xing, they could avoid their sharp edges, even if they couldn't win. But now, despite the many monsters around them providing cover, they could use these creatures as shields for a chance to escape. However, in front of the ghost-faced demon spider, it didn't matter how many targets there were, as long as he was locked onto by its ghostly face, it could chase him across thousands of miles until death. This feeling was truly terrifying, only those marked by the ghost-faced demon spider could deeply understand it. The remaining cat demons knew that if this continued, they would undoubtedly die. That bastard won't let us go, since that's the case, we can only perish together. Everyone, it's time to martyr ourselves. We have come here on the command of the God Lord, and after death, our souls will surely ascend to the divine kingdom. Several cat demons realized they had no way out. I gave myself a brainwashing self-comfort, then we all shouted together. Sacrifice everything. Suddenly, the last human characteristics on their bodies completely disappeared, turning them into absolute monsters, accompanied by an aura that became extremely powerful, no less than that of a 6th turn S-level powerhouse. However, these cat demon people could not withstand this power, and in the end, they completely exploded, turning into a sky full of black smoke. Everyone present, upon seeing this, couldn't help but look at each other in astonishment. Wow, I just saw their posture, and I thought they were going to unleash a big move, but in the end, they blew themselves up? Ha ha, you scared me. A few A-level geniuses, with lingering fears, did not have time to celebrate when something unusual happened around them again. It was seen that after the cat demon people's self-explosion, the black smoke engulfed the surroundings, and the nearby fog surged endlessly. Within the challenge zone, the originally unmoving statue began to sway again. Meanwhile, more than 20 statue guardians beneath that statue also had their auras violently surge. Although in terms of bloodline, they were still at the S level, in terms of rank, they had directly reached the peak of the 5th turn. After reaching the 5th turn realm, each level up significantly increases one's power. Now, Gu Linyuan and Yi Xianyu's levels had just barely surpassed 50, but those S-level monsters had already reached level 59, the pressure they brought was self-evident. Seeing this scene, several A-level geniuses immediately spoke up. Not good, those guys self-exploded to increase the resurrection level of the statue. It's a bit too dangerous to challenge now. Miss Yi, why don't we go down and settle for a while? Yeah, the level difference is a bit too great. There's no need to take this risk. We can just let the people up there handle it. They all knew how much the difficulty had increased now and felt it was better to play it safe, but Yi Xianyu shook her head. There's no need to be so troublesome, everything is within a bearable range. Yi Xianyu was not afraid at all and directly stepped into the challenge zone. Even though Yi Xianyu hadn't attacked much and was still at her peak state, facing so many S-level monsters while crossing several levels of difference, the situation was still grim. High-level professionals can indeed crush all lower-level enemies at the same level. But as the level difference grows, this advantage gradually fades, especially when the other side has a numerical advantage. However, everyone still had some confidence in Yi Xianyu. After all, she was an SSS-level professional. And the reality proved this to be true. As Yi Xianyu slowly walked, the moment she stepped into the challenge zone, more than 20 S-level monsters rushed towards her. These monsters were all very large, each like a small mountain, carrying an unrivaled might. However, Yi Xianyu's body slowly floated, dark power surged around her, like dark clouds covering the sky, as a soldier of darkness stepped out and surrounded those S-level monsters. And beneath Yi Xianyu floated a dark throne, she lay on it like a queen, then pointed her fingertip to swiftly break through the air. A dark lightning bolt struck down on one S-level monster. In the next moment, the S-level stone monster king was wrapped in dark thunder, its huge body trembled, vitality quickly withered, and finally crashed to the ground, shattering into countless rocks. Everyone who saw this scene was completely stunned. Wow, an S-level 5th turn monster just got killed in an instant? Missy truly deserves to be SSS level, you've opened my eyes. Not only were these A-level geniuses shocked, but even Gu Linyuan, upon seeing Yi Xianyu's performance, couldn't help but widen his eyes. Little Fish has been in the wasteland for so long and has suffered a lot of divine power pollution. I can't believe such a state can still exist, it's really strong. You have to know, the reason Gu Linyuan can maintain this state, besides experiencing feedback from the evolution of pet bloodlines, is also very important. He hasn't suffered from divine power pollution. However, other talents suffer weakening every second after entering the wasteland map. Yet, even though Yi Xianyu has experienced weakening, she can still easily kill such strong monsters, which shows how powerful she really is. Seeing this, Gu Linyuan finally felt a lot more at ease. Next, I just need to kill all these monsters outside, and then wait for Little Fish to succeed in her challenge. Outside the challenge area, there are still many monsters that have become stronger under the desperate sacrifices of several members of the god worship cult. Gu Linyuan wants to clear them all, which will take some time. However, Gu Linyuan doesn't feel it's troublesome. To him, those god worship cult members are simply great benefactors, giving him such a good opportunity to farm materials. After killing all these monsters, I'll be even closer to evolving my pet to SS level. Although there are more than 20 S-level monsters in the challenge area that provide plenty of S-level blood orbs, these can only be part of the evolution materials. Gu Linyuan still needs specific bug beast blood orbs to advance his pet further in the evolution process. Just as Gu Linyuan was lost in thought, he didn't notice that in the place where Zhao Yan had died before, a pool of blood-like substance was constantly twisting. Surrounded by mountains of corpses and seas of blood, this scene wasn't very conspicuous. However, this scene still caught the attention of Hong Feng, who was secretly observing. Feeling the aura of that pool of blood, a slight smile appeared on his lips. How did this happen? Interesting. Hong Feng originally planned to resolve this hidden danger directly, but after thinking it over, he changed his mind. Since the two little ones have not yet reached their limit, then let this thing add a bit of difficulty for you. Chapter 33, Iron-Blooded Monarch. In the challenge area, Yi Xianyu sits on the Dark Throne, allowing dozens of S-level monsters to roar and howl around her without causing any threat. Her profession is SSS-level Elemental Ruler, capable of controlling 5 elemental forces: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, as well as special elements like darkness and light. Yi Xianyu is particularly skilled at controlling darkness. The shadow soldiers she summons are very tricky and can be immune to most physical attacks. Therefore, even though those S-level monsters are diverse, they are difficult to pose any real threat to Yi Xianyu. At the same time, with her elemental attacks, she can maneuver effortlessly on the battlefield. In this way, Yi Xianyu systematically picked off those S-level monsters. Everything was orderly, and if this continued, the wasteland map could be successfully challenged. Meanwhile, Gu Linyuan was also cleaning up the monsters outside the challenge area with his 3 pets. On the surface, both sides were working without any mistakes. However, just at this moment, on the battlefield, a sticky blood-like liquid was twisting and crawling, already entering the challenge area. This area is very open, unlike other places with corpses everywhere. Therefore, the blood-like liquid was sensed by Yi Xianyu shortly after it appeared. What is this thing? Yi Xianyu furrowed her brows, feeling something was off. She immediately ordered several shadow soldiers to block that pool of blood. The shadow soldiers turned into several afterimages, quickly reaching the vicinity of the blood-like liquid before starting to attack rapidly. Swish, swish, swish. Several black spears pinned into the blood-like liquid. However, it did not slow down the opponent's speed at all. Yi Xianyu saw this scene and looked in the direction of the blood-like liquid. There lay the corpse of an S-level monster. Do you want to borrow a body to come back to life? Once Yi Xianyu figured out the blood-like liquid's intention, she immediately drew on her internal power, gathering a ball of black shadow thunder in her hand, flying towards the blood-like liquid. As the shadow thunder landed on the blood-like liquid, it burst with a crackling sound like fire meeting oil. The thick blood-like liquid rapidly diminished, as if it would be completely eroded by the shadow thunder in the next moment. However, at this critical moment, the other S-level statue guardians suddenly erupted. The S-level earth monster which waved her staff, and a nearby monster corpse was driven to fly towards that ball of blood. Boom! Just as the blood-like liquid was about to be completely eroded by the shadow thunder, the remaining drops of blood drilled into the body of that statue guardian. In an instant, the once still monster corpse began to twist rapidly, pouring out torrents of blood, which ultimately transformed into a blood figure. The blood figure looked at Yi Xianyu in the distance and emitted a strange sequence of sounds. Although Yi Xianyu had never heard this language, its meaning naturally appeared in her mind. Human race, I am the Iron Blood King under the command of the Blood God. If you retreat quickly, I can spare your life. Hearing what the monster, who claimed to be the Iron Blood King, said, Yi Xianyu was somewhat surprised and did not understand what was happening. However, she was too lazy to investigate further, and without saying a word, she sent another shadow thunder flying over. This time, however, the shadow thunder had little effect when it struck the opponent, leaving Yi Xianyu dumbfounded. What is going on? Why has it lost its effect? Yi Xianyu was somewhat confused. She knew how powerful her shadow thunder was, and even an S-level monster in life couldn't withstand a single blow. Yet this Iron Blood King, borrowing a corpse to come back to life, was actually able to withstand the attack and seemed to be completely fine. The Iron Blood King also let out a sneer at that moment. Human race, I have completely resurrected, you are no longer a threat to me. Hurry and leave this place. Upon hearing this, Yi Xianyu scoffed. Foolish creature, if you truly fear me not at all, why would you urge me to leave with such kindness? Do you really think this queen is easily frightened? I want to see if you can withstand other elemental attacks. In the next moment, Yi Xianyu raised her hand, and a long bow wrapped in flames appeared. Her long dress also turned bright red. This scene was somewhat similar to when Yi Xianyu got angry before, but the difference was that this time she was not out of control. It was just a normal change when switching to another elemental attack. Yi Xianyu's eyes were clear. She immediately nocked an arrow, and a red energy arrow quickly formed, then it cut through the sky, heading straight for the Iron Blood King. Seeing this, the Iron Blood King was immediately terrified, no longer maintaining his earlier pretense of calm, and shouted to the statue guardians. Aren't you going to hurry up and save this king? Those statue guardians seemed to have received some kind of command, and they immediately rushed over, but it was too late. Yi Xianyu's fire arrow had arrived in front of the Iron Blood King first, piercing through him. In the next moment, the blood on his body rapidly evaporated, and soon it would completely disappear. Damn it, I will definitely kill you. The Iron Blood King let out a furious roar, and just at the critical moment, he transformed into a red streak of light and flew into a new corpse brought by the other statue guardians. In the next moment, the corpse twisted and transformed into a new shadow of blood. Kill her for me. This time, the Iron Blood King led the charge directly, rushing towards the direction of Yi Xianyu. Yi Xianyu's shadow soldiers tried to block him but were completely ignored. Yi Xianyu drew her bow and shot out a fire arrow. However, at that moment, the fire arrow landed on the Iron Blood King's body, drastically reducing its effect, only burning less than 1/10 of his blood. Human, useless. This time, you will definitely die. I will drain your blood and turn you into my new body. Yi Xianyu's beautiful eyes flickered slightly, finally sensing how troublesome this guy was. What a strange ability, being able to become largely immune after enduring a certain type of attack. Fortunately, I have enough means. Yi Xianyu whispered, and in the next moment, the fire bow and arrow disappeared, replaced by an ice frost staff. Her long dress began to change, turning into a water blue color, as if made of ice crystals, looking radiant and glowing. Winter has come, frost descends. Crack, crack. The surrounding temperature rapidly dropped, and the Iron Blood King, who had been charging forward, suddenly froze, turning into an ice statue, unable to move an inch. Damn humans! The Iron Blood King roared, preparing to use his skill to escape the moment Yi Xianyu was about to strike. However, this time, Yi Xianyu did not directly kill him but merely controlled him with her frost skill. Bastard, how can you do this? Damn it, damn it! The Iron Blood King roared, appearing extremely enraged. The reason was simple, his skill needed to endure a deadly attack in a short time to trigger, and only then could he gain immunity after a successful escape. Yi Xianyu's control without killing him directly, or slowly grinding him down, left him completely defenseless. Not far away, the God Slayer Guardian Hongfeng, who was watching secretly, revealed a satisfied smile at the scene. This Yi Xianyu is not bad. She found the enemy's flaw in such a short time. Not only is she powerful, but her mind is also very sharp. She would be a great candidate for the God Slayer Temple. I thought the Iron Blood King could pose a threat to her, but unexpectedly, he was solved just like that. No. Hongfeng's thoughts had not finished when suddenly, an abnormal change occurred. Among those statue guardians, an S-class monster exploded on the spot, blood flowing like a river, rushing towards the Iron Blood King frozen by Yi Xianyu. Within that ice statue, the Iron Blood King's blood was restless, working from both inside and out, directly breaking Yi Xianyu's freezing attack. Then he merged with that new mass of blood, and his aura became even stronger. Ha, very good, Earth Monster Shaman, you did well. This time, I will guard this divine realm for you. A cold light flickered in the eyes of the statue in the center of the challenge area. Among the statue guardians below, the Earth Monster Shaman, holding a staff, spoke up. Ant, you dare to directly call the Lord's name. Since you have received the Lord's grace, hurry up and deal with these blasphemers. Humph, this is not grace, but your incompetence, your gods rely on me. Alright, stop the nonsense, do what you need to do. This mere cost is not enough for me to kill that human. The Iron Blood King and the Earth Monster Shaman quickly exchanged words, and after a moment, the Earth Monster Shaman chose to compromise. Immediately, several statue guardians exploded and died, their blood all flowing into the Iron Blood King's body, making him even stronger. Even during this time, Yi Xianyu repeatedly used the Frost Freeze. Even the Iron-Blooded King was defeated one by one, and the ultimate loss was only a bit of blood. Human race, your death is coming. The Iron-Blooded King roared, seeming to feel that victory was already in his grasp. Yi Xianyu's gaze was very serious, but she showed no panic. She had to admit, this was a very tricky opponent, the others' abilities were too special, and now they were at a higher level than her. Yi Xianyu wanted to easily deal with the Iron-Blooded King, but that was simply impossible. In that case, let me show you what the ultimate power of elements is. She silently said in her heart and was about to actively enter a state of loss of control. In that state, her strength would surge, but she would lose her reason and become unable to distinguish between friend and foe. However, Gu Linyuan was nearby, so she wasn't afraid of completely losing control, because in the end, Gu Linyuan would pull her back from that state. Gu Linyuan was her anchor of reason, as long as he was there, Yi Xianyu could fight freely. Just as Yi Xianyu was preparing to unleash her full power, a voice came from not far away. Little fish, don't panic, let me give it a try. Yi Xianyu looked in the direction of the voice, and it was undoubtedly Gu Linyuan speaking. At this moment, he had finished clearing the monsters outside the challenge area and was coming with 3 S-class pets in a fierce manner. Brother Yuan, this thing is very strange, ordinary attacks have little effect on it, so you must be careful. Yi Xianyu immediately reminded him, and Gu Linyuan had already seen the Iron-Blooded King's general abilities before entering the challenge area, so he was mentally prepared. Relax, I understand everything. The next moment, Gu Linyuan silently ordered the several pets in his heart. They shared a contract with him, which meant they could communicate their thoughts, and with just a thought, they would understand his commands. The ghost-faced demon spider was the first to act, its ghostly face locking onto the Iron-Blooded King, who suddenly realized that its state began to decline. This ability, is it the ghost-faced monkey? The Iron-Blooded King, experienced as it was, reacted immediately. Its body began to twist rapidly, continuously changing shape, which was the best way to deal with the ghost face monkey's ability, constantly changing its state to avoid being completely locked by the ghost face. For the iron-blooded king, changing its state and shape was very easy, so it didn't pay much attention to the attack of the ghost-faced demon spider. However, in the next moment, it felt something was wrong, because no matter how it changed its form, its state was still continuously declining. Damn it, I changed so quickly, why am I still locked by this king? Even if that fellow is an S-class ghost-face monkey king, it shouldn't be able to react this fast, right? In that case, I need to move quickly to avoid being locked. The iron-blooded king was still somewhat wary of the ghost-face monkey's ability, because if it got locked for too long, it would be like receiving a debuff and would ultimately fall apart without being attacked. The key point was that the iron-blooded king could not develop immunity to this ability, it was conceptual, and its blood adapting to change to create immunity was also conceptual, so there would be a clash between them. Thus, although the iron-blooded king was not afraid of that thing that looked like an S-class ghost-face monkey, it still planned to use a stealth technique to escape and break free from the ghost-face lock. Although the ghost-face monkey's locking ability is strong, it has a fatal weakness: as long as the speed is fast enough, if the ghost-face cannot react in time, it will not take effect. With this thought, the iron-blooded king immediately used its escape skill, blood escape technique. Its body exploded and surged toward one direction, warping the space around it. However, the iron-blooded king had not used this escape technique yet. Just after unleashing this space-altering escape technique, he suddenly found himself surrounded by a terrifying web formed by the power of space. He was like a bug that had flown into a net, and with one careless move, he was stuck in the web, unable to move even an inch. Damn, what kind of power is this? Why have I never seen it before? The iron-blooded king was shocked, and before his surprise could fade, a terrifying figure swiftly moved along the spider web towards him. The great maw beneath the ghostly mask opened wide, and a gleaming, cold appendage plunged directly into his body, starting to devour him. Chapter 34, The Divine Blood Egg. At first, the iron-blooded king was bound by the web infused with the power of space, feeling a twinge of fear. But at that moment, the ghost-faced demon spider suddenly reached out its appendage to consume him, and he immediately calmed down. Foolish creature, if you dare to swallow my blood, then prepare to face the judgment of death, haha. With that thought, the iron-blooded king made no attempts to resist, allowing drop after drop of his blood to be absorbed into the demon spider's maw. Let you absorb a bit more blood, then I will explode it. The iron-blooded king thought this and began to wait silently. On the other side, Linyuan was in sync with his pet and viewed this scene through the eyes of the ghost-faced demon spider. This guy isn't resisting at all, something's off. He felt something was wrong and immediately became very alert, staring intently at the situation of the iron-blooded king. At the same time, Tang Sanzang and Sun Executor charged towards those S-class king monsters, sharing the firepower to relieve Yixianyu. Since Linyuan and the others had previously challenged the statue as a duo, his entry into the challenge zone this time didn't aggravate the statue's revival. As long as Linyuan could deal with the most troublesome iron-blooded king, this chaotic challenge would be a complete success. The A-class geniuses watched the scene in the challenge zone, all feeling extremely anxious and couldn't help but whisper amongst themselves. That thing seems to be restrained by Brother Gu, it should be over this time, right? I don't feel like it's that simple, after all, that thing can even immune to Messia's skills. Maybe it's holding back a big move. Alright, you crow's mouth, stop talking nonsense. Just as they spoke, a sudden change occurred in the arena. The iron-blooded king, having lost a large portion of his blood, let out a shrill scream, and the ghost-faced demon spider began to tremble violently, the surrounding spatial web shattering piece by piece. Ha ha, foolish creature, how dare you absorb my blood? You are truly audacious, die. The laughter of the iron-blooded king echoed. At that moment, Linyuan immediately reacted and quickly recalled the ghost-faced demon spider back into the beast controlling space. Seeing this, the iron-blooded king chuckled scornfully. Useless, no matter where you move it, my power remains, until I devour that creature to death. Linyuan's brow furrowed as he focused his mental energy inward, looking into the beast controlling space and indeed discovered the demon spider's body was being eroded by blood, almost melting away. Is this guy really just an S-class monster? Why is his power so terrifying? Linyuan felt confused. The iron-blooded king was clearly more troublesome than an S-class, perhaps even SSS class. After all, the opponent could repeatedly escape from the SSS class profession Yixianyu and even grow stronger. This was beyond what an S-class monster could achieve. But now was not the time to get wrapped up in such concerns. Linyuan looked at the ghost-faced demon spider being eroded by blood and quickly contemplated a countermeasure. Before he could come up with a plan, the ghost-faced demon spider directly lunged at a nearby pet egg. In the next moment, the blood on it was stained by the pet egg, and it rapidly began to disappear. Linyuan saw the scene and immediately showed joy. It can actually do this. He immediately mobilized his mental power, controlling those pet eggs to quickly absorb the blood from the ghost-faced demon spider. That blood seemed to have vitality, constantly devouring enemies to strengthen itself. However, at this moment, all the blood was absorbed by the universal pet egg, leaving it powerless to resist. At the same time, voices echoed in Linyuan's mind. You have obtained a servant-level Divine Blood Egg. You have obtained a servant-level Divine Blood Egg. Divine Blood Egg? Is this thing Divine Blood? No, it should be a product of opening the Blood Divine Vein. Gu Linyuan recalled giving the Mantis 3 burials the Divine Source, which opened up the Ice Divine Vein and the Blade Divine Vein, significantly increasing its combat power. And this Iron-Blooded King must have opened the Blood Divine Vein, and possibly more than one, to have such troublesome abilities. It seems that job quality cannot determine everything. I still cannot underestimate all enemies. Gu Linyuan summarized his experience in his heart. If it weren't for the help of the Universal Pet Egg this time, he would definitely have fallen to that Iron-Blooded King. He looked at the injuries of the ghost-faced demon spider. Fortunately, it had not been eroded by the blood for too long, so its essence was not harmed. As the blood was continuously absorbed by the Universal Pet Egg, the danger facing the ghost-faced demon spider was resolved. It only needed some time to recover to its original state. You take good care of yourself, I will go take revenge for you. Gu Linyuan instructed the ghost-faced demon spider and then gathered his mind again, looking at the Iron-Blooded King outside. The guy had just freed itself from the spider silk binding of the ghost-faced demon spider and immediately charged towards the other statue guardians. It first devoured the corpses of the other statue guardians, and the other statue guardians also self-destructed, merging into the Iron-Blooded King's body, making it even more powerful, exuding a terrifying aura. It was clear that this time, it was all or nothing. You damned humans, you all go to die. The Iron-Blooded King charged toward Yi Xianyu. At this moment, it had become largely immune to Yi Xianyu's abilities, and she was starting to struggle to stop it. Mantis 3 Burials and Sun Executioner immediately took action to intercept the Iron-Blooded King. However, the attacks of the 2 S-level pets hit the Iron-Blooded King, shredding it into countless pieces, yet it could still quickly gather together and recover as before, with hardly any state loss. The A-level geniuses outside stared in shock at this scene. This guy is way too beyond standard. Is it really only at the S-level? It's over, I feel like we're in big trouble this time. Just when everyone was worried, Gu Linyuan struck again. Split it, leave it to me. Gu Linyuan was not commanding his pets but speaking to Yi Xianyu. Okay. Though Yi Xianyu didn't know what Gu Linyuan was planning, she directly used her own abilities. In an instant, beams of golden light enveloped her, her long dress transformed into golden battle armor, while golden blades appeared, striking at the Iron-Blooded King. This was the state of the Elemental Ruler controlling the metal element. Although Yi Xianyu did not delve deeply into this path, relying on her powerful job quality, she still had a remarkable effect. She saw the golden blade beams hit the Iron-Blooded King, instantly shredding it to pieces. In the next moment, the golden blades began to twist and transform into golden jars, trapping all the split blood within. However, this method was only a temporary solution. The overall condition of the Iron-Blooded King did not suffer significant damage. In the golden jars, there came the sound of sneering laughter. Useless, you cannot do anything to this king. My blood divine pulse has already opened to the advanced form. At my peak, even those god-slaying guards would struggle to kill me. Upon hearing the Iron-Blooded King's words, many talented individuals who understood the realm of divine pulse opening felt a tremor in their hearts, finally realizing why he was so powerful. The first realm of divine pulse opening is called the initial form. Each newly opened divine pulse greatly enhances one's strength. Only when the number of open divine pulses reaches 10 can one step into the advanced form. No wonder this guy is even difficult for Yi Xianyu to handle. He is not an ordinary S-rank. It's over. This guy has actually opened the divine pulse to the advanced form, and now he has absorbed so much blood from S-rank monsters. We really can't deal with him. We're doomed. Damn it. Why would such a monster appear in this place? What are the god-slaying guards doing to let this thing come here? A genius couldn't help but voice his frustration. At that moment, a voice came from beside them. This is indeed the god-slaying guard's negligence. You don't need to be afraid, I will take care of this. Hearing this unfamiliar voice, everyone shuddered and turned to look. A figure of a young man appeared before everyone, exuding an extraordinary aura that made it clear he was not an ordinary person. Let me introduce myself, I am the silver-rank god-slaying guard, Hongfeng. As soon as these words fell, everyone was stunned, then their faces broke into expressions of joy. Wow, he is a god-slaying guard, and a silver-rank one. It is said that only by conquering 10 S-grade wilderness maps can one be promoted to silver-rank god-slaying guard. That's amazing. We are saved. I knew it, since the higher-ups must have known an SSS-rank professional appeared here, how could they not send someone to help? Initially, everyone was a bit scared, but with Hongfeng's appearance, the weight finally lifted off their hearts. Hongfeng calmed the crowd's emotions and then looked towards the challenge area. I will support you here. If they cannot handle the Iron-Blooded King, it doesn't matter. I will step in. Hearing Hongfeng's confident words, everyone felt a surge of confidence. Meanwhile, in the challenge area, Gu Linyuan and Yi Xianyu were unaware of the situation elsewhere, and as they cooperated, they continuously sliced the iron-blooded king's body. Not long after, the iron-blooded king was cut into countless pieces, and chunks of blood were bound by various forces, struggling constantly, looking like it wouldn't be long before it could break free. Brother Yuan, what should we do next? Yi Xianyu looked at Gu Linyuan, who smiled slightly in response. Just leave it to me. Then, Gu Linyuan waved his hand, surprisingly collecting all the iron-blooded king's remnants into the beast-taming space. Outside the challenge area, when the god-slaying guard Hongfeng saw this, he was immediately alarmed. What is this kid doing? He is collecting the not-yet-killed monster into the beast-taming space. Isn't this inviting danger? As an experienced professional, Hongfeng knew the characteristics of the beast-taming space very well. Although it can be considered an independent space, the spatial barrier is very fragile. If a monster causes destruction within it, the beast-taming space will collapse. The anchor points supporting the beast-taming space lie within the beast master's body. If the beast-taming space collapses, the beast master will suffer a backlash. Mildly, it results in severe injuries; severely, it can lead to a catastrophic explosion. As the iron-blooded king's scattered body was pulled into the beast-taming space, it sensed something and immediately let out a series of menacing laughs. Humans, you are looking for death. Then, they saw the items restraining the iron-blooded king's remains shatter, and the blood surged out, quickly recombining into a piece, growing stronger in presence. I will shatter your beast-taming space. Before the iron-blooded king's words could finish, he realized something was wrong. Because the space he was in was surprisingly large, and everywhere were densely packed pet eggs. How do you have so many pet eggs? No, why do those pet eggs feel a bit similar to me? No, that's my egg, you have stolen my power. The Ironblood monarch seemed to realize something, a wave of fear occupying his heart. However, in the next moment, egg after egg flew towards him, starting to continuously devour his blood. This scene only confirmed his suspicion. Damn it, how could you have so many universal pet eggs? How is that possible? This involves the source of the world. You are just a junior, how could you have such terrifying depth? The Ironblood monarch was filled with confusion. Gu Linyuan's voice echoed around. You don't need to know so much, just immediately become their nourishment. Damn it, I have roared through my life, even the god-slaying guard could not do anything to me, and now I will fall to a junior like you. I refuse. The Ironblood monarch let out a miserable howl, but under the siege of thousands of pet eggs, his voice grew smaller and smaller, eventually completely disappearing. Gu Linyuan carefully checked the beast control space, and after finding no traces of blood, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. His gaze swept towards those divine blood eggs. Unexpectedly, there were several 100,000 of them. So many divine blood eggs, if used as evolution materials, along with some other types of pet eggs, it should be able to give birth to a new S-class pet. Gu Linyuan pondered in his heart. But now was not the time to worry about such things. His mind returned, looking at Yi Xianyu beside him. At this moment, the girl was looking at him with a concerned gaze. Gu Linyuan smiled slightly. It's all resolved. Upon hearing this, Yi Xianyu instantly sighed in relief. She did not ask how Gu Linyuan resolved it, but instead looked at the divine statue not far away. Sure enough, in the next moment, the divine statue began to tremble, and a towering heavenly Dao stone tablet slowly rose from the ground. Outside the challenge zone, everyone who saw the scene was dumbfounded. Even Hongfeng, as a god-slaying guard, found it hard to believe. This kid is unusual. He actually solved the Ironblood monarch who unlocked the advanced form. It seems he also has a great secret, a monster. Hongfeng nodded, admiration flashing in his eyes. If these two can join the god-slaying guard, the trend of our Yezhou province falling should be greatly slowed down. While Hongfeng was pondering, Gu Linyuan waved at the crowd. Everyone, the S-Class Wasteland map has been successfully conquered. Next we will inscribe your names on it. This S-Class Wasteland's Heavenly Dao Stone Tablet could inscribe more than one name. Those geniuses who participated in the A-Class Statue Challenge naturally also qualified. However, everyone waved their hands. Brother Gu, there's no need for us. You and Miss Yi can just inscribe your names. We are just lucky to be on your coattails. Completing the threshold condition for breaking through 5 turns is already great. That's right, just you two do it, we won't mess around. A group of A-class geniuses were quite perceptive and did not want to compete with Gu Linyuan and Yi Xianyu for the divine source. Seeing everyone insist, Gu Linyuan and Yi Xianyu did not persuade further, each inscribing their names on the Heavenly Dao Stone Tablet. In the next moment, a grand and magnificent voice echoed in their minds. You have conquered an S-Class Wasteland map and are receiving feedback from the Heavenly Dao. Chapter 38, Destiny. Gu Linyuan and Yi Xianyu together inscribed their codes on the Heavenly Dao Stone Tablet, one called Night Cat, the other called Red Fish. Upon seeing Yi Xianyu's code, Gu Linyuan couldn't help but complain. Little fish, I see you are also bad at naming. Yi Xianyu felt a bit shy and angry upon hearing this. He reached out a little fist and pounded Gu Linyuan's chest. Humph, silly brother Linyuan. Gu Linyuan didn't understand why Yi Xianyu was scolding him, and he couldn't help but smile wryly. He recalled the rewards he had just received from the heavenly path. Occupational Night Owl, you have received life energy plus 10 million, S-level equipment enhancement stones *10, S-level heavenly materials and earthly treasures *100. This time the heavenly path's gift is not bad, all things I can use. Thankfully, it didn't send me a universal pet egg, that thing would be a waste if given to me. Gu Linyuan pondered in his heart. Although the universal pet egg was precious, especially a high-quality one, obtaining such an egg was almost like getting a pet or mount of the same grade. However, Gu Linyuan possessed 2 creation-level talents and was the kind of person least in need of pet eggs. Even with an S-level universal pet egg, in normal conditions, he could fuse one in just over 10 days. If he entered the wilderness map, where the speed of obtaining such eggs increased dozens or even hundreds of times, it would take him just a few hours. Gu Linyuan directly allocated the 10 million points of life energy to himself and his 3 pets, leveling the gaps between them. You and your pets have all been raised to level 58. Gu Linyuan had to admit that his speed of leveling up was truly fast, even normal S-level practitioners likely couldn't keep up with him. I just absorbed the life energy of 10 S-level king monsters. The conditions for breaking through to the 6th transition have already been met ahead of time. As long as there's enough life energy, I can easily step into the 6th transition. However, in my current state, obtaining suitable life energy for leveling up is not an easy task, unless I can continuously find suitable wilderness maps to practice in. Wilderness maps appear daily all over the world, but the distribution to major base cities is much less. If I don't have enough information, even if they appear, I can't rush over immediately. This is a bit tricky. Just as Gu Linyuan was deep in thought, a figure walked over not far away. Despite the other person keeping a low profile, Gu Linyuan still sensed his strength. Yi Xianyu, Gu Linyuan, hello, I'm Hong Feng, a member of the God-Slaying Guard. Hong Feng first introduced himself directly, then without any hesitation, stated his purpose. I would like to invite you to join the God-Slaying Guard. Then Hong Feng explained the powers and responsibilities of the God-Slaying Guard. Actually, he didn't need to elaborate much, as members of Longxia Nation, Gu Linyuan and Yi Xianyu had learned about the God-Slaying Guard during their compulsory education. It could be said that the military stationed across Longxia Nation was the cornerstone of maintaining stability, and the God-Slaying Guard was the pillar supporting this massive entity. During the fight against wilderness map invasions, the God-Slaying Guard was responsible for conquering those high-level wilderness maps. If they failed, they would coordinate with the military to seal off the area where the wilderness map was located. Gu Linyuan and Yi Xianyu's parents had both been guardians of the base city, responsible for maintaining the safety of their local area, already a part of the official system. Thus, neither of them had any resistance to joining the God-Slaying Guard. Even if Hong Feng didn't come to recruit them, they would actively participate in the God-Slaying Guard's assessment when the time was right. So, after a brief exchange without any roundabout talk, both expressed their thoughts. Gu Linyuan and Yi Xianyu spoke in unison. Officer Hong, we are willing to join the God-Slaying Guard. Hong Feng nodded, showing no surprise. In fact, when Gu Linyuan and Yi Xianyu awakened their professions, their information had already been sent to the God-Slaying Temple. For such talented individuals who were descendants of martyrs, the God-Slaying Temple would pay close attention. However, the God-Slaying Temple initially did not believe that Gu Linyuan, as an S-level beast master, had that capability. Therefore, everyone's attention was solely focused on Yi Xianyu. Now that Hong Feng had seen Gu Linyuan's abilities, of course, he would not refuse to extend an olive branch. Good. I will report your information later, and in a few days, I will take you to participate in the assessment of the God-Slayer Guards. However, with your current strength, passing the assessment will not be difficult, so I can use my authority to enable some official benefits of the God-Slayer Guards for you first. Hong Feng said, tapping on the watch on his hand, and a semi-transparent holographic screen popped up, the images flashing rapidly. These are the exclusive God-Slayer outfits provided by our God-Slayer Guards, with various types of equipment available for different professions. You can choose your favorite style, and I will apply for you shortly. Gu Linyuan and Yi Xianyu both turned their gazes toward the holographic screen, their eyes suddenly brightening, while nearby A-class geniuses could not help but gasp in surprise. They are all S-class equipment. My goodness, is this the benefit of the God-Slayer Guards? It's amazing. Wow, I'm so jealous. Officer Hong, can we also apply to join the God-Slayer Guards assessment? Upon hearing the inquiry from the A-class genius, Hong Feng immediately shook his head. Not letting you participate is for your own good. The assessment of the God-Slayer Guards requires entering very dangerous areas. Even S-class professionals face the risk of death. You A-class professionals would basically have no return. Hearing Hong Feng's words, the A-class geniuses couldn't help but sigh, feeling a bit powerless about life. Seeing this, Hong Feng spoke to comfort them. Everyone has their own path to walk. Staying in the base city to maintain safety can also lead to accomplishments. The A-class geniuses nodded, saying little more. Hongfeng then briefed Gu Linyuan and Yi Xianyu, left his contact information, and left elegantly. As everyone began their return, an A-class genius suddenly spoke up. Hey, why did the mist in the wasteland dissipate so quickly? I remember that even if we successfully conquered it, it usually takes days for the mist to clear completely? Yeah, besides, this is an S-class wasteland. It's normal for the mist to linger for 10 days or half a month after a successful conquest. While a few were discussing, Gu Linyuan checked his pet space, and a line of information appeared. Source points, 10086, A-class fire source 11%, A-class space source 12%. S-class earth witch source 2%. Without a doubt, the rapid dissipation of the mist was because it was absorbed by Gu Linyuan's pet space. That high number of source points excited Gu Linyuan, especially since it even contained S-class sources. Different qualities of source points have different degrees of potential for opening divine veins. Lower quality sources might require tens of thousands of points but yield no better results than a few dozen high-quality sources. Moreover, the difficulty of developing divine veins varies for different professionals with different talents, or for different creatures. Gu Linyuan had previously obtained a lot of source points from the A-class wasteland, but after fusing them all into the body of Mantis 3 Burial, he had not developed a single complete divine vein. However, Gu Linyuan also knew this was because Mantis 3 Burial's inherent state far surpassed that of a normal S-class king monster. After all, it was filled with S-class attributes, and among similar monsters, it had no weaknesses at all. So, it was normal that the difficulty of opening divine veins was relatively high. Now that I have so many source points, it should be enough for them to open a divine vein, right? Gu Linyuan thought to himself, and without hesitation, he delivered various source points to his pets. Source points have a characteristic: even if they do not match their properties, they can still be absorbed, though the benefits will not be as great. Therefore, when Gu Linyuan distributed source points, he assigned the A-class sources to Sun Executioner and Zhubeiji. After all, the monster attributes inside the Ninefold Cave were relatively suitable for the two of them. The benefits of absorbing this are numerous, and the quantity is sufficiently large. As for the few hundred S-level divine sources, Gu Linyuan gave them to Tang Sanzang. This Earth Witch divine source isn't very compatible with Tang Sanzang, but it fits well with monsters skilled in magical attacks. However, it is still quite beneficial for Tang Sanzang. When that shining golden divine source was injected into it, its aura began to surge wildly, and its S-level attributes started to evolve. The changes in the other two pets were even more apparent, as Tang Sanzang had already absorbed a divine source once, so its attributes had long since fused. Those two were absorbing for the first time, and there was even greater potential for evolution. Gu Linyuan could clearly feel this process through the beast control space. These so-called attributes are more like rules engraved on these creatures, and the power of the divine sources to promote the integration of these rules, linking them together. It's like there were several scattered light bulbs, and now there's a wire connecting them all. Once electrified, everything can be activated at once, drawing on all of the power. Gu Linyuan was trying to understand this process in his own way. And what is referred to as opening the divine vein is to strengthen that electrified wire between these light bulbs. Once one wire is strong enough, another can be added, increasing energy transmission. Gu Linyuan's understanding might not be entirely accurate, but it was simple enough, and after gaining some clarity, he stopped thinking too much and shifted his gaze toward those divine blood eggs in the beast control space. For this fourth pet, using these divine blood eggs as a foundation will store up some power right before the Godslayer Guardian assessment. In that case, even if I can't elevate the pet's bloodline to SS level before the assessment, I can still add another S-level pet. While Gu Linyuan was formulating a rough plan for the fourth pet, a group of people had already arrived outside the Nine Heavy Cavern and met the guarding military regiment. Zhang Jia, the guardian of Sanyan Bay City, was the first to greet them. He didn't ask too much, clearly having been informed by Hongfeng about the situation inside. Then, the forces where the A-level geniuses were located invited Gu Linyuan and Yi Xianyu to visit their faction, wanting to take the opportunity to establish some contacts. Both Gu Linyuan and Yi Xianyu were not fond of such meaningless socializing. By their nature, they would have directly refused without concern for offending others. However, Gu Linyuan thought for a moment and still expressed goodwill to the leaders of those factions. The reason Gu Linyuan did this was, of course, to leverage the power of these guild leaders to gather various types of essence blood beads that he needed. The leaders were very pleased with Gu Linyuan's goodwill. They had just learned from their own juniors about Gu Linyuan's strength, and knowing he had a close relationship with Yi Xianyu, an SSS-level professional, meant he absolutely could not be offended. Thus, these leaders readily agreed to Gu Linyuan's request, and then passed orders to their subordinates to head to the warehouses of various spiritual lands to retrieve the essence blood beads Gu Linyuan needed. Gu Linyuan didn't take advantage of them. Instead, he intended to buy with money or trade with the S-level materials he had just obtained from the Tao of Heaven's gifts. These materials were of very high value, including herbs for refining pills and potions, as well as ores and gems for crafting equipment. S-level materials have always been priceless and could fully support Gu Linyuan's spending. As it would take some time for these factions to mobilize the essence blood beads, Gu Linyuan and Yi Xianyu decided to go to Tsangyan base city to rest for a while. During this time, news of the S-level wild map 9 Heavy Cavern being conquered gradually spread. A few sneaky figures received the news and hurried toward a certain area in the wilderness. At the end of this area lies a place shrouded in mist, with towering giant pillars crafted by weapon masters and formation masters reaching into the clouds, standing at the edge of this area to prevent the invasion of the mist. From time to time, there are patrols from the Legion to prevent anyone from getting close. However, this area is just too vast to defend completely, and a small number of people entering it is completely uncontrollable. Here is the largest SSS-level restricted zone in Yi Province, the Mysterious Shadow Restricted Zone. This restricted zone once revived at an astonishing speed, enveloping several third-tier base cities overnight, leaving hundreds of thousands of people's lives unknown. This fully revived restricted zone cannot be compared to an ordinary wilderness map. The monsters walking inside are already quite intelligent, and most have reached the peak of their bloodlines. This means that most S-level bloodlines are at the 7th transition level, SS-level bloodlines are at the 8th transition, and SSS-level bloodlines are at the 9th transition. If a practitioner accidentally enters this place, it would definitely be as terrifying as stepping into hell. Several shadows in black robes are moving through the Mysterious Shadow Restricted Zone. Their levels are not high, only at 3 or 4 transitions, and they tremble at the prying gazes around them. Even though they have been here more than once, each time it stirs a deep fear in their hearts. For even though they are members of the god-worshipping cult and count as part of the Mysterious Shadow Restricted Zone, those monsters within do not play by the rules. If provoked, even cult members can only be devoured alive. As they are walking, suddenly a black figure blocks their way, a girl dressed in a black dress with cat ears and a black tail trailing behind her, clearly not human. "You lot, why have you come?" The cat demon girl spoke, and the few of them immediately shivered and explained their purpose. "My lady, we are here to report to the Lord. We failed to encircle and kill the one called Yi Xianyu." "Oh? Failed? As expected, you really are a bunch of worthless things." The cat demon girl snorted coldly, then revealed her true form, transforming into a large black cat and immediately devoured one cult member. "Useless things, since you can't do your job well, then you can be put to good use, and I will take action personally. That girl of the human race called Yi Xianyu must die at the hands of our mysterious shadow clan. This is her, the price of bearing the heavenly fate." Chapter 39, The Killing Task Completed. Gu Linyuan and Yi Xianyu arrived at Tsangyan base city to rest for a while. The two of them have found a relatively stable environment to truly spend time together. While Gu Linyuan waited for those forces to deliver the blood crystals, he and Yi Xianyu enjoyed exploring various places in Tsangyan base city. Parks, amusement parks, food streets. The base city is mostly inhabited by low-level practitioners. Only in this place do they have a foothold. Although there are various spiritual lands in the wilderness that can serve as supply stations, the rules there cannot restrain powerful practitioners at all, and the safety is far lower than in the base city. Therefore, even the core headquarters of those guilds and mercenary groups are established in the base city, where their families mostly stay most of the time. Compared to the scattered human gathering places in the wilderness, the base city still possesses more of a civilized atmosphere. Only in this place can Gu Linyuan truly relax and enjoy the rare tranquility. He and Yi Xianyu walked together, eating and drinking, chatting about interesting childhood stories. The girl is lively and bright, walking on tiptoes with her hands behind her back, walking alongside Gu Linyuan. The scene is quite harmonious. In this scene, a figure followed closely behind from a distance, watching far away. Lu Xinyao, wanting to be a third wheel, was firmly refused by two people, so she could only silently observe. "Damn Gu Linyuan, even if you have 3 S-rank pets, I still don't think you deserve my cousin. If you don't let me join, I'll just follow you. Don't think you can trick my cousin into those strange places." Lu Xinyao, clenching her teeth in anger as she watched Gu Linyuan and Yi Xianyu's sweet and loving interaction, felt very upset in her heart, but was helpless. Gu Linyuan and Yi Xianyu completely ignored this foolish woman, enjoying their own fun and directly overlooking her. After playing for a while, Gu Linyuan looked at his communicator, where several guild leaders had sent messages confirming that the blood pearl had been delivered to his temporary residence. Gu Linyuan told Yi Xianyu, and the two of them started to head back the way they came. At their current speed, even walking, they could quickly traverse the entire base city. However, Gu Linyuan and Yi Xianyu were not in a hurry. They continued chatting and walking down the street. As they walked, Yi Xianyu suddenly leaned close to Gu Linyuan's ear and, sounding a bit cautious, said, "Brother Yuan, what would you say if one day, the whole world was about to collapse and someone needed to stand in front to save it, but the price they faced was death? If that person chooses not to save the world, they could ensure their own safety. What do you think that person should choose?" As she spoke, the atmosphere grew somewhat serious, with a hint of sadness in the air. Hearing this, Gu Linyuan immediately laughed and without any complication said, "You are not talking about yourself, are you?" Yi Xianyu rolled her eyes at Gu Linyuan. "Brother Yuan, could you please not ruin the mood? I am seriously asking you." Gu Linyuan shrugged, still smiling as he replied. I am serious too. If that person is you, no matter what choice you make, just remember one thing, I will always stand by your side. Alright, there's no need to worry so much. Don't worry, I will always be here. Upon hearing this, Yi Xianyu also broke into a smile, nodded slightly, and softly said Okay, I understand. I trust you, brother Yuan, and I trust myself. Gu Linyuan rubbed Yi Xianyu's little head. Alright, we've played enough. It's time to get back to serious business. Okay. Yi Xianyu knew that Gu Linyuan had big secrets, and that the blood pearls were definitely related to his pet breeding, so she didn't say much more to avoid delaying his important matters. The two of them began to speed up, directly leaving Lu Xinyao far behind, who couldn't even look at their backs anymore. Don't leave me behind, cousin. Lu Xinyao cried without tears as she shouted continuously from behind, but the two completely ignored her, not turning back at all. Gu Linyuan and Yi Xianyu returned to their residence and received the blood pearls from several guild members. Gu Linyuan eagerly stored all the blood pearls into the beast space, starting to research and breed his fourth pet. Let's first see what type of monster has the highest compatibility with that divine blood egg. Gu Linyuan kept experimenting and finally locked onto several monsters. Leeches, blood mosquitoes, blood centipedes. These monsters all have perfect compatibility with the divine blood egg and can all serve as basic templates. Which one should I choose? The leech monster is too ugly and a bit disgusting. It can be eliminated first. Gu Linyuan pondered for a moment before making a decision. Only children make choices, I want them all. First, let's fuse these monsters in equal proportions and see whose genes dominate. That will be the one. When Gu Linyuan previously chose monsters for fusion, he would often use one as the main template, putting in a larger quantity. For example, to exterminate the 8 realms. That is to say, the spider monster takes the main form, so the appearance of the other side is mainly that of a spider. But for this fourth pet, Gu Linyuan decided to try something new. He didn't expect that not trying would be fine, but once he tried, he made a new discovery. Originally, the fusion degree among these pets was not high under proportional merging, but when the divine blood egg was added, the fusion degree actually soared. You have invested a servant-level blood centipede, a servant-level blood mosquito monster, a servant-level leech monster, a servant-level blood-sucking bat, and a servant-level divine blood egg. The expected fusion degree is 99%. Do you want to proceed? Gu Linyuan immediately made his choice. Yes. In the next moment, the pet eggs collided and circled around each other, countless shadows of monsters violently fought within, as if vying for the proactive role in the fusion. Soon after, a new pet egg appeared in Gu Linyuan's sight. The fusion had perfectly succeeded. Good. Gu Linyuan immediately formed a contract with this pet and then began to crazily evolve its bloodline. One by one, essence blood beads were injected into the pet egg, and then those pet eggs quickly merged into the main pet egg, like stars surrounding the moon, making it larger and larger, and its bloodline rapidly evolved. Soldier level. Elite level. Commander level. Marshal level. Overlord level. King level. Through crazed evolutions, Gu Linyuan continuously received multiple feedbacks, and his overall combat power rose significantly. And that pet egg could no longer withstand the powerful force within, slowly cracking, and a giant beast burst out, its fierce aura attracting the attention of several other pets in the beast master space. Mantis 3 Tombs, Sun Executioner, and Exterminate 8 Realms, 3 pets all looked towards the new partner. Gu Linyuan's gaze also swept over, as several pieces of information entered his eyes. Name, 10,000 feet blood centipede. Bloodline, King level, S-Class. Level, 0. Talent attributes, Bloodthirsty King Body, S-Class 5 stars, 10,000 feet 1,000 eyes, S-Class 5 stars. Skill attributes, Killing Domain, S-Class 5 stars, Annihilation Bloodlight, S-Class 5 stars. Gu Linyuan was very satisfied with the stats of this pet. Perhaps due to the divine blood egg, the attributes of this pet had merged, and the degree of fusion was very high, not at all inferior to the other 3 pets that had absorbed a lot of divine source. Gu Linyuan examined the appearance of this pet. Its entire body was crimson like blood, its body over 100 meters long, resembling a blood-red train with countless legs below. On its head, there were numerous eyes densely covered, looking somewhat frightening. However, most of these eyes were closed, with only a part opened, taking turns blinking to ensure most of the eyes remained at rest. Even though Gu Linyuan was the owner of this pet, looking into its eyes felt somewhat terrifying, as if he might be torn to pieces at any moment. Your arrival seems fated. My slaughter quartet just needs you. From now on, you will be called Shameless Killing. As Gu Linyuan named the 10,000 feet blood centipede, its name changed to Shameless Killing, and it officially became his kind. From then on, Gu Linyuan gathered Mantis 3 Tombs, Sun Executioner, Exterminate 8 Realms, and Shameless Killing, and the Slaughter Quartet officially debuted. However, Gu Linyuan felt something was still missing. Hey, I remember there seems to be a white dragon horse missing. Should I find one? Gu Linyuan began to plan what the next few pets might be. His profession quality is S-class, with 7 pet slots available and 3 remaining, which was barely sufficient. While Gu Linyuan was lost in thought, suddenly, the communicator shook wildly, as red warning messages kept pouring in. Gu Linyuan glanced at the message content, his eyes narrowing slightly. There's a problem in the Xianin Forbidden Zone? An SS-level monster has escaped the Forbidden Area. Gu Linyuan had always been concerned about news from the Xianin Forbidden Zone. He knew that countless powerful warriors from the Longsha Kingdom had set up seals and restrictions there. Even a 9-turn SSS-level powerhouse would pay a heavy price to break through. Thus, they could only slowly wear out the power of those restrictions. Under normal circumstances, it was absolutely impossible to forcibly send a powerhouse to break the seal. After all, outside that Forbidden Zone was the stronghold of the Longsha human race. Even a 9-turn SSS-level powerhouse would be seeking death if forced to come out. Yet this time, an SS-level powerhouse actually acted in such a way, indicating there was a reason compelling it to do so. Gu Linyuan's thoughts raced, suddenly connecting to a possibility. The other party must be coming for Xiaoyuer. From the words Yi Xianyu had said to him today, Gu Linyuan had guessed some possibilities. This meant there were definitely many secrets about her, or else she wouldn't say such baffling words. Of course, it might be just Gu Linyuan's wild imagination. However, as long as there was this possibility, he had to be fully prepared. Gu Linyuan quickly found Yi Xianyu. Xiaoyuer, have you seen the official warning message? Yi Xianyu nodded. I saw it, Brother Yuan. Okay, stay inside the base city and don't go out. It's very dangerous outside. Gu Linyuan spoke with concern, but Yi Xianyu shook her head. Brother Yuan, do you really think the base city is safe? The guarding power here is only at the 5-turn level. Even with the various formations of the base city, it can only hold off 6-turn monsters, but the one escaped from the Forbidden Zone is an 8-turn SS level. Even if the other party is injured from breaking the restrictions, its power is definitely at the 7-turn level. Our base city cannot resist a 7-turn SS level powerhouse. And I feel that thing is coming for me. Hiding here will only harm the innocent, so I've decided to leave the base city. The wilderness is vast. It will be harder for it to find me. Gu Linyuan frowned upon hearing this. He looked at his communicator. He had just messaged Hongfeng for help. However, the signal in the wilderness was intermittent, making real-time communication impossible. As a god slayer, Hongfeng would have received the message immediately. He might even be pursuing that escaped SS-level monster right now. Gu Linyuan thought for a moment, finding some sense in Yi Xianyu's actions. Many forces knew that they were in the Tsangyan base city, and the monsters primarily gathered intelligence through members of the Worship God Church. They should be aware, too. So, staying in Tsangyan base city might just make them a target, waiting for the enemy to come and kill them. After pondering for a moment, Gu Linyuan said to Yi Xianyu, okay, let's leave Tsangyan base city first and escape in the direction away from the Xianin Forbidden Zone. Yi Xianyu nodded, then spoke to Gu Linyuan again. Brother Yuan, actually you could. Don't talk. Let's go. Gu Linyuan interrupted Yi Xianyu, directly grabbing her hand and headed outside the base city. Meanwhile, in the wilderness, Hongfeng was chasing a black figure. Even though the other party was injured, its speed was incredibly fast, especially in the darkness. It moved like a ghost. It was nighttime, the opponent had the advantage of time and place, and Hongfeng was not skilled in speed, making it difficult to intercept immediately. However, the other party, knowing Hongfeng's power, dared not slow down and could only keep running. Damn beast, wait until daytime when your condition declines, I will slay you. Hongfeng's eyes glinted with killing intent. He had just received the news and rushed to the Xianin Forbidden Zone, but still arrived a step too late. A nearby guard legion was slaughtered by this cat monster, and tens of thousands of lives were lost, showing the horror of the enemy. After all, that was a legion of tens of thousands, dedicated to guarding the outer perimeter of the Forbidden Zone. Once they formed battle formations, even a 7th transition S-class monster would find it hard to compete. Yet, even in a wounded state, they could slaughter so many in such a short time. Hongfeng could not understand why they would do this. The enemy was not a small fry, but a level 8 SS-class powerhouse, and even in the Xianyu Forbidden Zone, there were only a few of them. For such strong beings, to lure them from the Forbidden Zone to their deaths, there must be sufficient benefits to tempt them. Could it be that they came specifically for Yi Xianyu? But if it's just to kill an SSS-class genius, there's no need to rush, right? Hongfeng couldn't figure it out, but he didn't need to think too much. For him, he only needed to do one thing, which was to keep an eye on the enemy and then slay them. As both sides chased each other, the sun slowly rose in the east, and the dawn broke through the night. The cat demon woman's condition visibly declined, and her speed dropped significantly. Seeing this, Hongfeng sneered coldly. Your time of death has come. Chapter 40, Time of Death is here. The cat demon woman heard Hong Feng's cold shout and immediately let out a scoff. Time of death? From the moment I set foot in your human territory, I have been ready to sacrifice myself for my cause. It's just death, what is there to fear? I am just a bit surprised. Now it's just you, a godslayer, do you really think you can stop me? Upon hearing this, Hong Feng frowned, sensing that the woman might have some hidden tricks up her sleeve, perhaps ready to counterattack as she neared death. But if she had such means, why didn't she choose to fight desperately at night? As he fought the cat demon woman with his spear, he kept observing her movements. As a seasoned SS-class powerhouse in good form, Hong Feng completely dominated the cat demon woman, who had no power to fight back. The two battled for a long time, causing a wild region around them to shake and quake, and the fluctuations of their battle were intense. Although the cat demon woman remained very tricky, Hong Feng ultimately pierced her body with his spear, and countless spear lights swirled, extinguishing all her vitality. At this moment, Hong Feng still remained cautious, his energy still locked onto the cat demon woman's corpse. Because he knew well the abilities of cat demons in the Shenyu Forbidden Zone, they possessed the rare ability to resurrect. Even if killed, they could come back to life and restore much of their state. If one didn't understand their capabilities, it would be easy to be killed in a counterattack when they were at their last breath. It is said that the strongest cat demon has the power to resurrect 9 times, and each time grows stronger. This one should have quite a few resurrection attempts too, right? Hong Feng thought to himself, but after waiting for a long time, the corpse showed no signs of resurrection, instead it began to rot rapidly. Something's off. Hong Feng's eyebrows locked tight, his mental energy swirling out, and there was no anomaly around, until that corpse turned into black smoke and dissipated. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Hong Feng was filled with confusion and felt no happiness from killing the cat demon. This thing could definitely not be killed with just one hit, and yet now there was this phenomenon, even a fool could guess something was wrong. Hong Feng suddenly recalled what the cat demon woman had said, one person cannot stop him? Could it be that this woman used a method similar to the golden cicada shedding its shell to go elsewhere? Thinking of this, Hong Feng immediately rushed through the air toward the direction of Sunyan Base City. For Hong Feng, the only thing he could think of that would make an SS-class alien act so recklessly would perhaps be the SSS-class practitioner Yi Xianyu. Hong Feng's guess was not wrong. Soon he received a long-distance missive from a high-level messenger practitioner from the God-Slaying Hall, informing him that Sunyan Base City was under attack. Fortunately, the cat demon woman had just broken the defenses of Sunyan Base City and then left without any large-scale massacre. Hong Feng saw this news and immediately guessed something. It seems that Yi Xianyu was no longer in Sunyan Base City, but that guy is indeed coming for her. Hong Feng immediately used his mental power to reply on Feishu, asking the God-Slaying Temple to send more personnel to protect Yi Xianyu's safety. Hong Feng himself did not idle either, still chasing the cat demon woman based on the location guidance sent from the God-Slaying Temple. He knew that the support sent from the God-Slaying Temple would not arrive quickly because there were too few God-Slaying guards. They were usually scattered all over Longsha Kingdom, and it would take several hours for them to get here at the earliest. Instead of waiting for these people to support, he hoped to find the cat demon woman first and take her down. Fortunately, at this moment, the cat demon woman was running wildly in the wilderness, and even when she crossed the blockade set up by the Longsha Kingdom officials, she would expose her position. The Longsha Kingdom had long sent special professionals to establish demon power detectors everywhere, and for a creature with such strong bloodlines, it would be detected wherever it went. Even the members of the God-Slaying Temple, with only a small amount of demon power, found it hard to move without help in various parts of the Longsha Kingdom. Therefore, Hong Feng quickly caught up to the cat demon woman again. You really can run. The cat demon woman was somewhat exasperated at this point. Where exactly did you hide her? Guess? Hong Feng laughed as he spoke, and after a battle, shot through the cat demon woman once more. This time, you're probably going to die for nothing. I will find her, she can't run far. The cat demon woman let out her final sound before dying. Hong Feng replied in his own way. I will find you first and kill you. The two sides continued to chase and fight. Every time the cat demon woman died, she would appear in another area. She centered herself around Sangling Base City, constantly searching in the various spiritual lands in the wilderness. For a powerhouse of her level, as long as Yi Xianyu appeared within a certain area, she could lock onto her position. From a theoretical standpoint, even if Yi Xianyu had left Sanyan Base City, it was unlikely she could escape too far. So long as there was time before her resurrection chances ran out, there would be opportunities to find Yi Xianyu. Thus, after being chased by Hong Feng 6 times, the cat demon woman, with only 2 resurrection chances left, finally sensed Yi Xianyu's aura. I found you. That's right, this is the aura of destiny. If I kill you, my Xianyu plan will gain permission from destiny. The cat demon woman felt extremely excited inside, her mental power sweeping and finally locking onto a woman in a wild area. In the next moment, she transformed into a giant black cat over 100 meters long, rolling out immense demon power, causing weaker wild monsters to drop dead immediately from the overwhelming aura. However, when this black demon power reached Yi Xianyu, all the auras were unable to penetrate. The inevitable has come. Yi Xianyu appeared calm and then unleashed all her combat power, surrounding herself in thick darkness that engulfed a vast stretch of mountains and fields. TSK, truly deserving of destiny, how little time has passed, yet there is such combat power. It's a pity that even though I am in a weakened state now, taking you down would still be easy. The cat demon woman was right, after all, she was an 8-turn powerhouse. Even with great expense and having died several times, her combat power was still at the 7-turn level. And Yi Xianyu was only at 6 turns at the moment. It was not an easy thing to leap over several levels to fight. The cat demon woman did not say much to Yi Xianyu and directly charged at her, and the two sides engaged in a fierce battle. The cat demon also possessed dark attributes, and Yi Xianyu utilized dark power to confront it, but she did not hold the advantage. Therefore, she immediately switched attributes, donning a phoenix fire robe, flames spreading around her, painting half the sky red. As the flames surged, the cat demon woman's dark power was rapidly burned away, turning into wisps of smoke that dissipated. Damn it, you really are hard to deal with. It seems that in my current state, I can't easily take you down. But unfortunately, I am now willing to do anything, even to exchange one life for yours. It would be worth it. Before the cat demon woman's voice faded, she charged at Yi Xianyu in a suicidal attack, carrying thick black smoke with her. Fire and black mist clashed in the air, and ultimately, both sides fell like shooting stars. Yi Xianyu did not die. Instead, she fell into a severely injured state, losing her combat power temporarily. The cat demon woman, however, had already died, but in the next moment, she came back to life, still possessing some degree of combat power. The battle between them seemed simple, but in reality, it was an absolute contest of elemental power. Clearly, Yi Xianyu's fire element had no resistance against the cat demon woman's desperate dark element. After the cat demon woman resurrected, she immediately rushed toward Yi Xianyu's direction without a moment's pause. However, at that moment, she suddenly felt as if she had been locked onto by something. Not only was her state rapidly declining, but she was also enveloped by a terrifying killing intent. Damn it, what's happening? Following the source of that gaze, the cat demon looked in that direction and saw two massive figures had appeared in this area without her noticing. One monster was entirely blood red, its head covered with massive eyes, and beneath its body were countless long legs. At this moment, every eye on the monster's head was wide open, firmly locking onto the cat demon woman. In that instant, the cat demon woman felt her blood boiling within her, and it began to uncontrollably surge toward the outside. Blood had already seeped from her skin, and bloodlines leaked from her 7 orifices, flowing in the direction of that crimson centipede. This ability was somewhat bizarre. The cat demon woman was caught off guard and was instantly horrified. Ordinary blood centipedes did not possess such power. This was an enhanced version of a blood bat, which could emit ultrasound and manipulate the blood within the target's body, with the strongest ones capable of causing them to explode. If it were an ordinary 6-turn monster, suffering such an attack would have led them to explode in blood and die already. Fortunately, the cat demon woman was strong enough that she only lost some blood. However, the cat demon woman also knew she could not allow that centipede-like monster to continue locking onto her, so she immediately used teleportation to escape. Surrounded by rolling black smoke, the cat demon woman's figure dove into the space. Typically, powerful teleportation techniques could affect space, and one could break the speed limit of their physical body only by traveling within space. However, just as the cat demon woman pierced through the space barrier, she found that it was covered with densely packed, spider-like threads, and she directly crashed into it. In the next moment, the spider web trembled, and a figure lunged towards her along the web of spatial power. Damn it, what is this? The cat demon woman was filled with rage. Dark power surged around her, eroding and destroying the spider web, which allowed her to temporarily escape its grasp. Ordinary dark powers struggled to influence spatial power, but this cat demon woman had already opened up numerous dark divine veins, long ago activating in advanced form. It was normal for her dark power to destroy spatial forces. However, this escape also drained a considerable amount of her strength. Before the cat demon woman could catch her breath, the next moment, 2 sharp iron hooks suddenly pierced out from somewhere. It hooked onto its peepa bone. And that iron hook was quickly taking root in its body, seeming to completely hook all its bones, then pull them all out. Damn it! The cat demon woman immediately used her skill, her whole body bursting into a cloud of black smoke, and then rapidly reorganizing beside her. This move freed her from Sun Xing's skill lock, but before she could catch her breath, a cold flash of knife light struck. More coming? The cat demon woman was greatly shaken. Her body was torn into several large pieces again. She transformed into black smoke once more and reorganized, escaping to a short distance away. At this moment, she temporarily gained a moment to catch her breath, her pair of cat eyes spinning, scanning the figures of the 4 unwelcome guests. Damn it, what on earth are these things? Clearly emitting a bloodline aura of only S rank. Why is their fighting power not inferior to SS rank? and those abilities are so bizarre, not at all like a normal group could possess simultaneously. The cat demon woman knew very well that among the powerful groups in the myriad worlds, almost all had evolved to the extreme on a certain path. For example, their Xianyu clan masters dark powers to the extreme. But among the figures appearing before her, aside from that one who looked like a mantis monster, the others were not normal at all. Just as the cat demon woman pondered for a moment, a figure appeared overhead unbeknownst to her, wielding a giant knife, suddenly swinging down at her. The cat demon woman was chopped into pieces again, transforming into countless black smoke to reorganize, her state greatly diminished. This thing is really hard to kill. I have to admit, Xiao Yuyu, you are indeed amazing, managing to force it out to give up a life. Gu Linyuan, holding a long knife, spoke in admiration. In the distance, Yi Xianyu, who seemed to have lost her combat power, slowly walked over, looking completely unharmed, revealing a smile, replying somewhat proudly. Of course. The cat demon woman was shocked upon seeing this. How could you recover so fast? It should be known that she had used a life as the price. Even an ordinary seventh reborn spirit would be heavily injured, if not dead. Yet Yi Xianyu had recovered so quickly. Yi Xianyu did not answer the cat demon woman's question, as a small, sprite-like creature peeked out from her shoulder, its big, curious eyes observing the surrounding monsters. Perhaps because Gu Linyuan's pets looked too human, the sprite glanced a few times, then scaredly hid in Yi Xianyu's hair. Is it because of that thing? What on earth is it? The cat demon woman was very confused, but Gu Linyuan and Yi Xianyu seemed unwilling to answer her. Gu Linyuan spoke to Yi Xianyu. Xiao Yuyu, let's work together and take it down. Okay. The two smiled at each other, then quickly moved into action. Four pets charged with killing intent, moving from all directions to pounce on the cat demon woman. Gu Linyuan wielded the long knife with a sharp edge, while various elemental powers surged around Yi Xianyu. The cat demon woman felt those terrifying auras, her heart already trembling uncontrollably. She didn't understand how a strong Yi Xianyu could suddenly have this powerful guy appear too. How was this supposed to be played? She was outnumbered, the advantage was not with her. Chapter 41, Being Honest with Each Other. As Gu Linyuan and Yi Xianyu surrounded the cat demon woman, Hongfeng was also searching for the opponent's traces at full speed, while constantly praying in his heart that Yi Xianyu would not be found. However, Hongfeng also understood that the cat demon woman had used a life as the price to cast the secret technique of shedding her shell like a golden cicada, searching a large area around the Xangyan Bay city. The probability of Yi Xianyu not being discovered was already very small, so he could only try to speed up as much as possible. Find the cat demon woman a step earlier. However, Hongfeng had continuously hunted the cat demon woman several times, and after long journeys, he was too worn out. To avoid the situation where he couldn't kill her due to poor condition after finding her, he could only control his vital energy output and slow down his pace while searching for her, trying to take potions to recover his state. That guy's overall combat power will decline after being revived repeatedly. Now, even if Yi Xianyu encounters her, he can hold on for a while, the situation isn't too bad. As Hongfeng pondered, another possibility suddenly surfaced in his mind. No, that woman has 2 more lives. If exchanged at all costs, Yi Xianyu might not be able to hold her ground. After all, her foundation is not deep. After realizing the situation, Hongfeng felt very anxious and simply decided to disregard any costs, starting to speed up his progress directly. So when he arrived at the destination, the battle had not yet calmed down. I finally made it. Hongfeng sighed inwardly, his gaze fixing on the battlefield where countless black mists rolled, blood-red killing intent surged, icy chills spread, various attributes of power enveloped everywhere. Such a huge scene? Hongfeng wanted to join the battle and lock onto the cat demon woman's figure, but before he could act, the surrounding various attribute energies gradually settled down, leaving only 1 man and 1 woman standing. Hongfeng was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming in surprise. Did you two take care of that thing? Gu Linyuan and Yi Xianyu nodded. Hongfeng seemed to remember something and immediately reminded them. That thing should still have 2 lives left, be careful, it might revive nearby. Hongfeng thought Gu Linyuan and the others had only killed the cat demon woman once, but the latter smiled at his words and tossed out the cat demon woman's corpse. After having died, she reverted to her original form, which was a gigantic black cat as big as a small mountain. Don't worry, Officer Hong. If all goes as expected, this thing has no chance to revive. Gu Linyuan said this because he had already scraped out her blood pearl. Upon seeing the cat demon woman's corpse, Hongfeng carefully examined it and asked about the battle situation before finally breathing a sigh of relief. Fortunately, you two are strong enough, otherwise, I would be responsible this time. I truly didn't expect the monsters in the Xianyu Forbidden Zone to rush out crazily like that. To be honest, it's a bit abnormal. As Hongfeng spoke, he took a longer look at Yi Xianyu, but he didn't ask further questions and simply changed the topic. Since we are here, I will directly escort you to the assessment site. Originally, there were still a few days until the assessment began. Hongfeng thought it would be fine for the two to arrange other matters before leaving. Since this incident happened, he had no other plans and directly led the two away, protecting them at every step. Hongfeng took out a flying vehicle from his spatial ring. The interior space was spacious enough to accommodate dozens of people without feeling crowded. The three of them stepped into the flying vehicle and sat down on the sofas in the hall. The flying vehicle started up and flew smoothly toward the distance. Hongfeng brewed a cup of tea for Gu Linyuan and Yi Xianyu, sincerely expressing his feelings. Although that cat demon was already heavily wounded, it still possessed the combat strength of the 7th transition level. You two could defeat it beyond your level, so I am more reassured about this assessment. Hongfeng also didn't expect that they had only been apart for a short time, yet both Gu Linyuan and Yi Xianyu's powers had increased so much. Originally, according to his prediction, encountering the cat demon woman would leave Yi Xianyu severely injured or even dead. Yet, under their combined efforts, they had managed to kill the cat demon woman without any injury. There were no high-level wild maps appearing in the nearby area. How did they improve their battle strength so much in such a short time? Time rewinds not long ago. Gu Linyuan and Yi Xianyu left the Tsangyan base city. Yi Xianyu seemed to sense the danger of this journey, so halfway there, she opened up to Gu Linyuan and told him her secret. Yi Xianyu's ability was mysterious, she herself couldn't fully grasp it. Now, it seemed that even if she did nothing, her abilities would grow. Her class, Elemental Ruler, usually meant that the elemental attributes would decrease step by step. When Yi Xianyu first awakened her class, that was indeed the case. Among various talent attributes and skill attributes, they ranged from F grade to SSS grade. However, ever since the moment she awakened, she discovered her various attributes were evolving on their own. After some exploration, Yi Xianyu found that there was a mysterious power in the world helping her. It was as if she was a favored child of the heavens, growing stronger without effort. And with just a little effort, it was even more unbelievable. When Gu Linyuan heard Yi Xianyu say this, he instinctively spoke up. Xianyu, are you saying that you could be the legendary daughter of destiny? Can you try to command the nearby powers of heaven and earth? Gu Linyuan sparked with ideas and tried to develop Yi Xianyu's powers. Unexpectedly, this was a surprise once they tried it. As Yi Xianyu activated the surrounding powers of heaven and earth, feedback instantly came from Gu Linyuan's beast-raising space. In a normal state, only one pet egg would be born every second, but under Yi Xianyu's influence, it had shot up to 10 in 1 second. Xianyu, don't stop, keep going. Gu Linyuan would never complain about having too few pet eggs, the more, the better. Yi Xianyu didn't refuse Gu Linyuan's request, and they ran while experimenting in various ways. Finally, Gu Linyuan discovered that if Yi Xianyu focused entirely on influencing the heavenly powers without holding back, she could increase the speed of his pet egg production to a staggering 1,000 per second. However, this was exhausting for Yi Xianyu. Under relaxed conditions, the speed of Gu Linyuan's pet egg production could be maintained at 100 per second. This meant that as long as Gu Linyuan stayed by Yi Xianyu's side, he could gather millions of pet eggs in just over a day. To fuse and evolve into an SS-grade pet, he needed 10 million pet eggs. Before, it would take him months to gather that many, but now only a day. Xianyu, you're amazing. Gu Linyuan, overwhelmed with excitement, couldn't help but hug Yi Xianyu and kissed her fair forehead. Yi Xianyu's face turned slightly red. She didn't understand why Gu Linyuan was so happy, but somehow, she felt a sense of joy as well. Since Yi Xianyu chose to be open with him, Gu Linyuan felt no need to hide his own secrets from her. So he told Yi Xianyu about the general properties of his pet-raising space. After hearing this, Yi Xianyu suddenly realized. No wonder Brother Yuan can cultivate so many powerful pets so quickly. But Brother Yuan, your beast-raising space is powerful, yet it relies heavily on blood pearls. If we survive this ordeal, I will help you collect blood pearls. Upon hearing this, Gu Linyuan's excitement quickly cooled. His current dilemma was how to quickly boost his and Yi Xianyu's strength. Gu Linyuan looked at the many pet eggs and had a new idea. Xianyu, the essence of your ability should be borrowing the authority of heaven and earth. Can you quickly cultivate some kind of beings? Yi Xianyu didn't understand what Gu Linyuan meant. Gu Linyuan directly summoned his newly cultivated pet, Kill All. At this moment, it had not absorbed life energy and its level was not high. We need to absorb life energy to level up. You should try to create some life energy and infuse it into it. Yi Xianyu was initially puzzled, but Gu Linyuan directly took her to catch a wild monster, then killed it, letting her feel the form of life energy. During this process, Yi Xianyu indeed felt the general form of life energy. So that's how it is, Brother Yuan, I understand. So, Yi Xianyu began to create life energy continuously and then crazily infused it into the body of the monster they killed. The latter's level started to soar. Seeing this scene, Gu Linyuan was initially very happy, thinking they could power level directly to 7th or 8th rank. However, after Yi Xianyu raised the monster's level to equal Gu Linyuan's and also raised their levels to a little over 60, they had reached their limit. This won't do, Brother Yuan, the energy of this area is too thin, we can't produce enough pure high-level life energy. Gu Linyuan nodded. That makes sense, if we could jump straight to 7th or 8th rank, that would be too abnormal. But I have other ideas now. Why don't you try again, little fish? Yi Xianyu didn't know what Gu Linyuan had in mind but was very willing to accompany him in trying. Gu Linyuan took out some blood beads, wanting Yi Xianyu to use the energy of heaven and earth to copy these blood beads. If Yi Xianyu succeeded, Gu Linyuan could directly take off. However, Yi Xianyu tried but failed. Brother Yuan, I can't replicate these blood beads yet, they are different from life energy and their internal structure is too complicated, only slightly simpler than normal life forms. But once my strength increases and my mental power becomes strong enough, I should be able to maintain this consumption. Gu Linyuan asked Yi Xianyu some details, then a smile appeared on his face. Then let's try this. Gu Linyuan took out a gem-like object, which was a drop from a special monster called Elemental Spirit, similar to blood beads, but more like a rare mineral. Elemental spirits did not appear in empty areas, but roamed in wilderness areas, being relatively rare with most levels low. In places near volcanic maps, fire spirits might appear, and in marshy areas, water spirits might show up, while lush areas featured flower spirits and wood spirits. The gems they turned into upon death could also be considered a type of blood bead. Gu Linyuan had tested this with a pet egg, as long as he merged the gem into the pet egg, he could obtain an elemental spirit. Unfortunately, this item was not produced in high quantity, so Gu Linyuan excluded it from the pet section. But if Yi Xianyu could replicate it, he could give it a try. Yi Xianyu took the gem, tried it out, and her beautiful eyes lit up. Brother Yuan, this thing is somewhat similar to the blood beads, but its structure is much simpler. If the complexity of the blood bead is comparable to a normal life form, then this thing can only be equivalent to a highly intelligent robot. Hearing Yi Xianyu's comparison, Gu Linyuan gained more understanding of this replication process. Sure enough, Yi Xianyu continuously mobilized the energy of heaven and earth and indeed replicated several spirit gems. Gu Linyuan tried them, they could all be merged into pet eggs. These spirit pet eggs can be one of the materials for fusing my future pets. If I just want to create an elemental spirit, it's not suitable for me at this moment. I wonder if using these pet eggs for little fish will reduce my essence. Gu Linyuan looked at the pet eggs that had been born because of Yi Xianyu, and these pet eggs had countless connections with her. If it can be used by Yi Xianyu, Gu Linyuan would definitely not hesitate. He first took out a servant-level pet egg for Yi Xianyu to try. After the other party made a contract, Gu Linyuan did not receive any feedback of source reduction. I didn't expect it to really work. Gu Linyuan's lips curled into a smile. Then he and Yi Xianyu worked together, one making spirit gems, the other fusing and evolving pets. To be precise, this should be called a mount, because most other professions like Yi Xianyu only have one pet slot and would choose a pet with riding ability. While Gu Linyuan was constantly strengthening the spirit pet egg, he suddenly discovered a problem, that is, he could also gain a lot of feedback by evolving pets for Yi Xianyu. Although it was not as much as cultivating pets for himself, it was still considerable. When Gu Linyuan fused an S-level elemental spirit for Yi Xianyu, he also obtained an S-level talent word elemental enhancement. The effect of this word is very simple, all skills used by Gu Linyuan related to elements would be enhanced. This was also an unexpected joy for Gu Linyuan. He originally wanted Yi Xianyu to gather momentum and make 10 million spirit gems to directly evolve an SS-level pet for her. However, at this moment, Yi Xianyu suddenly sensed something and spoke to Gu Linyuan. Brother Yuan, that monster from the Xianyu clan is coming. Gu Linyuan knew there was no time to prepare, so he handed the elemental spirit to Yi Xianyu, and they quickly formulated a strategy. He directly used the ability of Mantis burial to hide them amidst the surroundings. And so, there was the previous scene. In the joint effort of Gu Linyuan and Yi Xianyu, the cat demon woman had no power to fight back. And this is the reason why Gu Linyuan and Yi Xianyu could become stronger quickly. Of course, they would not tell anyone else about this other than each other. Although Hong Feng was curious, he did not ask much. Instead, he told them about the information regarding the assessment location. The place you will participate in the assessment is an SS-level desolate map, and it is a completely uncontrollable desolate map, which means the strongest monster inside has reached the 8th transformation level. This time is both your assessment and our Longsha Kingdom's action to reclaim lost territory. Chapter 42, Blood Corpse Dynasty. While Gu Linyuan and Yi Xianyu listened to Hong Feng, they checked the information about the assessment location. The place they were heading to was in the northeast of Longsha Kingdom, and the name of the desolate map was terrifying, called Blood Corpse Dynasty. From the name, it is clear that the monsters residing inside are bloodthirsty zombies. While they were looking at the information, Hong Feng's voice came. To be honest, we, Longsha Kingdom, have attacked the Blood Corpse Dynasty desolate map many times, but every now and then, they can make a comeback, and each time it is in grand scale. For a normal SS-level desolate map to fully revive, it would at least take 10 days to half a month, but this Blood Corpse dynasty almost appears in a fully revived state as soon as it shows up. According to the information we have, it should be that the previous attack method had errors. Gu Linyuan and Yi Xianyu were both curious when they heard this. Gu Linyuan directly asked, "Errors in the attack method? Officer Hong, isn't the attack method for desolate maps all the same? As long as we challenge the idol, isn't that enough?" Hong Feng smiled at that. "You're not wrong. To be precise, it is enough to kill all those idol guardians to consider it a successful attack. However, the difficulty of an SS-level desolate map lies in the fact that those idols do not appear in a specific area, nor do the idol guardians. They can even flee and hide in other places. So, to eliminate all of them is really not an easy task." Hong Feng sighed deeply as he spoke. "However, after paying a heavy price, we can consider ourselves successful in dealing with the Blood Corpse dynasty. That is why the Blood Corpse dynasty disappeared for a while, but this has always been a temporary solution. This time we have decided to take another approach. Instead of dealing with those statue guardians, we will concentrate our forces on slaughtering ordinary blood corpses, to see if we can exhaust the power of the wilderness map and let it be naturally conquered." Gu Linyuan frowned upon hearing this. "If that's the case, the price we have to pay might be very high, right?" Gu Linyuan knew very well that as long as the statue guardians were not killed, monsters from the wilderness map would almost continuously spawn. However, continuously does not mean infinitely, rather, the power of the wilderness map would keep giving rise to monsters. That power exists in the mist that shrouds the wilderness map, and if the wilderness map is conquered prematurely, part of it would turn into divine source. Gu Linyuan's beast space absorbs mist, which counts as absorbing some of this power. However, now Hong Feng said that using absolute force to constantly consume the energy of an SS-level wilderness map was not an easy task to consider. Hong Feng sighed helplessly at Gu Linyuan's doubts as well. There's no way around it. This wilderness map comes with ferocity each time, covering at least 1 million people in a base city upon its appearance, leading to casualties in the tens of thousands. Instead of being continuously consumed by this thing, it is better to find a way to resolve it completely, at the very least, to ensure that it won't revive so quickly next time it descends. Gu Linyuan nodded. He understood the official's concerns. Perhaps this is not a very good method, but it is indeed a path worth trying. So, what is our assessment target this time? Hong Feng pointed to a map on a tablet screen, which marked 8 cities with flags of different colors stuck in them. This was the 8 Blood Corpse cities of the Blood Corpse dynasty. In reality, this major crackdown operation will primarily be conducted by the defensive legions of several base cities, while your assessment as talents is to protect the legions from those powerful monsters' attacks. And, when necessary, to conduct beheading actions. Upon hearing this, Gu Linyuan and Yi Xianyu understood. The legion was good at group combat, holding a significant advantage against those scattered monsters. However, if a strong bloodline monster among them launched a sneak attack to disrupt the army's formation or targeted the commanders in the legion, it would spell disaster for the legion. In simple terms, Gu Linyuan and the others' task this time had shifted from destroying towers to guarding crystals. Hong Feng continued. Generally speaking, for each Blood Corpse city, we will send at least 10 assessors who are all at least S-level professional quality geniuses. This time, due to an increase in difficulty, we will need to dispatch extra people to several other Blood Corpse cities. As for the Blood Corpse city you two are in, since Yi Xianyu is one of the rare SSS-level professionals, and Gu Linyuan, your strength is formidable, I applied to send fewer helpers, you won't mind, right? Hong Feng's intention was, of course, not to target Gu Linyuan and Yi Xianyu but to give them ample room to unleash their strength. After all, reaching the 6th transformation realm requires not only a lot of life energy to break through to the 7th transformation but also a requirement to hunt enough S-level monsters to meet the conditions for breaking through. Yet, even in an SS-level map, the number of S-level monsters is limited, thus, many S-level geniuses would compete to kill them, making it a difficult situation. So, arranging fewer helpers for Gu Linyuan and Yi Xianyu was based on trust in their strength. Let them gain some benefits. After Gu Linyuan and Yi Xianyu realized this, of course, they had no reason to refuse. Gu Linyuan was looking at the information on those Blood Corpse monsters, constantly calculating the evolution of his pet in his mind. Although the monsters in this Blood Corpse dynasty survive by being bloodthirsty, they come in various types, including the defensive golden armored Blood Corpse, the fire-breathing blazing fire Blood Corpse, and the corrupt water Blood Corpse, etc. I wonder if their essence blood beads can be used as substitutes for evolving pets. After experiencing the events in the Ninefold Cave, Gu Linyuan no longer insisted on using only the same type of essence blood beads to strengthen his pet. As long as there are suitable essence blood beads, he wanted to give it a try. If those essence blood beads from the Blood Corpse dynasty are useful, then Gu Linyuan's several pets might evolve to SS level sooner. Gu Linyuan decided to wait until he arrived in the wild map to give it a shot. The aircraft rushed along and crossed most of the Longsha kingdom, finally arriving at the destination. When Gu Linyuan stepped out of the aircraft, he saw a land shrouded in fog. This fog was different from ordinary fog. Ordinary fog was mostly gray, while this fog had a tinge of bright red blood color. Old Hong, just in time, we were waiting for you. As Hong Feng finished stowing away the aircraft, a tall, thin man walked toward him. The man looked at Gu Linyuan and Yi Xianyu beside Hong Feng and revealed a friendly smile. You two must be Yi Xianyu and Gu Linyuan, right? I am Fan Chao, welcome to join our god-slaying palace. Yi Xianyu nodded to acknowledge, while Gu Linyuan smiled and spoke up. Hello, Officer Fan, we haven't passed the assessment yet. Fan Chao didn't mind Yi Xianyu's indifferent attitude and smiled at Gu Linyuan. Ha, that's just a matter of time, I've heard from Hong Feng about your strengths, and you'll definitely pass. In truth, Fan Chao didn't have much confidence in Gu Linyuan's strength, he mainly trusted Yi Xianyu, the SSS-level practitioner. With Yi Xianyu around, as long as Gu Linyuan wasn't too weak, he should be able to easily win and then pass the God-slaying guards assessment. Seeing that Fan Chao was about to say more, Hong Feng immediately interrupted him. Alright, enough chit-chat, we are about to enter the wild map, right? Let them prepare first. By the way, didn't I apply for those equipment? Hurry and bring them out. Fan Chao curled his lip. What are you rushing for? I came here just to deliver the equipment. Here, this is the Godslayer set sent down from the top. As Fan Chao spoke, he waved his hand, and several pieces of S-level equipment shimmering with brilliance floated in front of Gu Linyuan and Yi Xianyu. Gu Linyuan's set was a full dark-colored swordsman outfit, with a 5-clawed golden dragon stitched in golden thread on the surface, looking extremely cool. Yi Xianyu's equipment was somewhat different, appearing overly extravagant, radiating a rich energetic luster, unlike an ordinary S-level set. Yi Xianyu frowned slightly and directly spoke up. This doesn't seem to be the set I selected, right? Fan Chao nodded. Yes, this is not an S-level set, it's an SS-level set. Why am I getting this? Yi Xianyu didn't appreciate this inexplicable benefit. Hong Feng also looked at Fan Chao seriously. Old Fan, what do you mean by this? Hong Feng thought Fan Chao was acting on his own to please Yi Xianyu with such equipment. He wasn't foolish and could clearly see the close relationship between Gu Linyuan and Yi Xianyu. Although Gu Linyuan was only an S-level practitioner, his future potential might not be any less than SS level. It would be meaningless to offend them over such a matter. Besides, the attitudes of Yi Xianyu and Gu Linyuan were also uncommon. This overture might provoke Yi Xianyu's displeasure. Fan Chao understood that the other party had misunderstood and immediately spoke up to explain. This has nothing to do with me. This is a gift from our Tianyue goddess. Hong Feng let out a sigh of relief when he heard this. The full name of Tianyue goddess is Hai Tianyue, an SSS-level professional from the god-slaying temple of Longsha Kingdom, and the only female SSS-level professional. Miss Yi, this is the care of Tianyue goddess, I think you should accept it. This will also ensure your safety, and once you grow up, you can contribute more to Longsha Kingdom. Fan Chao explained, and upon hearing this, Yi Xianyu finally relaxed her brow. She had also heard about Hai Tianyue. This was the only female SSS-level professional in Longsha Kingdom and an idol to many female professionals. Yi Xianyu smiled faintly. Please thank Tianyue goddess for me. Yi Xianyu accepted the set of equipment, and with a wave of her hand, the gear transformed into streams of light that enveloped her. It was a wide-sleeved long dress, radiating a colorful glow, resembling clothing of a celestial being. After putting on this SSS-level outfit, Yi Xianyu's aura appeared even more ethereal. Not far away, many people were drawn in, their gazes gathering towards this side. These individuals were geniuses from all over the country, all starting at S-level professions, with even some at SS level. Seeing this, the crowd began to buzz with discussions. Who is that beautiful lady? She looks so stunning. I know, she is Yi Xianyu, the SSS-level professional who awakened this year, from Yezhou province. So it's her. Yi Xianyu's information had already spread widely since her awakening. Many well-connected young elites were aware of her basic details. Now that they saw Yi Xianyu, they all started to walk over. They ignored Gu Linyuan standing nearby, directly pushing him aside. A young man with red hair was the first to speak. Hello, Miss Yi. My name is Guan Xiaodan, from the Xiaojing base city, and my profession is S-level flame fist fighter. I hope to get your guidance in the future. The others followed suit, introducing themselves in a clamorous manner, all wanting to befriend this one-in-a-million SSS-level professional. However, Yi Xianyu merely responded coldly. I don't care who you are. I don't want to talk to strangers right now, please step aside. She then pushed through the crowd and walked over to Gu Linyuan. Let's go, brother Yuan. Yi Xianyu hooked her arm around Gu Linyuan's and headed toward another military deployment area. The expressions of those present turned somewhat ugly. Watching them leave, someone spoke up. What's with this attitude from Yi Xianyu? She's just a girl from a poor backwater. Does she really think that just because she awakened an SSS-level profession she's better than everyone else? Exactly. We took the initiative to befriend her, and she responds like this. She really thinks too highly of herself. Some expressed their dissatisfaction openly while others fell silent. They were all geniuses from major first-line base cities, usually it was others who sought to befriend them. Now that they were trying to befriend someone, only to receive such a response, it was natural to feel unhappy. Especially the young man named Guan Xiaodan, a flicker of malice flashing in his eyes. But he did not say much and silently turned to leave. What no one knew was that Guan Xiaodan murmured to himself. SSS level profession? Ha, what a pity, if you hadn't come here, perhaps you would still have a chance to grow. Since you want to enter there, then let your SSS level profession become the nourishment for my profession's evolution. Guan Xiaodan watched Yi Xianyu and Gu Linyuan leaving and paused momentarily, then glanced back at them. Xiao Yuer, what's wrong? Gu Linyuan asked with confusion. Brother Yuan, that guy has a very disgusting aura. Gu Linyuan followed Yi Xianyu's gaze and looked over. They locked onto a person named Guan Xiaomi. He believed in Yi Xianyu's intuition, after all, the other party was a special existence who could harness the power of heaven and earth. So Gu Linyuan nodded. Don't worry, I will keep an eye on that guy. If he dares to do anything harmful to you, I will kill him. The two exchanged a few more words, and then they arrived at the area where the legion they needed to join was located. Gu Linyuan and Yi Xianyu communicated briefly with the commander of the legion, getting somewhat familiar with each other, and after a short wait, they finally received their orders. The army began to advance toward the foggy area. Before long, their vision changed rapidly as they entered a new world. This was the SS-level wasteland map Blood Corpse Dynasty. Chapter 43. Who is more terrifying? As soon as they stepped into this wasteland map, everyone felt a suffocating sensation wash over them, the bleak cold wind howled like the wails of a vengeful ghost. In the surrounding air, there lingered a pervasive smell of decay and rot, just one breath made people feel physically ill. This was also the terrifying aspect of the SS-level wasteland map. Once inside, even if they did not fight monsters, they would suffer invisible erosion every moment. At this moment, the Legion's leader bellowed. All troops, form up and break through the blood curse. Tens of thousands of soldiers responded to the command, stirring the blood energy within them. Streams of energy circulated among the formation, colliding and finally merging into a mighty flow that dispersed the invisible forces of erosion around them. Continue moving forward. The Legion commander ordered, and soldiers stepped in unison toward a Blood Corpse city at the end of their sight. The Blood Corpse dynasty's territory was mainly divided into 8 sections. Entering from different positions would lead to different Blood Corpse city regions. The position they entered corresponded perfectly to one of the Blood Corpse cities. Before long, monsters appeared in the surrounding wilderness. These monsters looked like walking corpses, their eyes vacant, movements stiff and numb. Most of them were humanoid. The moment they sensed the presence of living beings, they charged over as if driven mad, letting out eerie sounds. However, the moment these monsters came into contact with the formation, they were like snow meeting a hot iron, only to melt away and disintegrate into countless scraps. Even as more and more walking corpses gathered around, of various types, they were not a match for the Legion. Gu Linyuan observed the strengths of the military personnel, and most of their levels were quite low, almost all below the 3rd transition, and even their professional quality was only E and F levels. However, under the mobilization of the formation, they could unleash extremely terrifying combat power. Each military personnel seemed to become a part of a machine, and when tens of thousands of them gathered, they formed a massive entity. With the combat power of this legion, I fear that they could kill as many low-level monsters as they encounter. But this formation has a deadly weakness, it is too heavy and can only advance step by step. If an S-level monster at the 7th transition attacks, they could probably take them down one by one. Gu Linyuan kept pondering and understood why the Temple of Slaughter God would send them to cooperate with the Legion. Among the participants in the Slaughter God Guard assessment, besides Gu Linyuan and Yi Xianyu, there were also a few S-level geniuses from other base cities. While on the road just now, the few of them had exchanged some brief information. These teammates were quite sensible and did not engage in any overstepping behavior. However, from their eyes, one could see their focus on Yi Xianyu. After a brief exchange, Yi Xianyu laid out a simple battle plan. Everyone, we are about to approach the Blood Corpse city. The monsters there are denser, and the possibility of high-blood monsters attacking the Legion is greater. Let's spread out nearby and pay close attention to our surroundings. After hearing Yi Xianyu's command, the other S-level geniuses chose to cooperate as well, immediately dispersing from the center of the Legion in all directions. Gu Linyuan then headed to the area where the logistics soldiers were located within the military formation to ask for the blood beads they had just collected. The military formation was like a moving fortress of war, but this fortress was made up of various professionals. Among them, there were frontline soldiers who took the lead, soldiers who tore apart enemy formations, and ranged soldiers who continued to deal damage, of course, also including logistics soldiers who cleaned the battlefield and treated the wounded. As the military formation operated, the frontline soldiers moved like swimming dragons, weaving among the monsters and leaving no trace behind them. Meanwhile, after the monsters died, some logistics soldiers quickly followed up, collecting the monster corpses and gathering various materials. These logistics soldiers were mostly gatherers. They had professional skill boosts which allowed them to handle monster corpses quickly. With just a wave of their hands, they could disassemble a monster's corpse, collecting bones, blood, and other materials into their storage equipment. Gu Linyuan watched their actions, feeling particularly pleased. After all, he had to painstakingly dissect the corpses himself to extract blood beads after killing monsters. In terms of efficiency and cleanliness, those logistics soldiers far surpassed him. Indeed, professional tasks should be left to professionals. Gu Linyuan sighed, then placed the various blood beads he had just obtained into the beast control space. Gu Linyuan originally thought that the compatibility of these blood beads with his pets wouldn't be too high, but his requirement was that as long as it was above 50%, it could be tried. After all, the cost of failure was just losing some blood beads, which he could still afford at the moment. However, Gu Linyuan was shocked when he tried. The compatibility of these blood beads with his pets exceeded 90%. Based on his experience, he judged that as long as the compatibility exceeded 90%, it would basically not fail. These monster blood beads are somewhat similar to the divine blood eggs before, and even more special. After all, divine blood eggs only had a high compatibility with bloodthirsty monsters, while these blood corpse monsters' blood beads seem to be a universal material that can adapt with my pets. Gu Linyuan was a bit confused but happily accepted this result. It seems there is hope to elevate all pet bloodlines to SS level in this desolate map. It should be noted that even with the help of the beast control space, Gu Linyuan needed nearly 10 million blood beads to elevate his pets from S level to SS level. He currently had 4 pets, which meant 40 million beads. Converting that to the number of monsters, he would need to kill at least 1 million monsters. It's estimated that only in an SS level desolate map could Gu Linyuan meet his needs. Gu Linyuan looked at the blood corpse city in the distance, where there were many monsters. As long as he protected the Legion, he could gather enough evolution materials. The Legion would not refuse Gu Linyuan's request for blood beads because he was not taking it for free. He chose to repay with the materials he had gathered from conquering S-level desolate maps before. His own materials were insufficient, and Yi Xianyu had also promised him a portion. The Legion leader, seeing Yi Xianyu's face, also chose to make this deal with Gu Linyuan. He was also well aware of the potential of Gu Linyuan and Yi Xianyu and didn't want to let small matters ruin their relationship. Offending 2 future slaughter gods. After all, as the guarding legion of a base city, they often have to deal with the slaughter gods and seek their help. Thus, everything proceeded steadily. The legion advanced step by step, slaughtering the blood corpses until they were completely defeated. On Gu Linyuan's side, he also harvested tens of thousands of blood essence beads and immediately began to merge them into his pets. The blood essence beads of the golden armored blood corpse and ice soul blood corpse can be fused into the body of the Scythe of 3 Graves, as their properties align perfectly. The spatial blood essence beads can be prioritized for Zubeiji, enhancing his spatial attributes, while the bloodthirsty blood essence beads will go to Shikujin. As for Sun Xingsha, it can be mixed. It is not picky in terms of its diet. Gu Linyuan developed a simple distribution plan. If it were other monsters' blood essence beads, Gu Linyuan would not be so blunt. But these blood corpse blood essence beads had a high degree of compatibility with his pets, so there was no need to be too meticulous. As long as the attributes roughly matched, it was fine. However, Gu Linyuan didn't completely release his worries. He observed the changes in his few pets while fusing. After merging hundreds of thousands of blood essence beads, he did not notice any adverse changes. On the contrary, he felt that his pets were becoming stronger in their respective strengths. Very good. If possible, I hope to collect more of these blood essence beads this time. They may be useful in the future. Gu Linyuan looked at the blood corpse city and felt that his idea was somewhat naive. After all, according to the intelligence provided above, the number of blood essence beads he could obtain this time should be limited, and it would be great to elevate all his pets to SS level. Unless all the blood essence beads of the blood corpse dynasty belonged to him, but that was impossible. Just as Gu Linyuan pondered, an alarm suddenly rang, and the communications department of the Legion sent a flying message. 6 S-class monsters have appeared in the northern area of the army formation. Please provide support immediately. These high bloodline monsters have a tremendous destructive power against the army formation. The moment he received the message, Gu Linyuan rushed towards that direction, not daring to waste a moment. In such times, killing those monsters even a second earlier can result in fewer injuries for the ordinary soldiers. Fortunately, Yi Xianyu had already stationed an S-class genius in each area, so as long as the opposing force held on for a moment, the others could provide support as quickly as possible. When Gu Linyuan arrived there, several S-class geniuses led by Yi Xianyu had already subdued all those S-class monsters. Efficiency is truly high. Gu Linyuan sincerely marveled. However, he also understood that none of those S-class geniuses were easy opponents. They not only had strong personal strength but also wore S-class equipment. Thus, even if these geniuses had the peak of 6th transition strength, they could still compete against ordinary 7th transition S-class monsters. After all, monsters do not have the enhancement of equipment, while S-class geniuses, under the support of S-class equipment, have a 1+1 greater than 2 effect. Moreover, most of them did not just awaken, they had settled for several years and had almost all opened their divine veins. With Yi Xianyu, an SSS-class professional, stationed there, it was normal to quickly subdue several S-class monsters. However, although the outcome was excellent, the process was not easy for the few S-class geniuses. They basically used their ultimate moves upon meeting each other, showing no mercy at all. So at this moment, they were all panting heavily, appearing very tired. Seeing this, Yi Xianyu spoke to them. You all return to your positions and quickly recover your state. I feel that another wave of monster attacks is about to come. Yi Xianyu's intuition was very sharp, however. Before he finished speaking, the urgent flying message from the communications soldier came again. In the southern region of the military formation, 7 S-class monsters have appeared. Please provide support quickly. Yi Xianyu frowned slightly and immediately set off, her feet swirling like a gust of wind as she swiftly darted away. Gu Linyuan hurriedly followed, using his skill S-class Ghost Shadow Step. This skill was feedback received from the ghost-faced demon spider, which possessed spatial characteristics. Gu Linyuan stepped out, leaving his shadow behind while his true self had already arrived at a distance. When Gu Linyuan and Yi Xianyu reached the southern part of the military formation, they saw 7 variously shaped blood corpses attacking the formation. Even with the power provided by the formation, the frontline soldiers did not dare to take on these 7-turn S-class monsters head-on. They could only fight while retreating. If not for the long-range military personnel providing fire support behind, they would have been completely wiped out by those S-class monsters. Even so, many frontline soldiers could not withstand the attacks from the monsters, resulting in them exiting the protection range of the formation and eventually being devoured by the blood corpses. Not far from Gu Linyuan, a gigantic golden armored blood corpse reached out, grabbing several frontline soldiers in its hand, preparing to toss them into its gaping mouth. Seeing this, Gu Linyuan immediately urged his Ghost Shadow Step with all his strength, arriving before the golden armored blood corpse, drawing his long knife suddenly, which then expanded into a massive blade. Die! The S-class skill, blade drawing to deliver burial, triggered, and a terrifying light from the knife sliced upward, directly splitting the monster clad in gold armor, with foul-smelling blood spraying out. Several frontline soldiers momentarily broke free from their bindings, escaping back towards the formation while loudly thanking Gu Linyuan. Gu Linyuan had no time to respond to the soldiers' gratitude. He found himself surrounded by several S-class monsters. These creatures were clearly prepared, all clustering together and not spreading out, to avoid being taken down one by one. Gu Linyuan saw this situation and did not panic. Instead, he coldly laughed in his heart. More people, huh? Perfect, I have plenty too. Just as the thought finished, the space around him vibrated, and several massive figures appeared, each emitting a terrifying aura. Tang Sanzang swung his arm blade, and countless beams of light sliced through the air, instantly shredding a rotting blood corpse into pieces. Sun Xingzhe flung out his double hooks, catching a zombie wreathed in flames. Ignoring the fire that could melt steel, he tore it apart completely, scattering it in all directions. Shu Beiji locked onto a distant blood corpse, wrapped in white cloth, skilled in long-range attacks. Underneath the foul-smelling white cloth, it could crush the bones of enemies. That white cloth blood corpse stood still, surrounded by fluttering white cloth, resembling a deadly net, where any ordinary creature stepping in would die instantly. However, Shu Beiji used his ghost face to lock onto the target, causing the flying white cloth to suddenly freeze. The blood corpse sensed danger and attempted to flee. Yet, unbeknownst to it, the spider monster that had been far away had suddenly appeared beside it, directly ignoring the restricted area created by the white cloth, and finally bit into it, draining it dry to form mere bones. Sha Wujin faced a blood-red zombie that was gushing blood. That zombie opened its gaping mouth, attempting to suck Sha Wujin's blood from afar, but the eyes on Sha Wujin's head opened wide, and countless beams of blood shot out, enveloping the bloodthirsty zombie. In the next moment, the blood within that zombie surged out, ultimately being completely drained, leaving only a pile of white bones on the ground. Gu Linyuan and his pet cooperated skillfully, resolving 5 S-class monsters in this single encounter. Meanwhile, Yi Xianyu had also taken down 2 other S-class monsters. The nearby frontline soldiers, initially fleeing, suddenly found the danger dispelled and were left momentarily in shock. The military personnel who witnessed that scene looked at each other, glancing at the several giant creatures beside Gu Linyuan. Seeing those fierce faces and feeling the strong aura they emitted. For a moment, everyone could not tell whether the monsters were scarier or if his pets were more frightening. Chapter 44, Revival. As Gu Linyuan and Yi Xianyu boldly rushed ahead to deal with the S-grade monsters on the other side, the remaining testers in the team were also hurrying along. They moved quickly while exchanging words. We need to hurry a bit more, Miss Yi just fought, and she may not be able to handle so many S-grade monsters attacking her. What's there to be afraid of? Isn't there the guy named Gu Linyuan? He's definitely an S-grade professional, he should be able to share some of the pressure with Miss Yi. Ha, no matter how strong Gu Linyuan is, he's just an S-grade, his strength is about the same as ours, how much can he really help Miss Yi? Let's speed up. What's important is not just reaching the battlefield quickly, but recovering our states, otherwise, we'll just be giving away food. Yeah, you're right, and I think that since Gu Linyuan has won Miss Yi's favor, he must have something special about him, maybe his combat power is comparable to an SS-grade professional. Please, are you joking? The gap between professional qualities isn't that easy to bridge. I heard that guy is just relying on being childhood friends with Miss Yi to stay by her side, his strength isn't much different from ours. As a few S-grade geniuses talked, they arrived at the battlefield, their speed was not slow, and they happened to see Gu Linyuan and his few pets finishing their battle. Damn, what are those monsters? Shouldn't this place be full of blood corpses? Why are there such monsters? Everyone's first thought was that they were monsters from the wilderness, after all, they looked somewhat human, each exuding a terrifying aura that sent chills down their spines. However, when Gu Linyuan waved his hand, recalling all his pets and sending them back to the Beast Master space to recover. At that moment, everyone was surprised, finally understanding everything. Oh my, those monsters can't all be his pets, right? He's a Beast Master? I bet those monsters must all be S-grade bloodlines, how did this guy raise so many S-grade pets? Yeah, they are indeed S-grade bloodlines, and definitely the top among S-grade, I feel like I couldn't beat any of them. Is it really that exaggerated? I think they're just okay, don't underestimate yourselves, if we really encounter those monsters, I believe everyone has a 50-50 chance. As a few geniuses discussed, Gu Linyuan had already finished cleaning the battlefield and collected the S-grade monster blood orbs. Generally speaking, high-quality monsters produce higher-quality blood orbs, but the quantity is very small. An S-grade monster producing a single S-grade blood orb is already considered quite good. However, S-grade monsters can also produce blood orbs below S-grade, and there are quite a few of them. Gu Linyuan tossed all these S-grade blood orbs into the Beast Master space, first merging them to create corresponding pet eggs, and then integrating the pet eggs into the pets' bodies. It must be said that the pet eggs infused with S-grade blood orbs are indeed high quality. When these pet eggs were swallowed by those few pets, the evolution effect was very obvious. Just using the S-grade blood orbs, I need about 40 or so to evolve all the pets to SS grade. However, theoretically speaking, the S-grade monsters in Blood Corpse City should have a maximum of just over 20. So we still need to collect more blood orbs below S-grade. Gu Linyuan thought this way, then collected his thoughts, and when he turned around, he noticed that the eyes of those S-grade geniuses looking at him were a bit strange. Originally, these people thought he was just a decorative accessory for Yi Xianyu. He is a gigolo who clings to powerful people, and now he has refreshed their perception. Gu Linyuan did not pay attention to these guys but came to Yi Xianyu's side and softly spoke to her. Little fish, how are you doing? Yi Xianyu revealed a smile. Don't worry, Brother Yuan, I'm doing great. With the little spirit you gave me, my recovery efficiency is very high. As Yi Xianyu spoke with Gu Linyuan, a small spirit popped its head out from her long, flowing hair. This little creature was translucent all over, constantly changing colors, looking a bit foolish, obviously lacking much intelligence. Gu Linyuan nodded. This thing matches well with you. By the way, don't forget to replicate some more spirit gems. When you gather enough, I'll help you evolve it to SS level. Okay. Yi Xianyu smiled sweetly. While keeping my state good, I've been mobilizing the surrounding earth and sky power to replicate spirit gems. And I've made a discovery, the earth and sky power in this desolate map is mixed but more abundant, so my replication efficiency has increased a lot. Gu Linyuan agreed with this. After entering this SS level desolate map, the manufacturing efficiency of pet eggs also skyrocketed to over 1,000 per second, amounting to millions per hour. Spending more than a day in this SS level desolate map could gather 100 million pet eggs, enough to evolve pets to SSS level. Gu Linyuan exchanged some details with Yi Xianyu, and then they each returned to their respective areas to prevent further attacks from other S-level monsters. However, after this battle, they had not encountered any more S-level monster attacks for a long time, as if that wave of attacks had just been a test. But now, the S-level monsters they had slain surpassed 10, which was half of the monsters that could appear near Blood Corpse City. Even if the remaining monsters attacked together, they posed no threat at all. So when everyone's state had fully recovered, everyone's mood relaxed significantly. Even some S-level talents joked. Those S-level monsters are really stupid. If they all attack together, we might suffer some losses, but their remaining numbers are simply not a threat to us. As the Legion approached Blood Corpse City, the surrounding monsters were cleared wave after wave, and they could finally glimpse the true appearance of Blood Corpse City. In the center of Blood Corpse City hung a massive flag, engraved with a fierce Blood Corpse longworm that seemed lifelike. This was the flag of the Blood Corpse dynasty. Every Blood Corpse city had a flag. Once the flag was toppled and crushed, it represented that the city had been conquered. However, the Legion's task this time was not to quickly conquer Blood Corpse City but to exhaust the power of the Blood Corpse dynasty so that it would naturally dissipate. Hence, they were not attacking the city, but constantly slaughtering the Blood Corpse monsters rushing out from the city. As time passed, everyone increasingly felt something was off. Because, apart from the first wave of S-level monster attacks, they had not encountered a second wave of S-level monster attacks. In contrast to Linyuan's situation, the conditions in other Blood Corpse cities were even stranger. From beginning to end, they had not faced any S-level monsters at all. The S-level talents from other Blood Corpse city areas were somewhat suspicious about life and could not help but gather together to discuss. Do you think the S-level monsters here have gone to other Blood Corpse cities? Haha, how is that possible? To put it bluntly, those S-level monsters are statue guardians. Even if they could run, they couldn't possibly leave the coverage range of a Blood Corpse city. They must be hiding. But now, these other monsters in Blood Corpse cities have been almost exhausted. They still haven't appeared. I think I need to check it out. You all stay here to guard the Legion, I'll go take a look. I want to go too. Other S-level geniuses near Blood Corpse City discussed and decided to send a few people to investigate inside Blood Corpse City. They were bold and skilled, directly facing the monster attacks as they charged into the city. Fortunately, due to the continuous depletion of the Legion, most of the current monsters were newborns and not very high in level, so they posed little threat to those S-level geniuses. The group of geniuses searched throughout the entire Blood Corpse City, turning it upside down, yet they did not see a trace of S-level monsters. They were stunned, completely confused as to why this situation had occurred. However, among these S-level geniuses in the cities, one person knew everything. He pretended to search in a Blood Corpse city, then quietly arrived at the area under the long worm flag, taking out something that looked like a jade seal. All the Corpse Kings must gather, killing one Yi Xianyu should not be hard. Hee, those fools think they can exhaust my dynasty's power, it's simply wishful thinking. Once I absorb the essence of that Yi Xianyu and evolve my profession to SSS level, it will be the day I restore my Great Zhong dynasty. Thinking this, Guanxiami Naki lost himself under the long worm flag and arrived at another Blood Corpse city. Inside this Blood Corpse city, there were already hundreds of S-level Blood Corpse Kings standing. They saw Guanxiami Naki and all kneeled on one knee, uttering strange syllables. We greet our emperor. Guan Shao, with a regal aura, raised his hand and similarly spoke in a similar language. All kings, rise. One by one, the seemingly mentally impaired Corpse Kings stood up, looking at Guan Shao, as if waiting for his orders. Guan Shao continued to speak in that special language. All kings, listen up, outside the city, there are the prodigies of the Dragon Summer Kingdom. You only need to surround and kill them for me, and I will gain the qualification to become a god, restoring my Great Zhong dynasty, allowing you all to be fully resurrected. Upon hearing this, the glow in the eyes of the Corpse Kings grew much stronger. They seemed to have a strong desire for resurrection. After Guanciolio shared his plans with everyone, he said no more, and immediately ordered the Blood Corpse Kings to charge out of the city. At this moment, outside Blood Corpse City, Yi Xianyu and others gathered together, preparing to sneak inside and investigate. As they approached the entrance, Yi Xianyu shouted in a deep voice. Retreat quickly, something is wrong. A few S-class prodigies reacted in time, but still a step too late. Suddenly, a surge of blood mist burst from the city gate, and shadows rushed out, carrying an unmatched power. Long strips of burial cloth flew out and wrapped around an S-class prodigy. No matter how hard they struggled, it was of no use. In the end, they were completely enveloped and dragged into the city. Looking in the direction of the burial cloth, more than a dozen Blood Corpse Kings wrapped in white cloth were attacking that S-class prodigy together. Those blood corpses wrapped in white cloth looked somewhat like women, but their leg bones were broken and twisted, merged with the cloth, appearing grotesque. Then strands of hair as black as night emerged, dragging another S-class prodigy in. These strands intertwined, forming long braids that were thousands of times stronger than steel, and no matter how that prodigy attacked, they could not inflict a single injury. At the ends of the braids were dozens of Blood Corpse Kings, their heads bald, with only a long braid hanging behind, looking very unsightly. Next, various Blood Corpse Kings joined forces to attack, and the remaining S-class prodigies fell into encirclement, including Linyuan and Yi Xianyu. The two stood back to back, resisting the continuous attacks from all sides, seemingly at a disadvantage. Brother Yuan, the number of these S-class monsters has increased, which seems to have caused a qualitative change. You shouldn't release your pet easily, otherwise, the outcome might be the same as those guys who were trapped. Yi Xianyu reminded, and Linyuan nodded. It seems the previous wave of attacks was to test our capabilities, and then they sent a suitable lineup to counter us. This is not something the Blood Corpse monster's intelligence can accomplish. There's a conspiracy behind this. Linyuan and Yi Xianyu both looked toward the center of Blood Corpse City, their eyesight strong enough to pierce the blood mist, and they both spotted a familiar figure. Linyuan and Yi Xianyu spoke in unison. It's him. Chapter 45, The End. Seeing Guanciolio, Linyuan and Yi Xianyu were somewhat surprised, but upon reflection, though unexpected, it was still within reason. After all, Yi Xianyu sensed something was not right about him from the start, just didn't expect him to create such a huge scene. There were over 100 S-class Blood Corpse Kings, all obeying his commands. No matter where they were, they represented an undeniable force. At this moment, Guan Qiolio had surrounded Gu Linyuan and Yi Xianyu, leaving them no chance to escape, and thus he leisurely approached them. Yi Xianyu, I give you a chance to live. If you are willing to sacrifice yourself and bind your fate to the Dichong dynasty, not only will you not die, but you can also become the mistress of the Dichong dynasty. Both of them were shocked to hear the term Dichong dynasty. Because the Dichong dynasty was the last dynasty in the history of Longxia nation, which had been submerged in the annals of time as the era changed. Historically, the Dichong dynasty was extremely dark and corrupt. The royal family enslaved the people, and to maintain their long-term rule, they enacted policies to keep the citizens ignorant and weak, ultimately leading to their invasion and plunder by foreign lands, resulting in the country's ruin and countless citizens dying in disaster. Most people have heard of this history, but have not understood it in detail. Gu Linyuan and Yi Xianyu did not connect this Blood Corpse dynasty's wild map with the Great Zhong dynasty, but upon reflection, there are indeed similarities between the two. Those variously shaped blood corpses symbolize the rule of the Great Zhong dynasty. So that's how it is. Gu Linyuan squinted his eyes, deep in thought. Since the fog descended, various wild maps have emerged, and it has been speculated that these so-called wild maps and deities have some special connection with the entire Blue Star world. However, due to continuous disasters, research in this field has not been deeply developed. Now, with the scene before them, Gu Linyuan and Yi Xianyu have a deeper understanding of the origins of the wild maps. But now is not the time to dwell on those matters. Yi Xianyu ignored Guan Xiao's interruption. She looked at the various blood corpse monsters around and, after observing for a moment, conveyed a message to Gu Linyuan with her mental power. Brother Yuan, I have already seen the flaws in these monsters. Later, you just need to let your pet attack the spots I marked for you. Okay. Gu Linyuan knows Yi Xianyu is special, so he is willing to cooperate with her actions. He glanced at his beast taming space. At this moment, several pets that were fusing blood essence beads had successfully evolved, and prompts kept coming in. Gu Linyuan was washed by several powers, and his whole being underwent a qualitative transformation. With 4 pets advancing to SS level, the feedback was very rich, making Gu Linyuan's combat power not inferior to SSS level professionals of the same rank. Attack! Yi Xianyu's voice echoed in his mind, and Gu Linyuan's body charged out toward the gathering place of the blood corpse monsters. At the same time, the surrounding space shook violently, and several figures rushed out, carrying overwhelming killing intent. Hee, you overestimate yourselves. This emperor has already figured out your strength. Just a few S-level pets, you think you can? Hey, wait. Guan Xiaoba assumed that Gu Linyuan's pets were only at S-level, so he was filled with confidence. However, he never expected that once Gu Linyuan charged into the group of Blood Corpse Kings, it would be like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, beginning a brutal slaughter. Originally, these S-level Blood Corpse Kings combined had terrifying combat power, making it difficult for even SS-level professionals to escape if they faced them. However, after evolving, Gu Linyuan's pets possessed SS-level attributes and extraordinary combat power, plus with Yi Xianyu's guidance, they crushed through the enemy ranks seamlessly. Tang Sanzang, Sun Xing'er, Xia Wujin, Zhu Beiji, the entire slaughterous quartet entered a realm of their own, making the group of Blood Corpse Kings rout. Damn it, how could this happen? Why are your pets so strong? Having been full of confidence, Guan Xiaobao had originally made thorough plans. As long as they surrounded and killed Yi Xianyu, his profession could not only evolve but also elevate this Blood Corpse dynasty wild map to SSS level, turning this place into a new forbidden zone. Who would have thought that Gu Linyuan would become this variable? Just bringing a few S-level pets was already troublesome. Now, not long after, he had evolved his pets to SS level, completely disrupting his plans. Damn, really damn it. I will kill you. Guan Xiaobao was already furious at Gu Linyuan, who was continuously killing Blood Corpse Kings, and unleashed all his strength, transforming into a giant engulfed in flames. Die! Guan Xiaobao charged towards Gu Linyuan, but a figure blocked his path. You think you can move him just like this? Yi Xianyu's eyes were icy. She was enveloped in frost, her dress like ice sculpture, looking noble and beautiful, like a princess of ice and snow. With a wave of his hand, the flaming giant surrounding Guan Xiaowu was frozen. You all will die. I am the eternal Great Zhong dynasty. I will make you accompany me to the grave. Guan Xiaozi shouted, directly crushing the jade seal in his hand. A terrifying power swept out, shaking the entire chaotic map to its core. Yi Xianyu sensed the changes around her and furrowed her brows immediately. Brother Yuan, you must run. That guy doesn't know what he's done. The time in this space is reversing. We leave together. Gu Linyuan also felt something was wrong and immediately grabbed Yi Xianyu's hand, wanting to take her away. Okay. Yi Xianyu did not refuse. The two began to escape with all their might. However, at that moment, Guan Xiaomian's voice echoed in the void. It's useless. You have already been locked by the national fortune of my great Zhong dynasty. Unless you can escape from Longsha country in an instant, you cannot survive. All traces of your existence will be erased. Gu Linyuan and Yi Xianyu looked around but did not see Guan Xiaomian triggering the explosion of the jade seal, which caused him to shatter into countless fragments. Perhaps now only some residual soul power remained, wanting to see Gu Linyuan and the others completely perish. Gu Linyuan and Yi Xianyu indeed felt an incredibly powerful force locking onto them, a force related to the very essence of the world, far beyond their current level. Their hands held tightly together, and Yi Xianyu spoke with deep remorse. Brother Yuan, I'm sorry for dragging you into this. This is not your fault. No, this is indeed my problem. Now I understand why I can control the powers of heaven and earth, it is because I bear the heavenly mandate. Yi Xianyu slowly began to explain. This world is already gravely ill, countless heavenly powers are fighting for authority, and those who carry the heavenly mandate must defy fate and change destiny, bringing the world back onto the right track. In this process, there will be various calamities. What I am experiencing now is that calamity of the heavenly mandate. If I die here, the great Zhong dynasty may truly revive and reclaim the world line. And you and I will be erased in this unknown era. Gu Linyuan shook his head helplessly upon hearing Yi Xianyu's guilt-laden words and gently touched her head. I told you, this is not your fault. It's my choice. Besides, things might still turn around. Yi Xianyu looked at Gu Linyuan in confusion, and he smiled slightly. Don't forget, I also have my peculiarities, and perhaps my peculiarity is even above the heavenly mandate of this world. Since that great Zhong dynasty wants to revive, then let's crush it once more. Before Gu Linyuan's voice could fade, a surge of radiant light appeared around him, and two creation-level talents operated at full speed, stirring the core of the entire world. In the next moment, the figures of the two disappeared, and the entire world, centered around the bloody corpse dynasty of this chaotic map, was undergoing some unknown changes. Time reversed, the world flipped. In some unknown space, a new world line was slowly unfolding. And thus, the story of this world came to an end. The end of the book.